The whole thing kicks off in the royal capital, right at the Craftsman's Guild. A young craftsman stared up at the ornate clock tower, soaking in today's assignment, and when he checked the outside, the clock looked totally fine, nothing broke at all. Then he switches on that appraisal ability, laser-focused like a master watchmaker, and cracks open the details, studying every tiny piece of the mechanism. Realizing the inner gears warped and then slipped out of place, he quietly logs a mental note to warn the owners. This clock is air-powered and painfully fragile when you move it. Then after poking through everything, he decides he can fix it by swapping out a few parts. The craftsman rolls up his sleeves and starts pinpointing the exact parts they need for the repair. He locks in on the job, hunkering at his desk while tools are scattered everywhere around him. Then out of nowhere, a ghost-like figure bursts onto the scene, checking whether he's okay, while the craftsman slumps there completely drained, already wrecked by hours of brutal work. The ghost leans in and tells him, "The Cycloguild master wants to see you right now." And the craftsman just shrugs off the whole thing with tired, resigned vibes. Meanwhile, inside, he's buzzing because he just nailed the repaired job. He was going on and on about how it was the single best experience, like he'd only ever seen an air clock in books before, but now he'd finally got to touch one with his own hands. The ghost leans in and demands, "Did you finally finish fixing the item I asked for?" He points out it's an air clock, no oil at all. Its pendulum swings using nothing but air pressure. The ghost doesn't just appear, it straight up confirms the craftsman's work is real and that everything is still running perfectly. The craftsman warns that even a rough jolt can shatter this clock, so he swears it stays locked down tight, and then he slaps a clock stop sign onto the mechanism to keep everything from shifting. Someone blurts out that this craftsman is downright unreal when it comes to clocks. The ghost says it was a lost cause for their own people too, so they hand it off to Cyclope. Then another voice chimes in that none of their craftsmen can fix it, so all their hopes are pinned on him. The craftsman lets out a tired, shaky laugh and admits this is all he can do right now. Then bam, a title card flashes on screen, shouting that he's the clock user. The moment the ghost asks what the guild master wanted to talk about, the craftsman just shrugs it off, saying this is the power he was handed. A huge bearded brute slams down shocking news and tells Cicero Owen straight to his face, he's fired. Cicero just stares, utterly unable to believe what he's seeing. He blurts out why this hit so suddenly and whether Cicero screwed up somehow. The man just grins and says, of course he did, he messed up, plain and simple. Then he screams that Cicero trash has no business in his guild, and Cicero fires back that he's been pulling his weight all along. Right then the ghost cuts in like, what about the other day you even fixed that antique clock in the royal palace? But the guild master keeps ranting, saying the job is already locked in, handed straight to the guild's most promising artisan. An older craftsman steps forward and says, yeah, that's me, someone with dexterous level skill is the real example. And the guild master fires back, sure, my son can fix anything, but compared to that craftsman, Cicero just doesn't measure up. The guildmaster snaps that Cicero can only fix clocks, yells for answers about anything else he can do, and shuts Cicero down the second he tries to talk, then roars an order for him to get out of the craftsman's guild immediately. The ghost begs the guild master to rethink everything, but the man shuts him down and won't hear a single word more. Standing outside the guild, Cicero pauses, then starts freaking out over what he's supposed to do next. He storms out of the building, and every heavy step thunders like a warning. He winced and groaned, staring out from a towering height over the capital city below. Cicero stares into the past, replaying the days when everything was somehow simpler and way better. Since he was a kid, he'd been obsessed with making things, and every single person lit up when they saw the magic tools he'd crafted. The first person to beam was his mom. She built a little compact that showed the days, and when it opened, it revealed a girl named Rain, the one whose laundry never stopped getting soaked and always ended in trouble. His parents looked him in the eye, swore he was made for the job, and begged him, no, promised to marry their daughter and take over the company one day. People gasped and called him a genius once they realized he was crafting stuff like that at just 6 years old. Back then, everything ran perfectly until the gears suddenly slipped, and from that day on, it all spiraled out of sync. Hit that smash button, then like and subscribe, don't blink. Hit subscribe for more hidden manga gems, then I dare you to drop a comment. Comment down below, I'm obsessed with this, I bet most of you are too. Most of you won't even try, okay, then let's keep this moving. She's about to lock herself into her career like it's destiny, part of it, no backing out. While that's happening, 2 years ago, a young girl named Alice sprints ahead in a fancy dress, her twin tails bouncing as she yells at her big brother to hurry up. Right behind her, Shakiro, light-haired, shouts that if she keeps sprinting like this, Maria won't stand a chance to catch up, but Maria, dark-haired and stubborn as ever, snaps that she doesn't care and barrels forward anyway. Shakiro's cheeks burn and he blurts out, "Why are you bringing this up out of nowhere, Maria?" Older Maria flowers all around her, leans in and reminds him, "I'm your fiancé." Then she can't help but wonder, if they ever had a daughter, would she turn out just like Alice? Shakiro blurts out that their engagement wasn't even a choice, it was decided by their parents back when they were just 10. Alice snaps around and asks if he doesn't like her, and Shakiro panics, quickly scrambling to make it crystal clear that wasn't what he meant. Maria giggles as she and Alice yank his hands and plead for him to join, and someone cheers for Maria to give it her all, while Shakiro just freezes in total, baffled confusion. All three of them line up in front of this towering Gothic cathedral, and Alice is practically glowing, bouncing with excitement for the skill selection ceremony about to happen. When citizens hit 16 and finally step into adulthood, they're forced to show up for this ceremony right in their own home, the Kingdom of Heinberg, where the ornate crest is proudly displayed. The ceremony hall is packed wall-to-wall with people, and Alice just stares around in stunned amazement at how massive the crowd really is. Mario clocks that every big shot from guilds across the country has shown up, and Shakiro grins that they can even snag new recruits right on the spot. Before the ceremony even kicks off, Shakiro leans in and urges Maria to give it her absolute all. Alice declares she'll go first, and right as the rules get explained, someone offers a prayer, then the crystal lights up and those words lock in as the skill they've been granted. A nearby kid gets strongman ***, and he explodes with joy like he just won everything. Right as the ceremony rolls on, a burst of blinding light explodes across the scene. An older man freezes in sheer shock, stammers out words, and breaks into a cold sweat. Maria stands in the center, frozen with shock, while the crowd explodes into murmurs, because the announcement hits the hall like thunder. The saint has appeared, and everyone blurts it out again and again, still not believing their own eyes. Alice snaps to her big brother and asks if being a saint is one of the coolest occupational skills out there, and Shakiro grins back, saying it's a rare skill that hasn't shown up in decades, then congratulates Maria on the insane result. They break skills into two wild categories: general skills for any moment and occupation skills made for the job itself. General skills lock in one special power based on your personality, but occupation skills let that same personality unlock multiple powers at once. The bottom line is brutal: occupation skills are scarce, so the law forces people into the job that matches their abilities, no matter what they want, like they're getting assigned wherever their skill fits. In this country, a skill isn't some random talent, it's the destiny someone is born to fulfill. Shakiro stood there, lost in the thought of how Maria became a saint, and if he's being real, he's convinced he could do it too, when Alice spun toward him and asked what they should do next, already eyeing whether her big brother wanted to go first. Then a ghostly familiar drifts in, tells them to hold up, and admits it needs a little more prep before it's ready to announce, because it's going first. Meanwhile, Shakiro and Maria stand side by side in the ceremony hall, and Maria's eyes burn with fierce determination as she vows she will not lose to some saint. She steps up, grabs the moment, and starts praying before the crystal. Then boom, a blinding burst of light erupts mid-ceremony, and right in the crowd, someone jolts in shock at yet another jaw-dropping result. Then the crowd explodes into total chaos. An old man cackles with delight while Alice stands right in the middle. The center figure bursts out, declaring she's a sage, and the whole hall erupts as everyone stuns, repeating in disbelief, "A sage." Someone in the crowd blurts out what the hell is going on this year, and then admits they want a super rare skill just like that. Someone jumps in and hypes it up. Being a sage is insane, a top-tier gift carved from the mage or alchemist paths, and then another voice cuts in like, "But is it really that good?" And Alice herself just stares in total disbelief at the outcome. Alice shouts at her big brother to go all in, and Maria yells out Shakiro's name, then Shakiro fires back. Now it's his turn. He strides toward the crystal, whispering a desperate plea under his breath, praying he'll unlock a special skill that's just as incredible as theirs. The video snaps to massive wide shots of the grand ceremony hall in the city, pure drama, right outside the gates. As the whole crowd erupts in shock, they blur out Big Brother, in shock like they just couldn't believe he was there. Then the story plunges into a weird dream world packed with floating clock gears and ticking mechanisms, and Shakiro drifts through it until a voice snaps, "Cyclo equals Owen, answer me." The voice drills into him, demanding why he wants a special power, while Shakiro drifts through the gear-filled space. Then boom, a memory slams into him, Alice and Maria side by side. Alice opens her mouth to say the answer, but the whole thing evaporates before the words can land, and that question just hangs there, unanswered. Shakiro snaps back to the voice, saying he just wants to make his family and everyone happy, and right after that, someone goes wide-eyed in total disbelief, screaming that what's happening has never been seen before. Then Shakiro snaps awake and realizes the whole thing, every last bit of it, was just a dream. He jolts back to reality and blurts, "What was my real skill?" right as the ceremony official starts to announce it. But Shakiro just freezes on the spot, utterly baffled and lost. He'd never even heard of Clockwielder, and now he was staring at it like, is this some real job skill or just made up? The official says it means someone who works with clocks, and right away the guy nearby blurts, "So what's that even supposed to be?" Then another person snaps back with, "Does anybody even know that skill exists?" The holy texts finally spill the details. When God made the world and sang their song, a massive clock tower was raised, and that's why Clockwielder means the caretaker who oversees it. Yet Shakiro just hears all that and goes, "That's lame," because the crystal had shined so bright and now it's crushingly underwhelming. Then the crowd explodes when someone announces that his skill has finally been confirmed for the first time in history, saying it's so rare, only a true job skill like his could ever match it. The official shoots him down on the spot and barks for the next guy to step forward. Then, in the crowd, someone blurts out in confusion like, "Wait, it just ended." Later, a narration box spills the truth. Shakiro's clockmaking reputation was an absolute disaster. Mario's father, this sharp-looking middle-aged man in fine clothes, plants himself beside Mario and snaps that he can't hand his daughter to some run-of-the-mill clockmaker anymore. The engagement between Shakiro and Mario gets annulled, and Mario's father rushes in with a sorry, saying even the church won't stand for it, while Shakiro tightens his fist, rage blazing in pure frustration. Outside the building, someone grabs Shakiro and blurts that they're really, truly sorry, then shrugs, saying it's just the way it is now, because Maria has become a saint. Shakiro steals his resolve, telling himself this doesn't mean he's quit. In a flashback, young Maria promises Shakiro, "If it comes to that, I'll find you no matter what," and Shakiro fires back that he'll grow up to be an incredible clockmaker, the kind everyone across the world respects. Maria tells him she'll be waiting, and she promises right back that she will. Then the story cuts to Shakiro's family watching Alice as she leaves, and one of the parents tells her, "Don't forget to take care of yourself." Shakiro steps in, gives her a steady promise, and reassures her that if trouble ever shows up, she can always come talk to him. Alice breaks away to say goodbye to her mom and her big brother, and the narration hits us with the reason. Turns out the Adventurers Guild has already scouted her, and now she's riding full speed toward her big future. Shakiro clenches his fists and vows to grind twice as hard, because he refuses to lose to Alice or Maria. Then the scene slams in, Alice clinging to Shakiro's back as they both struggle, and she keeps insisting, "I don't need help, I'm totally fine." Shakiro tries to answer, but his voice wobbles with uncertainty. Later, someone tells Shakiro he's landed a job at the Craftsmen's Guild too, and Shakiro fires back that he'll start working tomorrow. The scene snaps back to the guild master telling Shakiro, "I'm hiring you because the law forces my hand," then slams a warning in his face, "Don't you dare slack off," while a text box adds that his employers never liked him at all, even pointing out the clock user's skill. Meanwhile, someone leans in and tells Shakiro, "Don't worry, you'll need to help us again," and the narrator adds that even back then, people were out there praising his work. Back at home, Shakiro's mother bursts in and announces tonight's dinner, his absolute favorite meat pie. That ghost familiar sighs and says if only Shakiro weren't a clock user, he'd be a legendary magic tool engineer everybody would worship. And then it adds, "What a real shame." Shakiro snapped at himself to drop it, arguing over what if was pointless. Then the clock user skill finally gets explained, laying out every last crazy thing it can do. Shakiro can build any clock he knows, but every one of them vanishes after a while. He can read a clock's condition on the spot, even if he can't see it at all. His gut instinct can sniff out anyone who's carrying a clock, like it has a homing signal in its bones. He can stash clock parts in another dimension and pull them back whenever he wants. The stop ability kills every clock's ticking no matter if it has power or not, and yeah, it lets him mess with anything about clocks, period, because that's the whole deal. Maria and Alice, who'd stayed by his side up until now, already sprinted ahead. Shakiro stands alone, staring down a towering wall of interlocking clock gears that seems to hum with power. Realizing he's the only one stuck there, Shakiro pushes through the rain, soaked to the bone, walking forward alone. You're basically left thinking, if only he hadn't been a clock user, everything would have gone down wildly different. From that day to today, the only person who never stopped believing in him was him. Meanwhile, on the street, everyone's whispering and freaking out about a serial rapist running loose. Someone pipes up, "Has anyone heard what happened?" And then another guy goes, "That's terrifying, what are the police even doing about it?" Shakiro slips past them and overhears every word. Somebody close by spits out whispers about a serial rapist and can't believe what's so fun about destroying people like that. Shakiro shuts down the noise and strides on, like nothing can stop him. Finally, he bursts into his place and announces, loud and proud, that he's back. Miranda, Shakiro's next-door neighbor, greets him as he steps back from her shop. And right away, she clocks it, he's soaked to the bone. She grabs his clothes and tells him, "Hurry, take them off, I'm washing them." Shakiro argues back, insisting he's got it and he can do it himself. But Miranda shoves a steaming treat into his hands, snaps a warning to be careful, and when Shakiro thanks her, she's been his next-door neighbor for as long as he can remember. She's been kind to him and his sister Alice since they were kids. Lately, she's been stepping in as his mom because the real one bolted from home after she fell in love, and there's even a dusty memory of young Miranda, grinning as she ran after them through the streets, chasing them like they were the whole world. Back in the present, Miranda leans in and asks if he got into a brawl with someone from the guild. Then she whips out a clock part she snagged from the tool shop and tells him it's a perfect match for what they need. Shakiro hesitates like he's about to argue, then he stops mid-thought and Miranda just gives him a soft, easy smile, telling him it's fine, he doesn't owe any explanation, and then she reassures him she knows there's something out there only he can do. Then we get a jaw-dropping close-up of her eyes, because inside you can actually see gears and clockwork ticking away like her gaze runs on machinery, while her hands gently cradle a pocket watch as she says it. Back in the shop, Miranda took a sip of her herbal tea and grimaced, "Why does this taste a little salty?" Shakiro only mumbled back, eyes already somewhere else. Later, Shakiro leans in and stares at a strange plant sitting on the bookshelf. He double-checked everything Miranda told him to handle. Because of her, a little spark of hope finally flickers in him, but first, he has to figure out how the heck he's going to get back to work. As Shakiro stalks down the town streets, he can't stop thinking, maybe he should corner one of his regular customers and pry out some information. And honestly, most customers don't even make it past the guild gate without an introduction letter first. Right in his path, a massive boot stomps into view and someone yells, "Big bro, so who are we tagging with today?" Shakiro's clock sense snaps on instantly, and he spots two people lurking near the stairs. That realization slams into him, and suddenly it clicks. This is the same case the townspeople were buzzing about just yesterday. Meanwhile, those hooded creeps huddle up and plot their hit on a tiny pharmacy smack in the middle of a quiet residential neighborhood, right before they plan to storm in and rape the woman who runs it. One of them jumps in, backs it up like a pro, and tells the others, "Leave it to us." One guy asks if they'll just wipe the area of people like always, and the boss snaps back that they've already been paid big money, then warns them not to mess it up. Shakiro catches every word, and he's honestly horrified by how casual it all sounds. Everyone in town is whispering that Miranda, owner of the Miranda Pharmacy, is absolutely stunning. Shakiro's stomach drops as horror hits. Big sis Miranda is being hunted. He's ready to knock these guys lights out on the spot, but he clamps down and forces his emotions under control. Meanwhile, one of the criminals smirks and says, "If we cause a scene in a residential area, the whole neighborhood is going to rush right over." But the other one leans in and tells him, "Trust me, there are tons of ways to shut them up." Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure lunges into view, and it turns out he's a constable. Someone blurts a question about what he just said, and the criminals instantly lose their nerve, panicking on the spot. Staring at that door, they're like, "Who the hell is there?" One mention of some guy who keeps the capital's peace, boom, complete panic hits, and their minds just scramble, utterly clueless on what to do next. Constable breaks into a smile and casually fires off, "So what's the trouble?" One of the criminals stammers that he wasn't doing anything, just talking right here, and the constable presses, "Were you talking?" to which the criminal snaps back that he was in the middle of questioning someone, asking if there's a problem. Then the constable clocks it, hardly anyone's out roaming at this hour. Like the guy he's talking to right now. Meanwhile on the rooftops, the boss snaps at his subordinate, even bother chasing. One of the criminals is sure that kid is the shop's guy, and he even thinks he could be seriously useful. Later, inside the police station, Miranda throws herself into the plea, begging them desperately to finally believe her. A cop tells her maybe she mixed him up with someone else, but Miranda slams back that it's impossible, because she's sure he admitted himself he was a policeman. The officer says he'll jot it down just in case, then leans in and demands, "So what happened after that?" Then the cop leans in and demands to know Shakiro's job. Shakiro panics, stammers, and scrambles for the right words. He finally spits out the truth, he's unemployed, and the officer shuts it down by confirming it. Two men lock eyes, tension snaps between them like a live wire. The officer straight up says that a trained worker showing up unemployed is basically unheard of, unless something dark is tearing apart their life. Shakiro blurts that he was working for the Craftsmen's Guild until they yanked him out of it. Panic spikes in his chest the second he realizes how awful and suspicious he must look at his age. Because for someone with real skill to be jobless, that's basically unheard of. The officer weighs every detail, vows to stay on high alert just in case, and just like that, his suspicion softens a notch. Shakiro stomps out of the police station, huffing with pure frustration, because those cops don't trust him a single bit. He tilts his head to the sky and realizes, damn it, he's going to face all of this alone. His face tightens with pure determination. He'll shut down their whole plan himself, and the moment that thought hits, a strategy clicks into place. Ambush them, catch them, then blast for everyone to gather. That's the only way this works. Outside, sharp speed lines slice across the scene as he squares his shoulders and thinks, no job or not, I've still got courage. Then Shakiro snaps his power on and immediately senses a watch, no questions, no guessing, and it's definitely that alley guy. Suddenly, the criminal bursts out of the shadows, screaming like a maniac, knife clenched in his hand. Meanwhile, that corrupt constable scrambles up the nearby stairs, then the attack hits in a blink. A vicious criminal lunges at Shakiro with murderous intent, then yanks him into a brutal grip that pins him down. Shakiro's lungs tear with a desperate scream for help, begging someone to come running. Then, from inside a nearby house, a voice snaps, asking what in the world is going on this late. The criminal leans in and tells someone, Daddy's gonna check this out, so don't you go outside, then adds, we just have to show this guy to the neighbors, and just like that, the whole scheme locks in perfectly the way the criminals wanted. Miranda storms up to her doorway and asks, what's wrong? And the criminal blurts out on the spot, screaming that Shakiro is the serial rapist and demanding someone call the other officers. He orders Shakiro to freeze mid-brawl, and Shakiro's face twists with full-blown shock and horror as the chaos turns on him. Miranda gapes in pure disbelief, locks onto the restrained figure, and her brain short-circuits as she finally realizes she's looking at Cyclo. The criminal clamps his grip on Shakiro even tighter, smugly blurting that the stakeout around here finally paid off, and now there's no way he's letting him slip away. On the street, neighbors start piling in, desperate to see what the chaos is all about, while Shakiro's panic spikes as he realizes he's been totally set up, and the words won't even come out right to defend himself. He reaches for Miranda again, begging her to understand, this isn't what she thinks. Shakiro's mind races as the moment tightens around him. If he can just reach in and make everyone happy, that's all he needs. That's what he told himself, because when that picture of linked gears flashed in his mind, it felt like proof. He was stuck inside a clockwork world, and every gear moved in lockstep with the messed-up reality closing in around him. Meanwhile, Miranda locks eyes with him, and doubt flashes in her face. Then in Shakiro's head, accusations swarm. A voice insists he's lying, another woman claims he'd do something like that, and Maria, the dark-haired one, shows up in his memory calling him the worst. Shakiro panics and screams that he did nothing, begging them to believe him. Then the verdict slams down. Sikro Owen is sentenced to exile on the frontier, while a criminal slave named Shakiro is left shattered, his face drenched in devastation as the crushing weight of a false accusation finally breaks him. This is a tale woven by gears. Someday that kid who was just a gear in a busted world will snap into a hero and rip up the world's very rules. Shakiro stands before towering mechanical nightmares, his clock-marked eye blazing like he's ready for what's next. Caption hits, kill the Deus Ex Machina, the god made of machinery. Inside the courtroom, the judges take their seats at the bench, poised to slam down their verdict. Then they announce the trial is starting right now, and they're calling the defendant, Sikro Owen, first. Trapped in chains, sweat pouring down his face, Shakiro rages during the setup, screaming that it's all wrong, he never did a thing, and that there's no way any evidence could point to him. The story hits hard. The clock user is branded useless, tossed out of the Craftsmen's Guild, and left for dead. Then, deep in the dungeon, he finally awakens his real power. The judge rubs his chin, eyes narrowing as he clocks what the defendant is claiming. Officer Bujin Bajik steps in to testify, and Shakiro's eyes blow wide with shock and raw rage as he spots the corrupt constable standing there, right in uniform. He can't process it at all, so he blurts out, "Why is that guy here?" and demands an answer right now. Shakiro snaps completely. He shrieks from the floor that nobody should mess with him and that the officer is the real culprit. Then the court official instantly slams the gavel and orders the defendant to shut up in court. Meanwhile, Officer Bajak speaks his totally made-up testimony with icy calm, claiming Cyclo Owen bribed the local thugs to clean up the area and that he repeatedly sexually assaulted women, and he swears their investigation proved it. Reactions explode through the courtroom as Shakiro blurts in shock, demanding to know what Bajik is really up to and whether he's trying to pin the crime on him. A bystander snarls about what a total scumbag Shakiro is, and the female officer fires back, because her own colleague got hit as well and she wasn't to blame. Meanwhile, Miranda lurks in the gallery, eyes brimming with heartbreak as she whispers, "Shakiro." Camera pulls back and bam, the courtroom is packed wall to wall, and someone blurts that this summary trial has way too many spectators. Another voice snaps back that every single one of them is tied to the women who were hurt, and the benches fill with women, all staring at the accused like they're waiting to see justice hit. Bajak keeps pushing, says they've got a witness too, and demands they step up, while Shakiro stammers and tries to shut it down, begging them to explain how they dare pin something this brutal on him. Then the courtroom doors swing wide, and two figures stride in. Lady Maria Florence steps forward, dressed in full saint attire. An armored hero steps in, and right there, he declares, loud and clear, that the hero is coming with them too. While another voice screams that the saint has finally arrived. The crowd explodes the moment someone blurts out, "What are those two doing here?" And then another voice snaps, "Don't you get it? Those are the protectors of the royal capital." Shakiro's eyes bulge with pure shock because the guy can't wrap his head around what he's seeing, and he blurts out why Maria is siding with them, his voice cracking as he shouts her name. As the courtroom drama explodes inside, Maria stands right among the crowd of spectators and officials, while the massive building looms outside like a pressure cooker. Meanwhile, the hero gently plants a steadying hand on Maria's shoulder and tells her it's all right, he's right here, then urges her to go testify and fight for the truth, and Maria nods, determination blazing as she promises she'll do her best. Then the crowd erupts with buzz. Someone shouts that this is the saint's testimony, and right away another spectator swears they've heard a rumor. The hero and the saint might be getting married soon, because of course they'd make a perfect pair. Maria steps up and starts spilling her testimony, claiming Shakiro is her ex-fiancé. She says they even sent money with their letters because life must be brutal when you only have the timekeeper skill, and then Shakiro's face goes blank with pure confusion. He can't even process a word she's saying. Shakiro erupts, yelling that it's all a lie. He never got a single coin, never received a single letter, nothing at all. And right in the crowd, someone shoots back that the guy's just so stubborn it's ruining him, while another voice insists nobody would ever dream up a story like that. Then a church official steps up and speaks in a steady voice, saying the church has the records for the money transfer behind all this chaos. Yet someone else snaps that they want to know what any of this even means, chasing after a letter and the remittance, and just like that, the judge slams for order in the courtroom. An official grabs Shakiro's attention and tells him, "Don't just hear it, go see it for yourself." Right out of nowhere, a shadowy stranger blurts that they had no clue what Shakira intended to do next. Then the thug from before strolls in, cackles, and confirms the truth. Brother Sikro really did pay him to drive everyone out of that area. An official steps up and announces their accomplice is here too. Shakiro panics and screams that he doesn't even know that man, that he didn't do a single thing, pleading for them to believe him, but Maria just stares back with crushing disappointment. She admits she'd been praying he'd finally own up to his crime and actually feel sorry, but the moment her voice turns icy, she snaps, "So you're calling the church next and blaming your lies on them too?" Maria's face goes totally blank. She glares at Shakiro from above, cold as ice, and calls him the worst cyclo. The scene flips to Maria bathed in softer light, her voice tender as she calls out his name, promising she'll be waiting for him. Meanwhile, Shakiro slumped in the pitch black, and he couldn't even lift a finger to respond. Out of the crowd, someone yells at Shakiro, calling him a vile monster who stomps on Maria's kindness, and then another voice snaps, "Don't come any closer." Someone else demands to know why he'd do this at all, and suddenly Shakiro fills the screen in a tight close-up, tears welling as he whispers Maria's name. Out of nowhere, the guards slam Shakiro to the ground and he thrashes and screams, begging them to finally believe him, because they just won't listen. He pleads with them, insisting he'd never do something like that, and then he frantically calls for Miranda to testify, his voice cracking as he struggles to get her name out until the camera lands on Shakiro's devastated face. Miranda lurks in the background, one hand over her face as she looks the other way, then bam, everything clicks and she blurts out, "Ah, I see." So the narration just snaps. Who in their right mind would even listen to someone with a useless skill? Meanwhile, the courtroom official calls out Sikro Owen, the clock user. Silhouettes crowd around him, guards, the saint, and the hero, closing in like a ring of fate. The judge slams down the verdict and passes the sentence. They cut him off and sentence him to exile on the frontier, and the text screams one brutal truth. No one trusts a word he says. Then right in the middle of it, someone finally calls out, "Wait, what did you just claim?" In a pitch-black prison cell, a hooded figure hisses a message so quiet it barely exists, and from the darkness, a hidden voice whispers back, thanking someone for stepping into their spot. Then Shakiro's face bursts across the panel, his clockwork eye flashing with pure murderous intent, and he swears he's going to get them and kick them straight into hell. The scene snaps to the guards hauling him away and slamming the cell shut. One guard barks the order, and another immediately answers, "Yes, sir." Then a third guard lunges in with nasty taunts, daring Shakiro to try, and slams him with the label Cyclo, the serial rapist. Meanwhile, the man in the black suit leans in and tells the ladies, "I'll see you soon," then drops the real reason. He needs to talk about the prisoner transfer procedures. The hero hangs nearby with Maria, nodding back in humble silence, saying he only did what a hero's supposed to do, while the women around them squeal and gush like he's the coolest thing ever, thrilled that he showed up at all, even himself. They can't help but think it feels unreal, like nothing has ever run this smoothly before. In the bottom panel, Hero Lord Raven finally drops the mask. He's the Duke of House Crowheart, while Officer Lord Bugen is exposed as the Viscount of House Bajik, and the narration hits you with the truth. Skills really do reflect the person. Inside this elegant room, the hero leans in and fires off a question. How did Bugen pull that saint into giving such a powerful testimony? Bugen just shrugs, saying Maria's words weren't magic at all, they were the truth. An inset panel flashes by where someone spills that Cyclo Owen has been a nuisance to them too. The talks keep rolling as Bugen finally spills the whole plan, then he grins and says that, thanks to the hero, they managed to wipe Cyclo Owen off the board. It turns out Maria had zero clue that the church guy was skimming money and torching those letters. The scene snaps to Maria in Bugen's arms, and Bugen says the only thing left now is to comfort the heartbroken Maria. Then Bugen spits at the hero, calling him a wicked duke, and the hero fires right back, calling Bugen an officer of the Bajak Viscount family. Two men cackled side by side, grinning with nasty, satisfied twists on their faces, and the hero snaps that in a world like this, anybody would lose their mind unless they kept drilling women left and right. Bugen nods and says the exact same thing. They clink their drinks for the win, laughing as they swear to keep the good times rolling, because from here on out, they're winners together. The story cuts to a covered wagon rattling across lifeless, barren land. Inside a grim prison cell, a lone figure sinks into silence, not moving an inch. It kicks off with a chilling landmark, and the worst dungeon of all, Deep Hole, sits just north of the kingdom of Heinberg. And not a soul alive has ever cracked open its deepest level, so when they show the dungeon entrance, it's choked in wild vegetation, wrapped in ancient stone like it's been waiting for ages. Meanwhile, up above, Shakiro's chained tight as his wrists and body lock down, while they haul him off to his exile. Adventurers charge into the dungeon and slaughter the vicious monsters that crawl out for blood. And just like that, whole facilities and industries rose to back them up. Then the scene hits. Adventurers clash in brutal combat with monstrous creatures, and you realize it all happened because the dungeon's blessings built this place. From up high, you see a fortified settlement bristling with walls, then a royal crest flashes on screen, marking the region's banner, and the label hits, the northern frontier of North Foria. The story kicks off in the northern frontier town of North Foria, where Europe-inspired timber-framed buildings line the streets like they mean business. Bustling settlements ringed the central plaza, all noise and motion, while guards shoved a chained Shakiro through the packed square, one of them snarling at him to keep moving. Meanwhile, a woman nearby grips a letter and watches the procession roll by, then she gasps because she's spotting a face she's never seen before. Down in the plaza, the guards shove Shakiro in front of the local authorities, and right in the crowd, someone points at him and screams that he's Cyclo Owen, the infamous criminal slave. He's asking if he's the replacement porter the capital sent. Then this massive eye-patch-wearing brute steps up and introduces himself, Guani Edge, the boss of the Adventurers Guild, and he's built like a tank, rocking ornate armor wrapped in crosses and chains. Guani Edge leans in and tells Shakiro he's heard the great sage's younger sister is spreading rumors about him. Shakiro's eyes flare wide, hope sparking in an instant. He can't stop thinking about Alice, like, what if their family and that connection finally gets him treated better around here? But Guani Edge slams that hope shut on the spot. Alice straight up told him her brother is a useless, hopeless incompetent. Shakiro keeps insisting it's not true week after week, but Guani Edge shoots back, dead serious, that it's no lie, because even the great sage said it countless times himself, and then a nearby witness backs it up. The scene snaps to Alice's face behind the prison bars, twisted with cruelty, her eyes icy and merciless, while Shakiro's head spins, desperate to understand why she'd sink her teeth into him like this. Alice's voice crashes through his memories, cold and ruthless. She's got zero mercy for scum like him, and she'll drag him into endless labor as her slave until there's nothing left but his death. Then the cruelty finally kicks into high gear. Adventurers start tearing into Shakiro's clock user power, laughing that it's completely worthless, and someone even sneers that he's way too scrawny to be a pack mule. They shove him into grueling labor, making him haul brutal, heavy loads until he can barely stand. And once he slows, they pile on kicks and scream for him not to even think about tiring out. One adventurer clocks it immediately. He's utterly useless. One more person snaps at him for those weak, slow answers, barking that he needs to hurry. Then someone casually says killing him would just be a pain. Shakiro keeps crumpling to the ground again and again, and his meals are just scraps tossed into bowls on the dirt like he's nothing more than an animal. When each brutal day crushes him, they slam him back into his cell and leave him there. Broken and sprawled on the floor, they're still getting treated like trash as they push on through the mist. Guards bark at Shakiro to speed up, shouting that he's moving like he's stuck in mud. Shakiro can barely lift his voice, only managing a weak, shaky yes. Meanwhile, other travelers hiss that he's turned into a boring mess, dead serious about one question: has he become the type who just mumbles yeah to everything these days? Shakiro's face is a total wreck, pure exhaustion, total surrender, like the guy's completely tapped out. His gut twists with pure despair. He's sure he'll die here like a torn rag, and right then the guards misread his silence and start grilling him like, "So, did you come up with some big brain plan?" One of them snarls that his attitude pisses him off, calling him a useless idiot, while Shakiro just shuts it out in his head, because at this point he doesn't care anymore. Then they finally hit their destination, and right in front of them gapes the deep hole's colossal circular entrance, a pit that drops straight into choking darkness. The narration slaps the label on it. "This is the entrance to the infamous dungeon." An A-rank adventurer snaps his tongue with pure irritation, grumbling that they dragged Shakiro out here for nothing, and Shakiro glares down into the dark. And his mind snaps straight to death, praying he could finally go peacefully, until the adventure roars back that Shakiro should just drop and die right down there. They rip into him for being useless, mock his weak reaction, and then, boom, someone shoves or kicks him forward, screaming for him to look properly. Suddenly, Shakiro thrashes in the adventurer's grip, screaming for them to let go because he refuses to die in some place like this, not yet. One of the men snaps back that it's not time. Another demands what the hell is happening and orders him to stop fighting. But as Shakiro keeps struggling, a memory slams into his mind like a flash of lightning. Lord Raven's face bursts on screen, twisted with manic cruelty, and Shakiro's stomach drops as the truth slams him. This whole thing was Lord Raven's scheme, to pin the crime on Shakiro and get him to die for it. That mechanical clock eye snaps into a close-up, and then it hits, everything clicks. The adventurers grab Shakiro and shove him over the edge. His body rockets backward into the bottomless pit, smashing into darkness as he tumbles, while the figures up top just watch him drop into the hole below. Then Shakiro crumples on the rocky floor at the dungeon's bottom, sprawled across jagged stones in the dark, groaning weakly as the looming cave walls prove just how deep he's fallen. A brutal close-up of his exhausted, pain-racked face. He can barely stay awake, then Shakiro's eyes snap open like a bolt of lightning. He cranes his neck toward the cave ceiling, locks onto a black mouth of darkness, and spots glowing eyes staring back from the shadows. His hand slips up, then it hits him like a punch. He's still breathing. He actually survived that fall. An unbelievable miracle. Shakiro lies in the dark, staring up like death is right there, and it freaks him out how, the second someone's about to die, they suddenly scream for life. He swore he didn't care anymore, but that survival instinct slammed into him anyway. He starts to wonder, did that fall slow down because he got snagged in some creepy, webby mess on the way down? Coming back to light and snapping out of that unconscious state were absolute blessings in the middle of all this chaos. Somehow he made it through, barely, and now he's ready to get a clear handle on what's going on. With a snap of focus, he activates his clock generation power and sizes up exactly what he's got. Shakiro scans his situation, and once he sees what's left, there's only one nightmare to fear: monsters. He rips through his inventory with his ability and finds his stash empty, just a knife and a single bottle of who knows what. He checks his internal clock and realizes more than half a day has passed since he crashed, so yeah, rescue isn't coming. Then he tracks down a fresh water source, peers into it like it's a miracle, and realizes, thank goodness, it actually looks safe to drink. He'll have to tread carefully, because as he scans this untouched cave maze, a wild thought hits him. What if this is just another hidden layer of the deep hole dungeon? But then bam, a massive monster erupts out of the darkness, and before Shakiro can even register it, his instincts shriek at him to run for his life. He scrambles to safety as the creature lunges straight for him. A colossal monster slams down toward Shakiro from above, an absolute tank of thick armor plating, chains clinging to its body as it drops like a meteor. Shakiro's staring up from below, and it towers over him like it's daring him to blink. That's the thing stalking the dungeon's darkest depths. Shakiro stares in pure horror as the thing moves, and the moment it clicks, he realizes exactly what it is, and he can't believe it's been munching monsters way bigger than him. He's got a bolt before it catches him, yet his chain weapon just hangs there, totally worthless. As he stutter steps backward, trying to put distance between him and the nightmarish predator. Shakiro shrieks at the top of his lungs and bolts through the cave, panic clawing at his insides as he scrambles blindly through the passages. Everything feels wrong, and he knows it. His terrified voice ricochets through the darkness as he scrambles, clawing for distance from that monster. Breathing like a freight train, Shakiro finally stops, guts heaving as he snatches a moment to catch his breath. Phew, that was way too close. Now he finally gets it, those squirming monster things can't reach this far. Then he spots a slit of light blasting through the cave ahead. He can't believe it, they actually did it. That way out is real. But the relief evaporates fast. Since the light's right there, he still can't reach it because the route is either slammed shut or far too deadly. No matter which way he tries, it's straight up death. They're cornered, monsters closing in behind, and ahead is nothing but an escape that feels impossible. 5 days have gone by, and Shakiro's slumped against the cave wall, eyes locked on his clock mechanism as his strength drains away one slow second at a time. The monster lurks in the dark, dead calm, like it's savoring the moment, like it's letting its favorite meal ripen to perfection. Shakiro's stomach growls like it's clawing through his insides. He can't stop thinking about that last real meal. Now he's craving his mom's homemade meat pie like crazy. He's dropped so much weight that he can barely hang on anymore. Suddenly, a voice shouted, asking if it's really hard for him, then called him Big Brother, pointing out how painfully thin he'd gotten. The hallucinations slam into Shakiro hard, then Alice and Maria appear in this blinding light, yelling for him to come over here, and Maria's voice cuts through it all like, "You don't have to suffer anymore." Shakiro lets out a weak reply. He promises he's on his way. But then the vision shatters into something way darker, and a twisted, sinister version of it crawls into view. He spits the truth: the useless should die, and right then, Shakiro's ice snaps into razor-sharp focus. And with a violent jerk, he yanks himself back from the edge. Too close, way too close. The guy almost jumps out of his skin, still staring at the illusion because the starvation and desperation are completely wrecking his mind. Then it starts messing with his head, showing him stuff that could get him killed on the spot, until a vision of Miranda appears, her face crumpled with sadness as she apologizes, and Shakiro just freezes, eyes bulging and his mouth hanging open. Shock tore across his face. Then the clockworks exploded in a violent burst, crystalline shards spraying everywhere as the hallucination shattered around him. The world snapped back to reality and Shakiro crumpled against the cave wall. Completely drained, he could only hear the monster's muffled growls echoing somewhere in the dark. Heavy breaths thunder through the cave, bouncing off the walls like a warning. Meanwhile, that massive tentacle-like appendage drags itself across the jagged cave floor below, like it's searching for its next victim. Shakiro drops to his knees on the cold cave floor, eyes locked on the dark tentacle. Then it slams into him. That thing is him, hooked into his body somehow, like it's been connected to his very soul. Shakiro's mind snaps back to every single person who tossed him aside, the schemers and the authority types who double-crossed him, all huddled together with that smug look like they'd won, and the cruel truth keeps crashing in. Guys like him can't protect themselves, and once he becomes a burden, they throw him away for good. Then the memories slam back even harder. Voices sneer at what a clock user even is, bragging that his little sister's a sage and his childhood friend's a saint, while Maria's father roars that his daughter could never match a clock user like Shakiro, and that huge bald guy from the trial shrieks they don't need an incompetent like him. Someone sneers, daring him to go after Siklo the serial rapist. Then another voice spits that he's a vile fiend trampling Maria's goodwill, and a woman finally screams he's the worst, until their words crush him and echo over and over in his head. Suddenly, Shakiro's face slams into the panel, rage and resolve twisting his features, while his clockwork eye glares bright and furious, and he vows he'll never forgive the ones who shamed him, swearing he'll survive no matter what it costs. Then boom, a blinding burst of light rips out of that deep hole where Shakiro got thrown, so insanely bright it's visible from the surface above. Shakiro won't go down, no way, not in a place like this. Meanwhile, the guards above spot a bizarre light blasting up from the deep hole. One of them freaks out, shouting what it could be, while the other snaps back that it's definitely coming straight from that hole. The guard barks at them to rush to the Lord immediately, but Shakiro's defiant shout rings back like a vow. No way is he dying here. Back in the cave, Shakiro freezes, staring at his own hands, completely lost. Then clock mechanisms start popping into existence all around him, humming with glowing energy, hanging there in midair like they've always belonged. He can't even wrap his head around it because the light he was holding, that was just light, it was the real thing. But he still doesn't get what's happening. Meanwhile, Shakiro stands there, staring at his hands in pure shock, frantically trying to connect every piece. Then he snaps back to that lizard he just swallowed, and boom, the truth slams into him. If that clock didn't stop ringing the instant he ate it, something huge is definitely going down. The truth hits like a gut punch. Haradokai, the stomach clock ability, revealed at last. A blinding burst of light explodes as Shakiro realizes the hunger is totally gone, and even the wound on his hand has vanished like it never happened. Power snapped his body back to how it looked and ran when he was finally getting the nutrition he needed. Time-bending power kicked in, and boom, the transformation finished. Then time-stop blasts to life, his command booms through the cave, and huge clock-like monsters of light snap into existence all around him. Shakiro's energy is bursting out of him right on schedule, just like he predicted. He finally gets what locking himself into this state really means. He can live on water alone, and the power is absolutely unreal, because he knows this changes everything for his survival. Now Shakiro locks in his goal, smash the monster blocking the exit. In the pitch dark, a monster looms while Shakiro's magic clocks explode across the cave floor. Massive gears and glowing circles snap into existence as his power finally locks in, and he realizes he's got time to map out a way out. Then the narrator hits you. Shakiro was branded useless as a clock user, tossed out by the Craftsmen's Guild and buried in a dungeon until down there he awakens his real power. Meanwhile, Shakiro's thoughts blitz as he figures out how his awakening actually works, because until now, his power could only be used on mechanical clocks. Then the hourglass forms in front of him and it hits him. This isn't just a trick, it's a whole new key. The clock user's skill range is blowing wide open. Every time they use it, their proficiency shoots up higher and higher. Water clocks, hourglasses, sundials, each one snaps through his mind like a flashbulb, and his clock eye burns with pure intensity as the full power finally clicks into place. And once he realizes he can command anything with clock in its name, the possibilities explode wide open with no limits in sight. Training kicks off right away and Shakiro wastes no time, he starts immediately. He dives headfirst into the inner workings of every clock, then rolls up his sleeves and builds a water clock first. After that, he tackles the sand clock. He shoves magic power straight into the water and sand, puppeteering them like they're extensions of his will. Then when it's time to make the clock, he tosses the whole idea of a container, letting the materials drift free and work on their own. Then he forges a sundial and shoves his own life energy into it, crafting the solar sphere he swears will shine like destiny. The sundial lights up, but he suddenly realizes that this size is the absolute cap. If he wants the sundial itself to grow bigger, he'll have to forge his own body even stronger. Weeks stack up as he grinds through stamina training with ruthless focus, and a whole month slips away under this punishing regimen. Shakiro drives himself even harder, trapped in a storm of clock generation magic, and clockwork mechanisms and tools pop into existence around him non-stop as he drills. Out of the darkness, the monster's claw shoots toward him. Shakiro clamps down on his fear from within, telling himself not yet. Then he forces his focus, tightening his mind like a blade. Speed lines slam around him as he locks in with pure focus. Then he fires the command, and time stops dead with brutal force. Time stop breaks open and boom, the training breakthrough hits. Shining clocks start pouring into the magical space around Shakiro, glowing water clocks, hourglasses, and sundials, all drifting like they're alive. He did it, the first step is finally in the bag. Shakiro slumps inside the cave, clutching his breath, plotting every move ahead, because the next time he steps into battle, he's using that plan for real. Shakiro lays out his research plan. He funnels his study into hourglasses, water clocks, and sundials, then quizzes how shadows work by twisting the light source and watching the stick's shadow drop. He snaps into the moment and realizes he's still missing something, but he's already mastered 10 water clocks, verified every detail, scribbled everything in ruthless notes, and turned those techniques into his own. He tests the sensing power, and boom, a shadow starts to take shape. When obstacles show up, the clock sensing starts slipping, but right then something new takes over, a water clock eye that steps in to replace the detection. This rush hits him like a memory, like he's back in his childhood days, still grinding and learning the craft from scratch. But this time the gap is crystal clear, way clearer than back then. Revenge, those two words slam into the dark like a death sentence, and Shakiro's mind locks onto one ruthless purpose. Shakiro throws himself into intense training, locked in around numbered practice spots, refusing to slow down because he's got one mission: prove to those guys exactly what he can do. 2 months have already ripped by since he first threw himself into researching this power. The results, staggering right around him, massive geometric magic formations erupted while he checked off everything he'd pulled off: the sundial, the orichalcum sword, light generation in a blink of 0. 1 second's long-range monster suppression with light in just 3 seconds, and ultra-fast light firing finished clean. Then he locked in shadow fixation to pin monsters for 10 minutes, pushing detection, appraisal, and control range all the way out to 50 meters. Shield maintenance took a full hour, and that water freezing, it snapped in just 0.1 seconds. Then he crushed long-range launches, mastered K-type spear generation, and pushed his water clock skills way past his own body, even spawning a calcum shield in 0.1 seconds. He pumped out water for long-range attacks up to 50 ulux or more, blasted targets with sheer water pressure, and even generated mines by using frogs and monsters. Clock sense and clock generation have both leveled up to insane heights, and now there's only one thing left: wipe out that guy. And yeah, it's ridiculously satisfying seeing just how far he's come. After all that training, Shakiro's upgraded his whole toolkit. He can probe the space with the sundial and feel time itself through the water clock, and now he can sense the entire floor, which is packed with monsters everywhere. As the clock generation kicks in, he surges deeper. His clock sense fuses with the water clock power, letting him read living beings by tracking the liquid coursing through their bodies. Meanwhile, that glowing light sphere he's made works like a sundial that reads the shadows cast by light, so even from far away, Shakiro can pinpoint where everything is, like he's got the whole world mapped in his palm, with a level of precision no one's ever seen before. Then he spots it: this monster is standing right in front of the exit, and Shakiro instantly feels something off. Is it sharpening its claws? Suddenly, the creature rockets forward, then the massive skeletal beast rips through the cave at blinding speed, shattering everything in its path. Shakiro can't believe what's happening right now. His instincts blare red alert warnings as the monster barrels closer and closer. Claw shot toward him at impossible speed, racing to snatch him up. Shakiro's world collapses the moment the monster strikes, unleashing pure, crushing terror. For 3 whole months, that creature didn't just sit there, it kept working on a plan. Shakiro watches debris rain down and it clicks like a punch. The monster's been carving at the rock, steadily and quietly so he'd never notice. While Shakiro trained and got stronger, the beast slipped into its own master plan, quiet, brutal, and slowly tearing the barrier apart between them. Shakiro's legs are trembling, but he forces himself through anyway. He swore to drop the monster right here, and as determination sparked in his chest, the technique name spilled out of his mouth, Tokusei Takanami's. But right as he strikes, those chains snap around him mid-attack, and he barely slips past the worst of it. If the caller hadn't stepped in to shield him, he'd be toast. The moment the clock generation kicks in, everything snaps into motion, and right away, first things first. He's gotta do something about those monster eyes before they lock onto him. Shakiro snaps into the hourglass technique, instantly conjuring a brutal burst of sand and hurling it forward at breakneck speed. Sand blasts the monster's face in a brutal, non-stop barrage. And then boom, he realizes he actually did pull it off. But then he stares at the monsters a little closer and his confidence crumbles. Was it really this thing that worked? The monster slams back with a blast so violent it rockets Shakiro straight through the cave, and in that instant, the shock hits him like a brick. His brilliant plan is backfiring hard. As the blast rips through everything, it leaves total destruction in its wake. Meanwhile, the hole by the cliff, their one shot at escape, gets slammed shut by the destruction. Shakiro locks eyes on the sealed exit, and the truth of what's coming crushes into there. The weight of their situation smashes into him, turning hope into nothing, so hard that he can't help wondering if this really is the end for them. Just like that, the monster's brutal assault grinds to a sudden halt. Shakiro realizes the creature can't see him in the dark, so he grins and he unleashes his advantage. Clock sense kicks in, and his perception detonates outward like a shockwave. The monster's exact position snapped into focus in his mind. He can spot it crystal clear with his power, so now it's time to smash it down. Shakiro unleashes a brutal counterattack. His strike slams in with crushing, unstoppable power. With a brutal crack, chains finally snap as the monster absorbs the full hit of his clock user power. That's a brutal knockout strike. Shakiro's clock generation technique rips into the monster, and the impact pounds through the cave, shattering everything in its wake. It's a total win. Shakiro's standing there, panting hard, while his clock eye stays locked on as he explains how it went down. The sundial snaps into action by instantly spawning a razor-sharp hand that carves clean through the enemy, and that's just one piece of the sundial technique. He stares at the fallen monster and demands to know if they really managed to take him down. The clock sense kicks on and the readout snaps into perfect clarity. No blood flow left, no vital signs at all, flatlined. Shakiro's clock-like eyes snap wide as the truth slams into him. He actually pulled it off. He beat the monster, and the crazy part is, it was him, the one everyone had already written off. But right now, something else is going down, and turns out that clock skill wasn't useless at all. Suddenly, Shakiro feels a weird, unsettling energy surge through his body. Hot energy ripped through his whole body, and for a second he had no clue what was happening. Then it hit him. This was what adventurers call a level up. The game's like, congrats, your ultimate potential just unlocked. And once you start wiping out monsters, you don't just win the fight, you soak up their souls and magic, blasting your abilities way past what normal mortals can ever reach. That's the whole leveling up deal. Monsters crumbled to dust behind Shakiro as he slotted everything back together. Then he leveled up for beating that beast, so yeah, it basically means. The more monsters he drops, the more power surges through him. A grin cracks across his face as it clicks. Every kill brings his revenge closer and closer and closer. The gears of fate that went silent finally roar back to life. Shakiro just stands there, his clock eye blazing, while a storm of spinning gears and ticking timepieces whirls around him. It's time to rise and kick the whole world back into motion. Shakiro fires up clock generation and rockets ahead, his clock eye blazing like a warning beacon. First order of business, he's going to wipe these bastards off the map. A chain monster dives down on him from above, and Shakiro shouts his technique like a warning bell. He puts the water clock to work, and when it kicks in, he shreds them with razor-fast water blades powered by sewage. The water-based clock technique turns into razor-sharp projectiles, blasting through the air like they've got one destination, his target. The monster slams in for a comeback, but Shakiro effortlessly spots every incoming attack before it can land. That guy can read their every move way sharper now, because he just leveled up. That thing is dragging like ridiculously slow. Shakiro slips the attack like it's nothing, then lands a savage counter in the same breath. With clockwork precision, he fires up the gears and snaps chains around the monster, dragging it into the exact spot he's aiming for. Meanwhile, Shakiro keeps firing off explanations mid-fight. His clock creation skill doesn't just spit out full clocks, it can forge any piece he wants in any shape, and if it's made from materials he understands, he can craft anything, even from the finest metals. Sundials don't just track time, they forge blade weapons like swords, while water clocks crank out rock-solid shields for defense, and the sheer versatility is straight-up mind-blowing. Metal first, then the raw bite of orichalcum hits, cutting through with razor-sharp power. Shakiro slams his conjured blade down with everything he's got, screams for the monster to take it, and the strike slices through like a lightning bolt, his premium metal sharpening the edge into something this dungeon simply can't survive. Clock generation blast punches straight through the monster, and the whole thing starts crumbling right in front of you. Shakiro taps into his clock sense and watches the kill click into place. Magic power keeps flooding into Shakiro the second it hits, and then, boom, another level up. The defeated monster crumbles away into nothing as Shakiro stands tall, drinking in its strength and getting stronger by the second. He towers over the wrecked skeletal monster, stunned, trying to process what just happened. He spots the monstrous chain creature, and a terrifying realization hits him like a punch. So yeah, this dude ran the whole place. The skeletal boss monster rockets toward Shakira at breakneck speed, its horned attack thrusting straight for him like a death sentence. Shakiro slams on clock generation and barrels straight into direct combat, dodging and weaving through the creature's brutal attacks, barely staying alive. Snapping back with his summoned chains and weapon in full force. That boss monster snarls as it whips its tentacles into a living net, sealing itself inside a protective wall, and Shakiro watches every move, realizing it's not just attacking, it's defending by building that barrier on the fly. This one's sharper than all the others he's fought. He shouts, calling for clock generation again as that monstrous tentacle net unfurls across the dungeon floor. Then the monster flips the script and rams its tentacles deep into the ground. Shakiro clocks what's going on and can't help but stare. What the hell is that thing doing? Everything's gone sideways. His water clock shield, deployed to save the day, starts cracking under the strain, and it won't last much longer. He shouts for help, pure desperation spilling out as the underground assault surges louder and harder. But just as panic hits Shakiro's face, his expression snaps into a cocky smirk. Turns out he was totally messing with you. He flips the switch on clock generation and unleashes a gigantic water clock that bursts outward like a tidal wave. A devastating explosion ripped through the earth, smashing everything in its path. The monster gets slammed by the blast just as Shakiro spills his trick, and boy, it's too late because his sensing ability is absolutely flawless. As long as their blood keeps pumping, he can feel it, and he follows every single tentacle as it burrows deep underground. Shakiro calls it payback, swears he'll show the boss the ultimate sundial move as his clock eye blazes with raw power, and when the sundial technique hits, it explodes with catastrophic force. A brutal explosion rips straight through the boss monster, showcasing pure, crushing clock generation power in the most devastating way imaginable. Then the dust finally clears and Shakiro stands tall, victorious, towering over the wreckage. The boss monster reels backward, stunned out of its mind. Realizing everything's flipped, the creature snaps that the tables have turned, because this time, it's running away from the monster. Shakiro snaps that the boss isn't getting away, then bolts after it through the dungeon like his life depends on it. He slams clock sense into gear, scans the area for his prey, and the moment it pings back, he knows no other monsters are lurking nearby. So Shakiro gathers up the fallen monsters and bolts for the exit, using watch storage to pack the corpses away, like the ability leveled up from stashing tiny scraps to now holding almost limitless amounts of death. Once he's grabbed everything, he whips out an energy cube and refills his stamina in seconds. Man, after that brutal battle, that water hit like pure heaven. That energy cube is a tightly packed chunk of his life force stored in the watch's space, and when he bites into it, his stamina comes roaring back, so he keeps crafting cubes, using them to recover and repeating the whole cycle over and over. He needs to grab every second right now, because he can't afford to waste the chance to refill his energy. Once his recovery clicks into place, Shakiro erupts into motion and sprints off. He has to bolt forward the moment he lands each leap through that dead, abandoned dungeon. Something jolts into his vision out of nowhere. He slows to a stop, staring at flowers blooming in this hellscape, of all places, right here. Shakiro snaps his fingers and bends time, making the flowers dance through clockwork magic, rewinding the clock just enough to bring them back. He leans into the flowers and tells them to hold on, because he's going to fight with everything he's got too. And honestly, ever since they kicked him out of the royal capital, this is the first time he's ever felt his heart light up like he's finally seeing something truly beautiful. Then Shakiro tears through the dungeon levels, detonating like a human bomb as he rips level after level apart. He spots a set of stairs shooting upward and blurts, "There they are. But don't stop now, keep climbing higher because that's all that's left." Shakiro bursts into a lavish chamber lit by sparkling chandeliers, then skeletal monsters slam in from every direction, trapping him instantly. He tears into them with rapid-fire fighting, charging through the chamber and dropping them one by one. Shakiro finally bursts into a gigantic ceremonial chamber where curtain-like structures ripple around a round platform, and right in the center sits a fancy sundial design beneath a looming doorway. Then a mysterious voice cuts through the silence, remarking how wild it is to watch a human crawl up from below. Shakiro eyes the place, fires up clock sense to sweep the area, and finds nothing, not a single living soul. With that amused voice still riding in the air, he tells Shakiro not to panic, but Shakiro's alarm spikes instantly, because anything that's talking is triggering his detection at all, so he scrambles wildly to find where it's coming from. Suddenly, a towering dark vortex rips open inside the chamber, and a booming voice declares it's the guardian of the mid-layer of the Dungeon of Judgment. And from the churn of swirling darkness, a menacing face starts to rise, like something hunting for its next victim. The creature finally drops the disguise, massive elder race, towering over Shakiro with blazing eyes and an earth-shaking, fearsome maw, and Shakiro instantly knows exactly what he's up against. The elder race guardian swings its jaws wide, flashes a full row of razor-sharp teeth, and that's when the real nightmare finally shows up. Shakiro locks eyes with the creature, jaw set with grim resolve, and he realizes this monster isn't like the others. The elder wraith bursts into view in all its nightmarish glory, roaring that it's the guardian of the middle floors of the labyrinth of condemnation. Then it declares its name, and its voice pounds through the chamber as giant clock gears slam into existence around it. Kuro takes in what he just learned about the middle floors, and then it slams him full force that the labyrinth of condemnation is nothing but the deep hole itself. The elder wraith shoots back a chilling decree. Shakiro's crossed paths with it, and now his life is mine to take. And Shakiro, he's staring down a threat he's never faced, something far beyond anything he's ever battled. The elder wraith slams into the attack, roaring that it's stealing Shakiro's life as a brutal torrent of flames detonates straight toward him. Shakiro slams into clockwork generation, firing up machinery to protect himself. But the fire's heat hits him like a punch, scorching his hand in pure agony. Then the brutal heat hits him, turning his focus to mush and knocking his mind off track. Meanwhile, the elder wraith snaps its command, and a wall of fire rips through Shakiro, burning him down to ashes. The creature screams as the flames roar hotter and hotter. At the very last second, Shakiro snaps up a clock-powered shield and catches the attack, barely, before it lands, and the elder wraith just gapes at how he blocked it in the nick of time. Shakiro locks in, analyzes what's happening, and realizes the creature doesn't bleed at all, so his detection ability never even lights up. It's a spirit-type monster. That's why his clock sense never caught it in time. Shakiro snaps and admits he's been seething at the elder wraith's smug attitude from day one, so he slams on clockwork generation and unleashes a brutal counterattack. When his power slams into the elder wraith, their forces explode into a wild burst of energy. And the creature jerks in pain, grinding out a hurtful grunt as the attack finally lands. And the explosion from their clash just keeps roaring on, bigger and louder with every second. Shakiro's throwing a victory grin because his attack finally landed, but then the elder wraith lurches back, stunned beyond words, screaming that it's impossible for some puny human to cast magic powerful enough to cut it. The creature screams at Shakiro to shut up and finally keel over as it winds up for its next brutal attack. But right then, the whole thing snaps into suspicion, because Shakiro kicks on another clockwork generation and everything starts raising alarms about what's really going on. As the clockwork swells around them, the elder wraith's body starts cracking apart, dissolving into dust right before their eyes. And the creatures in pure panic can't even believe what they're seeing. Shakiro's power rips through everything, his body splinters into dark shadows and broken pieces, and the creature screams in brutal agony as it collapses, its massive form crumbling on impact. The Elder Wraith's body keeps breaking apart, turning into shadows and scattered fragments before the eyes of everyone watching. Shakiro stares in stunned silence, trying to process whether he really pulled it off. Then someone blurts that they had no idea about this whole elder thing, yet honestly the creature didn't seem that scary after all. They chuckle, then glance down at the striped tail lying on the ground, thinking they could just scoop up the body and be done with it. Suddenly, a massive attack slams into Shakiro from behind. The Elder Wraith rips itself into view, smirking that Shakiro totally fell for its trap. Then Shakiro barely has time to blink before the realization smacks him. These wraiths crawl into human corpses to seize control, and this one is a high-ranking kind that can even take over the body itself. The Elder Wraith grudgingly admits Shakiro pushed past every expectation, then the monster suddenly unleashes a brutal wave of cursed energy. The Wraith snarls that it'll curse Shakiro to death while he's still alive, then slam his body into the perfect vessel for its brand new form. Shakiro gets blasted by the cursing attack, and it hits like a wrecking ball. Shakiro felt that cursed power tear through him, like something clawed his heart to pieces from the inside, sharp and relentless. The Elder Wraith sneers, asking what he'll do next, while the creature grins like it's savoring every cruel second. But Shakiro clenches his focus and shuts down the panic, because this is no moment to hesitate. Suddenly, the Elder Wraith snaps into panic, realizing Shakiro is about to take himself down too, and Shakiro slams the clock generation on, energy roaring in a swirling storm around him. They swallow the panic, grin anyway, and dare fate. Let's see who burns to death first. Shakiro dares the Wraith to a contest, who can last longer, and the old Wraith just stares in disbelief, wondering if this human is even sane. Their powers slam together and detonate into a brutal explosion of total mutual destruction, while the Wraith howls in pure agony, and the creature finally realizes the impossible. Standing there under its curse should not be survivable. Still, Shakiro barrels straight through the Elder Wraith's burning flames and choking cursed energy, then drives himself onward with one last, brutal surge, and launches a crushing counterattack, tearing free from the Wraith's relentless assault. Shakiro erupts in celebration right as the Elder Wraith dissolves into nothing behind him. But then the Elder Wraith blares, the possession is done. It's gearing up to devour humans, using Shakiro's body as the key. Shakiro suddenly realizes his body won't budge, and he thrashes in panic as the possession locks in. The Elder Wraith sneers at him for claiming he'll never end up like that, because everyone already accused him, and now he's going to prove them right. The Wraith hurls a cold challenge at Shakiro. Did he seriously think those pathetic attacks would carry him to victory? Then Shakiro explodes with a massive burst of energy, blasting the Elder Wraith back like it hit a wall. The creature jolts in pure shock as the concentrated mass hurls it back. Shakiro's voice blasts through the air as that massive clock mechanism whirls around him. He storms in, swears he'll escape this dungeon for good, and vows to shame the world that rejected him. The Elder Wraith shoots him down with vicious contempt, sneering that it's pure nonsense, then declares cold as death that his world stops right here. The order hits get out right now. Life force energy detonates and obliterates the Elder Wraith in a brutal blast, while Shakiro's clockwork eye flares bright with power as the attack rips through everything. The explosion keeps detonating through the dungeon chamber, blasting everything apart in one catastrophic roar, while the Elder Wraith's chains start to slip free. The creature wheezes out its last breath, ranting that Shakiro had no right to do this, and how he somehow even pulled it off. It shatters into pieces, bindings and all, while Shakiro just slumps there, utterly drained, still, silent, and barely holding on. Then a text box flashes on screen. The only reason he didn't die was an energy cube packed with a chunk of life energy he'd forged himself. Shakiro replayed the Elder Wraith's words in his head. This was only the middle layer, so the real monsters were still lurking far beneath. He glares at the clockwork in his hands, realizing the clock user's skill isn't some unbeatable cheat. It's all on how he uses it, and one wrong move could cost him everything. He's gotta remember one deadly limitation. Then out of nowhere he snaps out of it, kills the reflection, and instantly reacts with pure, baffled confusion at whatever he's just realized. Shakiro stares into the mirror, and the moment he spots his hair gone totally white, shock slams into him so hard it steals his breath. He can't stop wondering if the curse did this and if it'll ever fade, but then he shrugs and figures nothing's really been ruined, so he decides to carry on with his day. Below him, the Elder Wraith's massive body lies crushed and still. Then Shakiro rips through the dust and rubble, bursts up from the dungeon's depths, and claws his way higher along the walls, driving himself forward with pure will. The gigantic staircase blasted upward in front of him, rushing toward the surface, while the wreckage from his battle sprawled across everything in sight. Then Shakiro barrels down a blazing corridor and finally breaks into the upper levels. His white hair spills around his face as tears roar down his cheeks. Suddenly, Shakiro bursts into the open air, throws his arms up to the sky, and screams, "I'm back!" His voice booms across North Foria like thunder. Down below, adventurers stare as everything plays out. One guy blurts that Cyclo Owen just became the first human to solo clear the mid-level of the worst dungeon, and another snaps back like, or maybe this place finally broke him, because what the hell is he even saying? With Shakiro gone from the royal capital, everything starts crumbling at once. The guild master and the others look wrecked with worry, and Maria's face goes pure panic, like everything just snapped, because the narration box warns that their fate had officially started slipping out of control. Somewhere else, a stranger heaps praise on Sage Alice for all her hard work, and then another person asks, should they send her the payment for this job again? Alice fires back with iron resolve, "Big Brother is hopeless, so I'm going to do everything I can." The story cuts to an ornate grandfather clock, and the narration flat-out declares only he can fix it. Then another text box snaps in, "Cyclo's fate is about to flip, and it's going to get wild." A wealthy noble woman stands in front of the clock, right on schedule and fully in attendance. A tense messenger leans in and hisses to the noble woman, and she snaps her gaze straight ahead, eyes blazing, her ornate hair and glittering jewelry catching the light as she locks in. And the order drops, "Hunt them down fast, no delays." Inside the grand ceremonial hall, Maria and the hero stand high on the staircase as a roaring crowd swells beneath them. Then a sharp announcement blasts through the air, calling out clock user Cyclo Owen to everyone gathered below. Just outside the North Folia frontier gate, Shakiro closes in on the entrance, and the second he spots those walls, memories slam back like a punch to the chest. At the checkpoint, he steps up, grips his deep hole explorator, and finally, the past starts coming alive again. He dove into his clock storage interface. He couldn't help thinking he might be the only one who's ever managed to push all the way down to the middle layers with this power. The gate official demands his permit, and Shakiro slips through. Then he barrels down the streets, hunting the Adventurers Guild, stopping anyone he can to get directions. But then a guard spots the slave collar, sneers, calls him a criminal slave, and orders him to keep moving, no questions, just go. As he rolls through town, townspeople start whispering and gossiping up a storm. They fixate on his collar, whispering if he's a runaway, then start grumbling that he looks filthy, until the moment Shakiro steps in and the whole town erupts into panic. They hiss at him to stay back while someone else demands, "Should we report him to the guards?" Shakiro panics and scrambles to make them see they've got it all wrong. A frustration crashes over him and he explodes, lashes out with a brutal strike. The crowd around them freezes, shock hits, and fear spreads like wildfire. But Shakiro halts mid-thought and finally faces the bitter truth. No matter how deadly his skills have become, everyone still sees him as a criminal slave, and that brutal realization slams into him as he stands there alone in the street. Shakiro shuts his eyes and digs through his memory, sprinting through the city streets and praying he can find the way through unfamiliar paths. He strides through a stair-stacked alley, muttering a name under his breath like it's a curse. Hikaru say it once and it lights a switch in him, like a memory snaps into place and hits him like recognition. As Shakira storms through the ruins of a deserted building, the whole place is wrecked, broken furniture everywhere, debris choking the floor and torn papers flapping on the walls, while a cold, suffocating silence presses down as he picks his way through the wreckage, until the camera yanks back and reveals the full disaster. In the corner, a long-haired woman sits chained to the floor, a metal collar clamped tight around her neck, papers pinned to the walls with one screaming about 7 years of freedom, and the entire room feels like a prison cell the world forgot. The chained woman jolts her head up at Shakiro, shocked. She can't believe a kid like him is here, staring him down for a heartbeat before. She caught herself at the last second and blurted an apology for staring, and Shakiro immediately demanded to know if she had any idea where the Adventurers Guild was, because he was completely lost. But her face snaps into terror the moment it all clicks in what she's seeing. Shakiro suddenly realizes the truth. She's scared out of her mind because of his criminal slave collar. The chains dug into both of them, forging this gut-wrenching parallel they couldn't escape. Even with fear clawing at her, the woman still forces out directions and guides him. She tells him to get out and take the stairs on the left, her voice trembling, yet she clenches her fear and pushes through anyway just to help him. Shakiro thanks her from the heart, and that clock eye flashes bright as he steals one last look at her before he walks out. Once he's gone, she sinks into silence, alone in those empty ruins. Shakiro can't stop thinking about it. She looks exactly like that white flower he spotted down in the dark hole. Then Shakiro turns his back on the chained woman and strides toward the exit, leaving her behind as he goes. He sincerely thanks her, because her help has given him a way to move forward again. Later, folks in that sketchy tavern-looking place spot a stranger walking past. Meanwhile at the guild, chaos erupts the second someone spots something huge. The camera jumps between crumbling ruins and that towering guild building where Shakiro looks tiny from afar, while everyone else reacts to his sudden presence. Then bam, it all leads to that explosive declaration. The speaker shot up and claimed the title of Guildmaster. "I'm Cyclo Owen, the man who clawed his way back from the depths of hell," he declared. Then he promised that fate ends right here with a fearless stare and a statement so bold it hits like thunder. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, the Artisans Guild turns into a full-blown disaster as the Guildmaster snaps and loses it completely. He throws his hands up in pure fury as papers explode through the air, screaming, "Why are there this many contract cancellations in a row?" His son tries to soothe him, begging his dad to just settle down. Then someone else jumps in, saying it all blew up over one specific thing. The Guildmaster totally explodes, ripping into his own son, screaming that he's even more useless than that Cyclo, and then blames him for breaking Lady Olivia's precious watch, which only survived 3 days, and the son scrambles to deny he's inferior. Meanwhile, down below, the other craftsmen are in full panic. Someone spots a chipped gear and blurts out, "Is the Guildmaster here?" Right away, they start tearing into Cyclos, calling him a lying bastard who thought he could slide by with lazy patchwork, and they swear everything's falling apart because his repairs are pure sloppy garbage. Then the craftsmen snap. Every skilled worker bands together and storms management, furious that they're getting worked to the bone for the exact same cheap wages as total amateurs. One guy screams that none of them can touch real work because they're stuck scrubbing up after clueless greenhorn rookies who snatch every assignment. And then another fires back that the workload is a total disaster. They demand answers. What the heck does the guild think job skill holders even are? But the guild master totally snaps. He roars at them to shut their mouths. Rage twisted his face as he snapped back that the people they're calling rookies are packed with experience and credentials, unlike the so-called job skill holders who are basically useless and can only handle one kind of work. Then he demanded they repay every debt from their employment, even if it means sacrificing their holidays. Meanwhile, one person clocks Shakiro's every move and instantly gets what's running through his head. The Guildmaster and the other craftsmen close in around him, glaring like they've seen something they can't forgive. And the Guildmaster waves Shakiro off like it's nothing, shoving him back to work with a casual dismiss. The craftsmen finally cracked. One of them shouted he was done with that shitty guild. Then another chimed in, demanding who in their right mind would even work for the Guildmaster, while also insisting he could get work without the guild's meddling and telling the Guildmaster to drop dead. As the rebellion cranks up, a brutal fistfight erupts out of nowhere. Meanwhile, in the calm after the chaos, two people trade heated words about what just happened. One says firing Cyclo was straight up insane, and the other pushes back, asking if he was even guilty at all because this culprit is just a guy obsessed with clocks and nothing else. Out of nowhere, the Guildmaster's son barrels over and demands, "Is my father okay?" But then the Guildmaster blows up, yelling at him to shut up and get out too. Son stammers, fighting for his words, and finally gets the acknowledgement he needs. Later, the Guildmaster drops to the ground right there, surrounded by scattered cancellation notices littering the floor. The Guildmaster snaps, unleashing furious curses over and over, pure frustration boiling over. His face contorts with panic as he rants and rages about what's happening. He realizes that if Cyclo showed up right now, Cyclo would drag him into apologizing for those sloppy repairs. Someone blurts, "What the hell isn't a clock user even supposed to be?" as the camera yanks back to reveal the guild building outside. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the capital, people keep moving like nothing's wrong, right up until everything snaps back to chaos. Two maids gossip outside the building, a guard paces the street like a metronome, and the whole city roars to life near the clock tower. Then this elegant woman with perfectly styled hair steps in, and when someone tells her not to overdo it, she just smiles, soft, calm, and saying thank you. As Lord Bujin closes in, the scene shifts. Miranda greets him, and he answers with a warm, heartfelt hello. Miranda beams at Lord Bujin, telling him she's always grateful, and he nods back, saying protecting the citizens' hearts is also part of a constable's job. In a blooming garden, a sweet tea gathering unfolds, and there's young Shakiro right there, when someone blurts out, "I can't believe Shiklo's a serial rapist," but Miranda snaps back, insisting he's a good boy at heart and that he'll rise again and get back on his feet for real. Lord Bujin tells Miranda doesn't just talk, she stuns with her words, then lays it out. Shakiro's being sent to serve in some far-off town, all to fund his rehabilitation, and yeah, it's because the Bajak family pulled the strings. Miranda beams and thanks Lord Bujin with heartfelt gratitude, and Lord Bujin replies casually before asking her about that. They couldn't stop replaying that earlier talk, stuck on the question of whether she'd actually thought it through. Meanwhile, the narration grimly warns that by now Shakiro is probably stuck as a criminal slave, paying a fate worse than death, bloodied and shattered in the image. Right when Miranda reaches the invitation's destination, a carriage rumbles down the road and Lord Bujin leans in like, "Come on, visit my territory for a little trip. You need a change of pace right now." Miranda clutches the invite, still stunned that he even lined up the carriage, the guards, and the driver, because the whole setup screams one thing: Lord Bujin is genuinely kind. At their destination, an elderly man in a hat beams and rushes up, waving his arms like he's got all the excitement in the world. The guard shoots Miranda a quick hello, and she fires back with a reply just as fast. Then she suddenly gasps, frozen by what she just saw. Miranda realizes the bodyguard is in on it too, and he blurts out an apology, saying this is just part of the job. Miranda tears into the air with a blood-curdling scream, shouting for help as she calls out to Lord Bujin. But then a voice snaps back cold as ice, telling the bodyguard this is his payback for the job and that they'll be leaning on him again next time. A hand clamps onto Miranda, and her face snaps to pure shock when the betrayal suddenly clicks into place. The attack kicks off the second Miranda gets pinned down, and her muffled screams barely slip past the restraints. A man's face suddenly comes into view, and that smug, satisfied grin is stamped there like he just won. Miranda keeps yelling for Lord Pusan every week, still completely clueless about what's really going on to her. Then Miranda snaps to the fact she's been played, and the full truth hits her like a wrecking ball all at once, but right when she thinks she can breathe, a new nightmare claws into her mind, Cyclatu, and she desperately tries to deny it. But the second she spots the slave collar, the truth hits her like a punch. There's no denying it anymore. Right there, someone nearby clocks it. This slave collar doesn't lie, it proves it's really him. Meanwhile, Shakiro flashes his real name, Cyclooan, so everyone knows he's the genuine article, not some imposter. Guan Edge, the Adventurers Guild master, glares at him like he's seeing a ghost, then demands, "So you really crawled back out of that deep hole?" Shakiro snaps it into focus, saying some worthless adventurer shoved him inside. Then the guild crew huddled around the table can't believe he's still standing. Guanage brings up that report saying Shakiro got jumped by some monster and panicked straight off a cliff. Then Shakiro shoots it down on the spot and calls the whole story pure bullshit. He tells them the guild members brutalized him over and over, swore they'd push him off the cliff, then watched as he actually plummeted. Guanage admits it straight: if Shakiro's testimony is true, then every guild member is guilty, and you can't just brush off a false report either. While the guilty adventurers scramble in panic, one of them mutters, "I really thought we'd never get caught." Shakiro fires back that next time they need to choose a better spot if they're going to take him out. Then he grins and tells them he's alive and even got stronger, so now they're getting punished while he walks away winning. His face fills the panel in his evolved look, the clockwork eye gleaming, and he thanks them with gratitude dripping so thick with sarcasm it practically hisses. Then one of the guild members finally snaps. He lunges at Shakiro, screaming curses that he should have dropped dead, and suddenly weapons come flying as adventurers pile in on the attack. Guanevich stares at the alarm and suddenly realizes someone's setting a trap to kill him. But Shakiro's enhanced senses snap on, and suddenly the attacks crawl in slow motion. He blurts, "Too slow." Shakiro snaps back with a brutal counter, slamming his attackers with devastating strikes. The shockwave hits and the guild members get blasted off their feet. One of them screams as they hit the ground, utterly crushed by Shakiro's brand new power. Towering over the fallen adventurers, Shakiro snarls that he'll even tag their attempted murder on top of everything else on their record. Beaten guild members are in total shock. One of them can barely get the words out, saying, "This brat just tore through all of us." Shakiro's eyes lock onto a towering hourglass, and disbelief hits him like a punch. The guilty adventurers are trapped inside while sand pours down around them. His mind races, trying to make sense of what he's seeing. And it slams into him that the hourglass is some wicked magical torture device, with the sand already spilling out fast. Someone corners him and demands he confess the truth before it's too late. Shakiro lunges at it, but every strike fizzles. Then 10 minutes tick by and the sand in that hourglass dumps down, crushing them all. Guanaj snaps at Shakiro that they got cut off, but they need to get back to the real point. Meanwhile, the trapped adventurers start griping about how brutally cramped it is in there. Guanaj demands to know one thing: how in the world Shakiro clawed his way back from that deep hole. Shakiro finally gives in and agrees to lay it all out. The story snaps to a fancy corridor. Shakiro's stuck in a prison cart, flanked by guards and guild members, and Guanaj leans in to hear every word, nodding as he thanks Shakiro for the tale and admits he can see just how much pain he's been through. Then Shakiro speaks up and says he wants to believe, so he fires back, "Do you have proof I really went down into the dungeon's deepest depths?" Shakiro blurts of course, and slams his interface open, where a hexagonal grid lights up with a whole army of monster icons. Then Shakiro yanks out a gigantic monster corpse and drops it right there in the corridor. A massive skeletal monstrosity rips into existence and slams to the ground with a bone-shaking crash. Guan Oyaj and the others lose it, screaming, panicking, and demanding what that thing even is and where he dragged it out from. Shakiro brushes it off, saying he's got plenty more, but Guan Oyaj cuts him off fast, saying that's enough because Shakiro's already proven himself. Later, Shakiro slumps at a table, staring into the distance, wondering if the monster materials are really worth a fortune. Nearby guild staff fired up plans to get the alchemy potion ready for the butcher run. Then they started debating who to bring along, especially someone with 5 skills. The girl slips him herb tea, then snaps her eyes to the cup because he hasn't taken a sip, and she asks straight up if he hates it. Shakiro shoots out an apology, rushing to explain and it hits him there's just too much to keep straight, so his mind barrels back through his past, snapping to memories of everyone he's ever known. The girl asks how the appraisal went, and then a staff member hurries over to tell Shakiro the results are in. It's worth a whopping 10,000 gold coins, or if you've got the fancy stuff, 100 platinum coins. Yeah, those numbers are just a rough guess, nothing set in stone. Shakiro's mind drifts back to his old watchmaker days, when his yearly take was only about 1 platinum coin. Now he's staring down 100 platinum coins from a single haul. The guild staff drags Shakiro over to the appraisal results and presses him, "Are you sure you can handle all of this?" They explain the tests found that everything in here belongs to monsters nobody has discovered yet. Shakiro nods and promises, "Yeah, I'll take all of it." In that wild display, coins and watches drift and glitter in midair, and Shakiro sifts through it all. Then it hits him. This pile is worth 100 times what he ever made in a whole year as a watchmaker. Suddenly, Guan Oyaj drops his head to Shakiro as the guild master tells him, "You're human too, so own up and apologize for ignoring what they did to Shakiro." He admits he knew Shakiro was getting abused. Then Guan Oyaj lays it out. He dragged Shakiro into a fight against the adventurers and picked the side that would pad the guild's pockets, shouting that Shakiro's nothing but a notorious criminal slave. Shakiro snaps back that the guild master is basically admitting, "I let it slide," and Guan Oyaj nods like, "Yeah, it had to happen for the guild." Shakiro flinches, throws his hands to his face, and glares at Guan Oyaj like pure irritation is boiling behind his eyes. He bluntly tells him it's nothing but pure self-satisfaction. Guan Oyaj nods and goes, "Yeah, I can say it like that." Then Shakiro shoots back with a grin, saying, "At least this means the guild master won't be your enemy." He locks eyes with Guan Oyaj and drops the truth. There's something he wants straight from him. Shakiro thrusts up a certificate worth 10,000 gold, then tells Guan Oyaj to smash it into action, spend those 10 platinum coins, and buy his freedom from criminal slavery. They spell out the reparation system. A criminal slave can buy back their freedom by paying a sum that matches the weight of their crime, and the second Guan Oyaj hears those words, shock hits him like a punch. Shakiro sits him down and spills the truth. He wants freedom, and he wants his adventurer's license, too. Shakiro leans in and demands to know if Guan will step up and take this on as guild master. Guild master nods on the spot, no questions asked, and then he barks an order to break the shackles free. And Shakiro's face hardens with pure resolve as he realizes, yeah, he truly values how fast Guan clocked the whole situation. Shakiro jolts awake a free man at last, shaking off the chains of slavery, and when he stretches outside near the buildings, he realizes it's been forever since he's slept in a real bed. His mind reels back to the chained woman he'd met before, like the memory won't let him go. And when he returns to that abandoned ruin later, the girl is gone, vanished like it was never real, and he can't stop thinking, nobody could actually be living in a dump like that. Maybe it was all just in his head until the guild girl clocks Shakiro rolling up and bolts to get Guan, while another staff member swings into full formality and calls him Lord Cyclope. That guild girl creeps up, visibly nervous just to say hello, and Shakiro instantly clocks the shock. Everyone's attitude toward him has flipped completely. As he steps in, the staff tells him, "We already set up your savings account," and they assure him, "It's all handled, nothing for you to worry about." Guan greets him, and a staff member hurries in to tell him they're all set with his adventure registration. Shakiro can't help but grin at how fast they're pushing everything forward. The staff shoved Shakiro his guild card and registered him for the adventure on the spot. But the card flashes his rank as black, something Shakiro has never seen in his life. A diagram breaks down the universal adventure rankings. Rookies start at F through D, B and C ranks team up to take down huge monsters. A rankers can solo them. S rank has rare job skills. And at the very top sits legendary rank, and it even drags you back to when Shakiro was just a porter, ranked even lower than F. With examples like Alice and Raven that show how those big-name adventurers used to be considered far above him. Guan blows everyone away. Shakiro's guild card is the legendary black card. Then she tells him, "Just look at your rank, you'll see why it's faster." And the guild master drags him to this huge, mechanical contraption, breaking down how this thing's custom-made measuring device works. Shakiro clocks the difference instantly. This thing isn't like the usual measuring devices at all, and it feels way more complicated than the simple ones he's seen before. Guan tells Shakiro straight up, normal measuring tools are useless here. The usual device flashes a plain rank C readout and basically tells you to grip the bar, then the test kicks off. Staff quizzes Shakiro on whether he knows the measurement process, and Shakiro shoots back that he's got it down. He goes right back to those days when he was just a porter, eyeing these measurements like they were something he could only dream of. He can't stop wondering just how much stronger did he get after surviving that brutal deep hole ordeal. Shakiro clenches the device with pure grit, and the machine starts crunching his stats. Then he jerks the screen alive, instantly blasting a ridiculously long string of text packed with his measurements, with those cryptic little abbreviations like SDR, MAG, RES, and more swallowing the entire display. Then the screen flashes Shakiro's guild rank, SSS. Shakiro freezes in total disbelief, staring at the results like they just broke reality. While the other guild members gush about how incredible it all is, Guan just smirks and says those numbers are absolutely the proof of his greatness. Then he switches gears and puts it into perspective for Shakiro, using his sister, Alice Sandria, the one and only great sage, as the perfect example. Guan tells Shakiro even an S-rank adventure like Alice only stays S-rank in their own specialty, everything else drops to the Orbi level, and he lays it out straight. So yeah, his results put him above Alice in absolutely every rank. Shakiro's eyes widen like he's in shock and he blurts out, "This is just unbelievable." Guan flashes a confident smile at him, then tells Shakiro this is a masterpiece, one so rare it barely shows up anywhere, even in the history books. Shakiro clenched his black card, staring at it like, "This can't be real, can it?" Suddenly, a massive cloaked figure barrels in and demands Shakiro's attention, asks if he'll meet the Lord right now. Shakiro's eyes widen in shock when that sudden invitation hits out of nowhere. The messenger tells them that once the Lord heard about Shakiro, his interest lit up fast, then he ordered, "I want to hear from him myself." Shakiro weighs his chances. If he can finally hook up with someone in power, this might be the one opening he needs to strike back at everyone who screwed him over so unfairly. The messenger thanks him for the thought and Shakiro waves it off like, "Nah, it's cool, this deal's not a loss for me either." He decides he'd better make sure his outfit is dressed to impress for a meeting with a lord. Shakiro bursts up to a building marked with a big sign that says Salon Kitsune. In a lavish salon dressed in traditional Japanese style, the staff greet him with eager, warm smiles. Shakiro snaps in that he's got a referral from the Adventurers Guild and he's here for gear. Then a staff member panics at how weird it feels and demands his guild card right then. The staff member glances at the card and then absolutely freezes in place. She orders him to hold up, utterly stunned by what's unfolding right in front of her. Then a seasoned craftsman in a checkered vest steps up and greets Shakiro, thrilled to meet an SS-rank adventurer, and swears he'll forge the finest gear money can't even dream of. Shakiro can't take his eyes off the craftsman's hands as they work, and he gets that gut feeling he'll knock it out of the park, so he straight up asks, "When will it be ready?" The craftsman grabs his attention and tells him, "Wait right there," and drops the bombshell his real talent is being a grand couturier, one of the highest-ranking master seamsters out there. The craftsman moves like a blur, hands snapping with thread while tools whip through the air, and Shakiro just stares, stunned, thinking it's almost like the whole shop is an orchestra. In the blink of an eye, the craftsman finishes up, grins, and thanks him for his patience. Shakiro steps back as the final outfit comes into view, then leans in to scrutinize every detail. He says he loves the design, but it feels like something's missing, so the craftsman snaps, "Bring your hand closer to the clothes." So Shakiro goes ahead and does exactly that. Then, boom, he suddenly spots something. His eyes shoot wide open when he realizes the outfit has a hidden mechanism tucked inside, something he never saw coming. Meanwhile, Shakiro stands in the salon rocking his brand new outfit, while his cape whips and flares dramatically behind him. When the Grand Couturier asks if it meets his satisfaction, Shakiro drops his gaze to the stitched, embroidered pattern on the fabric. And the craftsman leans in and reveals the pattern isn't random, it's the shape of his magic essence, locked into the design. Then Shakiro presses his hand to the material, and right away, it sparks that same instant connection, like it was made for him the second he puts it on. The Grand Couturier grins in pure satisfaction, and Shakiro blurts out his gratitude, gushing that he loves it, like, endlessly. Shakiro strolls through the salon in his brand new gear when a staff member tells him she'll recommend a few more goodies, and then sends him off with a "have an amazing adventure" as he steps out of the Kitsune shop ready for whatever hits next. The very next day rolls in, and there it is, an eye-popping mansion packed with ornate carvings and manicured gardens, glowing under a spotless blue sky. In a fancy room, Shakiro lounged on the couch, waiting like he owned the place. Then the door opened, and the newcomer rushed in, apologizing for the delay and praising how slick Shakiro's gear looked, only for Shakiro to shrug it off with a calm little acknowledgement. Right then, an elegant woman with refined grace steps forward and says her name is Deimos Northphalia, and with a poised gesture, she pulls a young boy into the spotlight, telling everyone that's her son, Cruz Northphalia. Cruz's nerves are screaming, but he forces a polite smile and introduces himself anyway. Shakiro shrugs it off, keeps things simple, and tells them, "Yeah, I'm Cyclo Owen, the adventurer." From the sheer chaos of it all. But Shakiro snaps to it, those words hit her like a bolt, and she starts doubting if she really just heard son in the first place. Deimos leans in and apologizes, saying Cruz has been dying to meet him because he looks up to adventurers. For now, Deimos drops the small talk and gets straight to the point. She tells Shakiro she called him here for one big reason. She's got 3 things to discuss. But before she can keep going, Shakiro barrels in and says, "I knew it," then demands she pause because he's got to speak before this goes any further. An older man with an eye patch plops beside Cruz and barks to Shakiro, calling him Cyclokun, yet Shakiro shuts it down immediately, saying this is a negotiation between equals and he won't play pretend with fancy noble formality. He slams the point home, he's not the one who should be playing nice. They're the ones hunting him for something, so if anyone should be showing respect, it's them. The whole room freezes in silence, and then Deimos flashes a grin like he just dared the world to blink first. Cruz locks his hands together, completely blown away by just how cool Shakiro is. And the older man's face stays cold and impossible to read, until Deimos speaks up calmly and tells him she understands, like she's really saying, "I'm not trying to flex just because you've got an SS rank." Shakiro told her he could tell right away she was a reasonable soul. Deimos cuts straight to it and says she's ready to hand over at least 100 platinum coins, and Cruz nearly leaps out of his seat, stunned out of his mind by the price. Shakiro weighs the reward for a heartbeat, then tells her to keep going, and Deimos starts right where she demanded because her first request is simple. She wants to buy intel on the Deep Hall from him. Then the story snaps to the outside of the Northfolia estate, and boom, its massive architecture looms in all its glory. Meanwhile, Deimos thanks Shakiro, saying this is more than enough and she can't believe it. What he landed in wasn't the deep tier at all, it was the middle one. Shakiro tells her that's all he can spill, and then he leans in close, don't forget his reward. Deimos nods like he gets it, then barrels straight into the next topic. In the fancy dining room, Deimos reels Shakiro in and offers her dinner, and she wants to talk longer, but it's already getting late and she says her son will be thrilled if she stays. Cruz perks up immediately, eyes blazing at the chance, while Shakiro hesitates, battling the urge to shut it down and say no. Then the story slams into them at the dinner table, and Deimos finally brings up her second topic, straight to Shakiro himself. While Cruz throws a wild celebration in the background, Shakiro fights back his reluctance, then grudgingly agrees to stay. Deimos cups Shakiro's hand in hers and tells him straight to his face that she doesn't see him as a criminal at all. Shakiro gapes up at her, stunned, and she tells him she went digging through his trial records, then slams the whole thing as disgusting, because even an SS-ranked adventurer shouldn't be saddled with a criminal record from a sloppy trial like that. Shakiro leans in and asks if his arrest was built on a lie, and Deimos hits back, confirming she's exactly right. From above, Northfolia sprawls like a beast, its heraldic crest blazing over the city, and Deimos keeps talking, saying she's got no clue what the royal capital thinks, but as long as we're in Northfolia's jurisdiction, he's a free man. She smiles at him and tells him straight up that with everything going on, he needs to keep accepting those requests. Shakiro stares at her like she's reading a riddle and says, "You're a strange one," while a servant nearby mutters that Deimos hears that nonstop. A lavish feast sprawls across the table, wine glasses gleam, and ornate silverware flashes like it's begging to be used. Deimos greets him warmly and tells him every dish here is straight from Northfolia, and Shakiro bows back like, "Thank you, I'll happily take it." While he chews, Shakiro sinks into his own thoughts, his hunger's locked in place now, so it doesn't really come and go anymore, and he can't stop wondering how long it's been since he had a real meal. Truth is, he doesn't even need to eat anymore. Shakiro drops into his seat at the table, glares at his food like it owes him answers, and demands to know what he's actually eating. The thought hits him it's been forever since he had a real meal, and the moment he starts eating, the clink of utensils against the plate fills the air. Then Shakiro takes a bite and boom, a real smile lights up his face as if the world just got better because he never imagined food could taste this insanely good. Deimos spots it, asks Cruz if he wants seconds, and Cruz watches with pure, blazing excitement. Shakiro leans in and asks for more, and the other person nods like, "Yeah, go for it." Deimos finally tells Shakiro that his heart is full at last. Maybe, at the very least, she can trust him more than those other Cruz chimes, and she's willing to say it just a little. The story cuts to the Northfolia mansion, glowing bright as a beacon against the dark night sky. Deimos finally declares, "This is it, my last request." She lets it slip that only Shakiro, an SSS-rank adventurer, can pull off what she's about to ask. Then she lifts the covered dish right there, and Shakiro instantly stiffens, listening like his life depends on it. Then Deimos straight up lays it out. She demands he dive into the deepest depths of that deep hole. Deimos tells Shakiro that if he does this, he'll level up and knock out the request at the same time, like two birds with one stone. Then Shakiro just smirks and says he'll do it. Deimos bursts into laughter, saying she's thrilled to hear that answer. Then, right after, she drops one last detail. She's demanding he finish the whole conquest of that deep hole, no shortcuts, no backing down. A narrator blasts over crumbling stone ruins, beat every floor, and you don't just clear a dungeon, you crush the guardian at the deepest level and shut the whole place down. After that, the traps fall silent, monsters start dropping off fast, and soon the dungeon's crawling empties out completely. Shakiro asks, "Are you sure that's really okay?" Then points out Northfolia is booming because of that deep hole. The camera sweeps through a roaring town, merchants shouting, adventurers roaming, the whole chaos in full swing, while Deimos, trapped in a shadowy silhouette, quietly admits it's real. This land's growth has been tangled with that deep hole for ages, and deep down she knows Shakiro sees her for who she truly is. But then Deimos drops the truth, those massive disasters tearing through them, they're coming straight from the deep hole. Shakiro catches on fast, then blurts out, "You mean a stampede, where dungeon monsters multiply like crazy and spill right onto the surface?" Deimos lays it out. Northfolia has no choice but to lean on dungeon resources just to survive those dangers, and she admits that if finishing the dungeon could cut the risk down, she'd genuinely ask him to help, no hesitation. Shakiro admits that if the monsters on the middle floors ever spill over, the entire city gets wiped out. He whips his gaze to the family, weighing every ounce of what's about to go down. After a beat, he demands, "So you're really serious about Deimos?" Then he gets straight to business and demands to know what the reward would be. Deimos swears he'll deliver whatever reward he wants, right up to the limit of what she can give, then makes it clear he'll pay whatever it takes. Deimos snaps her hands together and declares that fully conquering the deep hole is worth every last bit, because it'll shield people from those monsters. Shakiro smirks at that just a little, like he knows something you don't. He tells her she's unlike any other noble, and Deimos bursts out laughing like, "I'm thrilled you finally see it the way I do." Then she leans in and tells him there's one crucial thing he'll need to make that conquest happen. Deimos blurts out that he's gonna need a whole crew of party members. Shakiro set his teacup down and demanded, "Why on earth would I need something like that?" He insists he doesn't need anyone, he's more than enough all by himself. Dark flashbacks of brutal violence and betrayal slam through his mind as he pushes his thoughts forward. Deimos admits she fully expected him to hit back with that exact kind of response. But Shakiro straight up admits he's not ready for another betrayal, no matter who it comes from. Night falls and we cut to the towering building outside as Shakiro gets ready to bolt. Then Deimos leans in and says she knows the perfect spot to find exactly the kind of people he's hunting for. Deimos tells Shakiro to buy a slave chained by subordination magic, claiming he could trust them a little at least. Then Shakiro stalls, thinking it sounds reasonable for a moment, but still can't shake the fact that owning a slave feels wrong. Then the scene cuts to him arriving at a slave shop, and it turns out the dealers Northfolia's big shots sent him to are seriously impressive. A buzzing merchant beams at him, practically vibrating with joy because the Lord himself sent a referral, and he urges Shakiro to name anything his heart wants. Shakiro leans in and tells the merchant he wants to buy a slave meant for dungeon raids and strong enough that his moves can be chained with subordination magic. Then the merchant nods and says he gets exactly what Shakiro means. Turns out the shop's tucked right behind the Adventurers Guild, and it's sickening. There's this whole revolving door of folks getting dragged from slave straight into adventurer, then tossed back into slavery again. The merchant bursts back in, beaming, and he's thanking Shakiro nonstop for having the patience to wait. Then he continues. Shakiro hears himself called Lord Owen, and just like that, he realizes all over again the guild master isn't just sharp, he's a master businessman. Then the merchant leans in, asks if Shakiro's ready to storm a dungeon, and slams a gaggle of chained slaves into the conversation. They explain these guys used to be B-rank and C-rank adventurers back in the day. Beastkin slave sneers at Shakiro, smirking, "So you're babysitting in the dungeon, huh?" Shakiro reckons this one's the toughest of the bunch, but he clocks the massive attitudes and even bigger pride, so he grins, thinking this'll be a walk in the park. Shakiro leans in and tells the merchant to line him up with the slaves from other adventurers, saying there's basically no real difference between their abilities and his, so the merchant, shaking with nerves, quickly agrees. After chatting with every last former adventurer, Shakiro finally realizes the brutal truth: none of them are strong enough to push into the deep layers of the deep hall. So Shakiro throws out a real apology and instantly rewrites his demands. He tells the merchant they can be weak as long as he brings him a slave who'll obey every command and stay easy to control. Then the merchant shoots back, "So the last ones didn't catch your fancy?" Then he lays it out: if Shakiro wants something that can use subjugation magic but won't go on adventures, he's basically talking about criminal slaves, pet slaves, or a few other grim options. After a beat, the merchant leans in and admits, yep, they've got one debt slave right there in stock. Shakiro's eyes widen the second the merchant explains that legal slaves are either born into it or branded with that status later, and he reveals that Shakiro's own slave was dragged into it because of their job skill. Then Shakiro blurts out in shock at that detail. Then Shakiro snaps that the merchant should bring them to him. When the merchant hesitates, Shakiro digs in his heels and demands, "Are you kidding? Just do it. Now, hurry." The merchant steps forward and offers a young woman with flowing, light-colored hair, chains clinking around her like a warning. Then a slave caller leans in and tells Shakiro this is the status slave, but Shakiro can't bring himself to fully recommend her. Shakiro clocks her in full, then the merchant leans in and drops the bomb, her real job skill: she's a cultist. Shakiro stares at the lifeless slave girl right in front of him. Then it hits him, his memory snaps back to that chained woman prisoner in the abandoned ruins, the one who'd helped him find his way. It slams into him like a gut punch. This is the very same guy the girl from the trash heap was talking about, and he's standing right here in front of him. Shakiro snaps on the merchant, grills him about whether he's been keeping her trapped in a dump like that this whole time, while the girl looks completely wrecked. He demands to know why this kid's been handled like this, and the merchant stammers that it's all just the law, his flimsy shield trying to excuse everything. The word is out: anyone whose skills threaten the church's selection must be stripped of humanity, no exceptions. Then Shakiro's mind spirals back to his life. He used to swear nobody could be more miserable than him, until that cursed skill time user job dropped into his world and wrecked everything. Meanwhile, his sister rose to become a sage, and his childhood friend transformed into a saint. His despair swallowed him whole, dragging everything down into ruin. But seeing the girl in front of him now, he finally gets it: he was a spoiled idiot. The girl's chained up and breaking, and Shakiro realizes, no matter how skilled his job is, he never got robbed of his freedom to live like a human being. He stares at her crisis and snaps to a conclusion: in this country, job skills run the whole world, religion too, even God, and it's all rotten to the core. Meanwhile, the merchant checks on the girl and figures she isn't for sale, at least not in Shakiro's mind, and Shakiro snaps back hard, telling him straight up that he's buying this child. The merchant's eyes bulge. Shakiro has him totally stunned. Shakiro orders him to push through the paperwork just as it is, and the merchant snaps into agreement, bows hard, and Shakiro and the girl just stand there, facing each other in tense, wordless silence. Shakiro leans in, eyes locked on her, and demands to know her name. His clock eye mechanism glints as he holds his breath for her answer. Then the girl steps forward and says, "I'm Ms. Carmen." Shakiro fires her first name right back at her, and she lets out a tiny gasp, straight up overwhelmed. He tells her name is absolutely lovely, then grins and introduces himself: Cyclo Owen. Shakiro can feel it. Mist is absolutely terrified. He admits to himself that of course she'd stay on guard and that he has to make it clear she's safe, so he tells her straight, promising he'll never hurt her, and she snaps into surprise at what he just said. Then Shakiro steps up and vows that from this moment on, he'll be the one protecting her, standing guard and chasing off anyone who dares to hurt her. Shakiro tells her it's a promise, and the Mist suddenly goes still. Mist can't even find words, overwhelmed by emotion as the panels roll, he slices through the chains, yanking them off her wrists and ankles, one painful link at a time. Mizutori smiles softly, then leans in and thanks him like it's the most precious thing in the world. Meanwhile, the story snaps to the contract room, where the merchant tells Lord Owen that the slavery contract is finally ready to go, and that once Shakiro pours his mana into the magic circle, the deal will seal itself. Shakiro pours his magical power into the circle like it's about to ignite the whole world. The merchant's eyes go wide with pure shock at the insane magical power pouring out of him. Then a clockwork crest suddenly bursts into view on his neck. The merchant tells Shakiro the crest is the proof of a submissive contract, and that every time he issues an order, he has to pour magical power straight into it. He adds that the punishment will still trigger even from far away as long as the magical power is strong enough, and Shakiro snaps back that he doubts he'll ever use it, though he'll definitely keep it in mind. Shakiro leans in and asks Mist if it's time to get moving. She warns him his hands will get filthy, but he shrugs and says he doesn't care. Their hands clamped onto the same wooden staff, both of them fighting side by side, and then Shakiro snapped, "From today on, you're my companion." Then the story snaps into a flashback. She's staring at all the chances that slipped away in a ruined town, jaw set as she vows to herself, today she's going to do everything she can to help the father. The panel snaps to her childhood memories, and there's this church image that looks like the place she grew up. Then the flashback hits hard as Mist helps out at the church on a freezing cold night. The priest tells her it's late, pushes her to head home, and says he'll need her help again tomorrow. He asks if she's cold. She flashes a "I'm fine" and then shoots back, "Is there anything else I can do?" The priest beams and says she's a huge help. Mist nods and agrees to go, and then the priest grins like a promise God's watching over them the whole way. And that a good girl like Mist will totally get an amazing new power. The camera sweeps through the shattered streets and the narration hits hard: God never leaves a good child behind. Then the moment keeps rolling, someone in the church grabs Mist and barks for the place to get cleaned up fast because they're about to leave. Another voice snaps at her for being late, demanding to know how long she plans to keep drifting around out there. Mist is scrubbing away and some guy grumbles that kids are nothing but trouble, but Mist just nods along like, yeah, I get it. Mist crumples from sheer exhaustion, then insists she's totally fine. If she keeps being a good kid, she's sure that someday, somehow, everything will finally start getting better. At her skill awakening ceremony, Mist steels herself and prays her patience will finally pay off. Then the moment she receives her skill, her face snaps to pure shock and horror because it's revealed to be a cultist power. It slams into her like a gut punch, shattering her in an instant. The crowd erupts in pure terror as Miss Heretical unleashes her sickeningly powerful skill. Just moments ago, the priest was kind to her, then his smile snapped away. He raged at her, calling her a filthy possessor of heretical power and barked for her to stay back, and Miss tried to ask what any of it even meant. Confused and desperate, then the last panel snaps to a jaw-dropping close-up of her face, and you realize both eyes are now clockwork inside, gears whirring as if they're alive. The flashback keeps pounding, and Miss Bitter's memories spiral as she swears that no matter how much harder she tried than anyone, no matter how much better she was, God still never lifted a finger for her. A packed crowd surrounds her, and as towering buildings loom behind them, her thoughts slam through her mind like an echo. Mist shows up in a maid outfit, blurting out "Mom," like she can't hold it in, then her mom's smiling face flashes in her memory. Then the panel shuts and Mist's face is left in pure anguish, tears pour down her cheeks like she can't hold it together. A young Mist curled up in a spotlight, boxed in by a ring of accusing hands that jabbed at her from every side, while her own thoughts spat poison, screaming that she never should have been born and that she was nothing but a bad child. The story snaps to a chaotic room, an unmade bed, the kind of mess that screams everything's falling apart, and Mist's thoughts keep hammering, apologizing to no one in particular that someone like her is still alive. And just like that, Shakira reaches out to her in the present and drops a heartfelt apology. Meanwhile, at the slave shop, the merchant woman cornered Mitsu and spilled the name of the person who talked to her just the other day. She tells her that he said he's into Mist, and the cultist smirks like, "I've got a customer." Meanwhile, Mist's mind keeps spiraling, self-loathing comes back, and he can't stop apologizing for even being born. She just freezes there, completely baffled, like, why on earth would anyone care about someone like? The moment feels like destiny. Shakiro, during their very first meeting, leans in and asks if she missed his name, then reaches out and gently pats her head. Mist instantly blurts out a massive apology, but Shakiro cuts in with a warm reassurance. She tells Mist she doesn't need to worry about a thing, and then he makes it crystal clear he'd never, ever do anything to hurt her. Mist's whole body shakes with emotion as she tightens her fist and snaps, "I'm a bad girl." But Shakiro cuts in and tells her straight up that none of it is true and that she's dead wrong about who she is. Then the moment cuts to the two of them standing close, and Shakiro drops his declaration like it's a challenge. He swears that from this day on, he's the shield, he'll protect her himself, and he'll scare off anyone who dares to hurt Miss just because her power is that dangerous. His face breaks in tears the second she looks at Shakiro, and she forces him to swear a promise right there. The panel has her sprawled on the ground, tears still blasting down her face as she begs him, "Please, find your courage." Shakiro and Mist stretch toward each other in a stunning burst of light, their hands finally locking as brightness flares between them, and in that single moment, their bond gets forged by a promise. Meanwhile, Mist's thoughts spirals through her past because nobody ever stood with her, nobody ever believed her, not her mother, not the folks in town, and not even God. And still somehow, this person swears they'll stand right by her side. Because she made that promise, she trusts herself to keep moving forward. Their hands lunged toward each other, and a surge of light snapped into place as their bond locked in, while in Mist's mind, she spoke to Shakiro like he was the one who dared to ignore fate, the one she thought had already been lost, calling him master. Tears spill down her cheeks as she whispers her thanks to him, voice trembling like it might break. Time drags on, and then boom, an ornate carriage rattles down the cobblestones like it owns the road. Shakiro shouts to Miss, "We've arrived." She bolts upright, breathless, and blurts out a wild apology for falling asleep, while he just laughs it off, grinning like it's totally fine. When she asks where they are, he leans in and tells her it's the Lord of Northfolia's special way of doing things. The moment they step through the manor's ornate doorway, Mist freezes in total shock because this is the Lord's estate. Shakiro quickly blurts that so much has happened and that the Lord's been looking after him the whole time. Then Cruz bolts out beaming with excitement, shouting for Lord Cyclo and announcing he's back for another visit. She asks who that person with him is, and Shakiro blurts out that she's a party member and that he's got a small favor he wants to ask. Then someone notices the Mist looks like a princess, and Cruz's eyes light up as she declares she'll help with anything at all. Mist shoots a worried look, wondering where they're headed, and Cruz grins, saying she already has a change of clothes lined up for them. Shakiro just nods like, yeah, that's a huge help. When Mist asks what's next, the story cuts to this massive, ornate bathroom packed with elaborate arched architecture, and Cruz just tells them, take your time, then wash that sweat off. Mist realizes they're talking about the bath. Shakiro nods and goes, we'll get in together, so he can wash her. Then Mist just freezes, stammering, completely lost. Shakiro tells everyone that Ms. Stamina is completely wiped out, so if she's left alone in a huge bath, trouble's coming fast because she's still just a kid. Shakiro totally missed the protests that he's wrong. Then when he guesses she's about 10, she fires back, how old do you think I am? And he's stunned like the question hit him out of nowhere. The scene snaps shut on Ms. face, and when she drops the bombshell that she's 17, the whole panel feels like it's vibrating with her raw intensity as she speaks. She tells Shakiro he's got the skills and says she's sorry, but Shakiro just snaps back, no. The panel cuts to their feet apart in the ornate bathroom, his shoes on, hers bare. Mist looks up and insists she has nothing hidden, promising she won't pull anything like that. She admits that storming in solo is a death wish, but Shakiro blurts out an apology for what he said about her age. Water spills through the bath in a beautiful panel, and Mist can't help but think, what a strange master. In the bathroom, Mist praises Shakiro for being so considerate, even telling him not to yank it and calling him master. And when Shakiro brings up what happened earlier, Mist snaps back, why not just give a command? An ink bottle sits right there as he quietly says he gets it, but he isn't going to use his commands for something like this. He wants Mist to be as free as he can. His hand drifts toward her face, gentle as a promise. Mist, eyes closed, smiles and tells him it's because he's being kind that she feels so happy. The camera pulls back as Shakiro apologizes, admits he's only worried, and then vows he understands. Close on Mist's emotional face, because his kindness doesn't just touch the present, it claws its way out of the dark past. Through those huge windows, the garden lays it all out, and the transformation suddenly hits you like a reveal. Shakiro sips his tea, and the moment Mist steps in, she blurts out her thanks for him waiting. She's totally flipped the script, no more slave girl look, now she's stepping out in a stunning elegant dress, hair perfectly styled. Mist stared at her new look in awe. Everyone at the manor dressed her in Lord Cruz's old clothes, even fixed her hair, and she couldn't believe they were treating her like she deserved all of that. A tiny panel shows the servants fussing over her style, and Shakiro leans in to tell her it looks amazing, so Mist practically pours out her gratitude, thanking him non-stop. But Shakiro's face hardens, like he's locked in deep thought about something big. He conjures a glowing energy cube, stares into it like it's a clue from another world, and announces that he can see. He leans in and tells Mist that their next move is fixing the mess in her body, and she blurts out, shocked, that she wants to know what's going on with her. Mist watches in awe as Shakiro hacks into his skill interface, and those sharp hexagonal patterns light up right before his eyes. He nods like it's the answer and dives into the interface, and while he hunts for it, Mist just stares, completely lost, watching his every move in dead silence. The interface spits out a bunch of materials as Shakiro zeroes in on exactly what he needs. Then he hurls 2 ornate energy cubes into the air and they instantly materialize. Shakiro's basically just compressing his own life energy into pure concentrated power. Mist shoots back a question about what they are, and Shakiro whips his gaze to her with it. He points out the clock gears exposed on his body and tells her to just dig in and eat it anyway. Mist eyes it like, wait, are you seriously telling me to eat this? And Shakiro grins, yeah, this energy cube is the real deal. He admits that no matter how you stare at it, it doesn't even look like food, but then he still has to admit it's some seriously mind-blowing stuff. A thick mist hangs in the air as the cubes drift right by her face, silent, teasing until Shakiro leans in and tells her, trust me. Mist refuses to back down, even with doubts clawing at her. And she decides right there that if her master tells her to, she'll do it. She takes a tiny bite of the energy cube, and her face instantly flips to shock when she realizes it's sweet instead of bitter, like a bright surge of light and power flooding through her. And she keeps reacting as the cube's effects hit her, letting out tiny, soft sounds while Shakiro watches, locked in. Miss blurts out that she's burning up with heat, and Shakiro reassures her right away, that's a sign you're getting better. The restorative power of the energy cubes surges through her body as she lies there, flooding her with life. Clockwork on Shakiro's clothes blazed with its familiar, intricate glow. Ms. lies rests in calm peace as recovery finally settles in, her body loosens, and those energy cubes spread through her system until every last trace of their power takes hold. Both of them lock eyes, staring each other down like something huge is about to happen. Shakiro leans in and orders Miss to look straight into the mirror. Miss stands there in a stunning dress packed with intricate ribbons and frills, staring straight at her reflection like she can't believe it, while Shakiro lingers right behind her, watching as she takes in her restored look. The energy cube's power fully snapped her back to perfect health. Then she stared at herself and saw the clockwork gears ticking in her eyes, realizing the stunning girl in the mirror wasn't just a stranger, it was her. Shakiro leans in and tells Misty, I already know you blew me away. Her eyes flash with emotion as she finally understands everything he's done for her. She leans in and tells him it's unreal and that he's basically a god. Shakiro shrugs off the praise like it's nothing, snapping that Mist is blowing it out of proportion, and Mist fires back, saying he isn't exaggerating a single bit. Then Mist takes a hard breath and replays it all. When the Elder Wraith tried to steal her master's body, he snapped into action with his power and somehow lived, and in just one day he went so far that even the Elder Wraith hands him the seal of approval. That moment flooded Mist with pure happiness, and now she's standing shoulder to shoulder with Shakiro, soaking in this quiet peace together. Shakiro tells Mist the real reason he went and bought her. Because he needs a partner to run dungeons with him as an adventurer, and the kicker is, he plans to give her just one command. Memories slammed into his head every betrayal he'd ever suffered, from Miranda to the guild master, Lord Raven, and the rest of the crew plotting to bring him down. She misses the chance, clasps her hands tight, and quietly nods along. Shakiro locks eyes with Mist, his voice calm but unbreakable, and promises her that whatever the world throws at her, she has to trust him. And the moment he speaks, her eyes blur with tears because she tells Shakiro, I understand. And he flat out confirms that's everything he wants from her, nothing more. Then she presses him, are you sure that's really okay? Telling him, yeah, whatever happened, it couldn't have been easy, because he must have been through some brutal pain too. Miss Neal steps up, stands before him in perfect formality, and pleads, please give me your command. Shakiro steadies him, telling him her past pain is over, and then, still seated in that corridor, he reaches his hand right into the Mist. Mist leans in, soft but unshakable, telling him no, even as he tries to apologize to her. She insists that even if the servitude contract has 0 orders forcing her, she'll still swear to keep believing in him. In the calm hallway, they huddle side by side with the grimy windows glowing behind them. Then Shakiro murmurs Mist's name, grateful to the core. The camera swings back to reveal them cuddled up together in the manor's courtyard at night, while breathtaking white flowers drift through the air like magical petals. Footsteps thunder in the dark as a mysterious figure finally slips up to a towering mansion at night. Inside what looks like the Adventurers Guild office, the staff are just chatting when one guy asks, anything wild happen on your expedition? Someone else pipes up that they heard about a party packed entirely with S-ranks, and the room goes, that's awesome. Then Harem gets pulled in, told to save something for later, and he quickly confirms, got it. Then a hooded stranger bursts in with wild news. An incredible adventurer has crawled back from an unexplored layer of that deep hole. And the woman in the office instantly perks up, eyes lighting up with pure interest at what she just heard. Rocking an elaborate updo and a sharp black and white outfit, the woman leans in and asks for more. She can't wait to hear about Cyclo's return from that unexplored dungeon layer. Later on, Shakiro leans in and tells Mist, forget tomorrow, try activating your job skill today, and the two stride through a town of European-style buildings and church towers as the narration rips into the past. The clock user was stamped as useless, kicked out of the Craftsman's Guild, and left to rot until the dungeon's depths awakened the real power hidden in him. Mist shot a worried look and asked if he was really sure it was okay to trigger her skill, while the narration practically screams about the power lurking inside her. Then Mist rips the curtain off her heretic power. Right away, a flashback slams us into that packed ceremony crowd, watching her skill get judged. Her fists clenched tight as nerves ate at her. What if this dangerous skill could wreck him, or wipe out everyone in that mansion? But Shakiro steps in and tells her it's all good, swearing that no matter what hits the fan, he'll handle it and make sure everything's taken care of. He grips her shaking hands in his and tells her, straight from the heart, that she's unbelievably kind. Miss stared at Shakiro, tears spilling over her eyes as she choked out, "Master." She tells him, "I get it," then begs him to please take care of her, right as the scene swirls her into a dreamy ring of floating white flowers. Her face lit up with raw emotion, and you could feel the gratitude pouring out of her. Shakiro tells Misty C to keep going, and Mist admits she was only a little thrown off by it. In the courtyard they stand together, and Mrs. Calm, gentle smile is right there as they get ready to push forward and trigger her skill. Shakiro praises Mist for doing it so well, calling out how fast she nailed it, and the moment Mist hears it, her face instantly burns as she blurts, "This is embarrassing." She tells herself it doesn't even bother her, and then Shakiro drops in, calling her insanely cute and promising they'll hit the next stage. The video snaps to a starry backdrop as Shakiro tells her to experiment. She needs to move the magic she found. He tosses out theories, says some people think it lives inside the soul, but he's sure her power is rooted there. Then he points out multiple spots in her body where the magic runs, orders her to channel from those points, and pushes her to feel the flow of it. Shakiro thinks this is usually the moment everyone trips, so he just grits his teeth and waits it out. But right after that, she blurted that she had it in her hands, catching Shakiro completely off guard. He tells her to focus on channeling her magic power, and she immediately nods, "Yeah, that's it." Miss says it feels like the power S inside her body, but somehow also nowhere at all, like her soul S floating in a strange, empty space. Shakiro says, "All right, we're going," and the second Mist announces she'll follow, calling him Master. Power detonates out of her in a massive, blazing burst. They call it a heretic's gift, something the outcasts are forced to live with and hide. An enormous, ornate magical crest erupts in the sky above them, blazing like it's announcing something massive. It's a glowing storm of power so intricate it feels alive, and Shakiro stares up from below, realizing the truth more and more with every second. Shakiro spots it instantly, holy healing magic, glowing with power meant to mend the impossible. He spots how insanely wide the coverage is, and it clicks. This isn't just any area, it's the exact kind of heal territory. He twists toward the Mist and blurts, "That's incredible," then tells her she's got powers the same kind a saint is rumored to have. A magical healing crest floats above them, its intricate design blazing with power and washing the whole courtyard in light. Shakiro blurts out that holy magic users are insanely rare, and even then, early on they can only heal one target at a time. So when Mist gets hit with that power, she panics, gets overwhelmed, and completely loses her footing. He cornered her into apologizing, then demanded she promise she'd be way more careful next time. Shakiro blurts that it hurts, but she also can't deny it. What Mist is doing is straight up incredible because it's healing the whole area. Mist unleashes her second skill, and the air just shifts with it. Suddenly, a massive hexagonal barrier slams into place above the courtyard, and the magical defense wall erupts across the sky like it's ripping reality open. Shakiro gapes up at it and goes, "That's barrier magic," and right then, he realizes what this could mean for everything. Shakiro lays it all out. Light magic swings in for damage, slaps enemies with debuffs, and shields allies, while holy magic keeps everyone standing with support and healing. He tells Mist she can already handle intermediate light magic, and Mist's eyes go wide as shock hits her, because she's way more capable than she ever expected. Shakiro clocked it instantly. She definitely has an affinity for it. This proves she can weather any hit and still swing into offense, defense, and support using magic. Mist shoots the question, "So you really know a ton about this skill?" Shakiro shoots back, "Yes," and as he explains that his old fiancée had a holy-type job skill, Maria's memory crashes into the moment. They finally got it. This was something they absolutely weren't meant to bring up, and that's why everything suddenly made sense. And it hit harder than back then, when everything went wrong for Shakiro. The two stand together in the courtyard, then Shakiro lights up and blurts, "Bet the next skill's gonna be even more amazing." Miss snaps back, then we move on to the third skill. Miss blurts out that her third skill hits like pure power. She feels like she could mend just about anything. She even thinks she can fix Shakiro's hair, how it turned pure white from that elder race. She says she can make that flower look alive again, right there as the perfect example. And Shakiro leans in and asks, "So that means stuff like buildings can be fixed too?" Mist's eyes flicker with emotion as her powers finally hit her, and Shakiro leans in, asking if that magic is exactly what he's been fearing it is. Shock punches through. Mist can regenerate anything with that legendary magic that can bring back absolutely anything. Her eyes glow like clockwork as her real power finally clicks into place, wings unfurl in the air, and total restoration explodes around her as she explains. Ms. gapes at her own hands, stunned to find power like this actually lives inside her. Shakiro even admits he'd only heard rumors before because he'd never seen it with his own eyes. She asks if these are every skill she can use, and Shakiro smirks because there are 2 more waiting. He drops the truth: the saint only gets 4 skills, but Mist, she has 5, and every single one hits as hard as or harder than the saint's own powers. Shakiro tells everyone that holy magic users are rare as gold, so the church treats them like treasures. Then he flips the whole thing on its head and asks why Mist got persecuted if her powers were supposed to be so valuable. A snapshot pops up of the skill selection ritual at the church. There's the sacred orb glowing under all that ceremony, and Shakiro can't shake the doubt. Was that ritual truly legit? Then he shakes that doubt off and tells Mr. Skill that she needs to focus, now more than anything, urging her to fire up her 4th skill. Miss snaps to attention and obeys the command without hesitation. Suddenly, raw magical energy detonates outward like a blast. Shakiro gets hurled back by the insane force while Mist swirls into existence, and massive, ethereal wings unfurl around her, blazing with holy light. She blurts out an apology, saying the spell kicked in the instant she poured in her magic power. Shakiro shakes it off, tells her it's fine, and watches the manifestation unfold, his eyes widening with new understanding, while the mist hovers above with her wings stretched wide. Behind her hand, a massive glowing clockwork erupted in the sky, and Shakiro stood below, staring. Then she asked, "Do you think our abilities really leveled up?" Shakiro realizes something's off. Their powers are getting crushed, and it looks like it's happening to everyone except the 2 of them. He realizes the moment he activates it, his power drains enemies, but it supercharges his allies, boosting their speed, attack, and defense by +1 across the board. Shakiro blurts out, "That's incredible." Meanwhile, Mist blurts that the mana cost is way too pricey, so she can't keep spamming it, and Shakiro presses her on how much mana she burned. She admits she used far more than ever before. He wrestles with the choice, then finally decides to stash it away as his ultimate trump card. Then Shakiro leans in and suggests they brand the skill with an actual name, explaining that magic hits harder when you actually name it, because putting a clear label on it makes it way easier to picture in your head. He throws out the name Sanctuary, and Mist whispers it back like a secret prayer. Then Shakiro leans in and tells her this magic of hers feels just like their very own safe little sanctuary. Mist beams at him, thanking him warmly, and swears the name is beautiful. Then she quietly mouths Sanctuary to herself again, smiling like it means the world. Shakiro tells her she can pick any name she wants, but Mist refuses to budge because she's sticking with the name he gave her. But then boom, she realizes the rising sensation has vanished. Shakiro breaks it down. Some skills leave scars that stick around and some burn out fast, no lingering power. Then a text box suddenly pops up and spells out the rules. Passive skills keep your body and weapons sharp, boosting enhancement and even elemental magic, while active skills only kick in when magic power surges through them, like clock creation or a full sanctuary spell. Mist takes it all in and suddenly realizes the truth that changes everything. She finally cracks why she can use magic. Turns out she's got passive holy magic and light magic skills baked in, and Shakiro is like, "Yep, you're learning fast." Then tells her they've got to leave everything behind and go straight for the last skill now. Shakiro leans in and tells Mist to try hopping a little. She jumps out of nowhere, and the instant she lands, she realizes her body feels insanely weightless. She lands like a whisper, and Shakiro fires off a quick check. "Do you get it?" But before she can answer, Mist snaps back into the scene, and this time her angelic wings flare wide as she rockets way higher than anyone expected, then just hangs there stunned while Shakiro stands below, staring up. Shakiro tells them to hit the town this afternoon and hunt for weapons and armor, and Mist hesitates while trying to speak. And can't stop wondering if that power is meant to boost his body, or maybe it's a key to weapon affinity. She stares up at him with shining hope practically inches from his face and asks straight out if her skill could really be something useful. Shakiro tells her it's more than enough, saying her talent outshines even a saint, and Mist exhales in relief, thanking her lucky stars. Then he politely asks if he can put her down soon, and right then Shakiro finally realizes he's been carrying her. He panics, apologizes fast, and tries to make it right. Shakiro decides they need to stop clinging to the past, and while that sinking thought hangs there, street voices float by. Someone calls out, "Should we grab lunch?" And the answer comes back instantly, yes. Their feet tread through the ruins on separate paths, drifting in different directions, while someone mutters about a saint under their breath. Then a caption flashes that their roads clearly split back then, leading both of them to a future worlds apart from what came before. The city finally bursts into view, quiet streets, rows of buildings, and people strolling through their day like everything's totally fine. Right in the heart of town, a huge crater, like some wild fountain, rises up and totally swallows the whole landscape in plain sight. Mist's face tightens like something's off, and Shakiro leans in, asking, "What's wrong?" as the city stays calm and peaceful around them. Shakiro asks Mist if she wants to eat, and she instantly snaps, "Nope," but he bursts into laughter and tells her she doesn't need to hold back at all. The story slams into a street vendor stall, only to watch him fumble and lose the skewered meat as it slips out of reach. She digs in and bites down hard, chewing like every flavor is hitting the perfect note, with pure, unmistakable joy plastered across her face. A tiny insect flashes the cooked meat on the skewer, and it looks downright irresistible. Shakiro watches, nods, and cracks a comment, then Mist hits between bites like a signal, confirming it's absolutely delicious. The two head out together, strolling through the town streets right after that. Shakiro grins just watching Mist from behind, thinking, "Wait, why does this make me feel happy too? And if Mist's got that smile, then that's all he needs." But then Mist suddenly clocks something, and a chill, straight from her spine, cuts the air. She swings the accusation at him, claiming he's creeping in on her unfairly, and the moment she speaks, she calls him master with that worried look etched across her face. Meanwhile, people on the streets start whispering about the saint from the capital. Someone swears they heard she's been training to fight the demon lord's army. The Grand Cathedral's towering spire shoots up above the trees, standing there like pure majesty. Shakiro hears all of this and his mind starts racing. What if Maria drops by this town one day? Someone leans in and asks, "Did you hear about the saint?" The talk keeps rolling, and it turns out that the saint of the royal capital is his old fiancée, the same one who once used holy magic. Shakiro just shrugs it off and admits, "Yeah, that was ages ago, like it's ancient history now." Shakiro thinks up Mist, and it erupts into this massive, ornate clockwork masterpiece, his clock user ability practically screaming, "Look what I can do." Mist's eyes go wide with pure shock. He realizes his power has a name, the clock user. Then Shakiro stops and stares into something way darker, because no one trusts a guy like the clock user the way Mist, with a power that's strange, and that suspicion got his engagement yanked. A silhouette panel flashes 3 faces from his past, and you can practically feel the rejection closing in. The narrator cuts off mid-sentence, but one thing's clear, Maria just went and did something too. Meanwhile, we cut to the royal capital. There it is, this massive cathedral, towering high with its unmistakable spires and jaw-dropping architecture. Inside that massive structure, sunlight blasts through towering Gothic windows, slicing straight across the ornate hall in breathtaking beams. Down in the lower nave, Maria drops to her knees, draped in her white saint robes and veil, praying with all her heart. Then Shakiro's voice booms her name across the distance. Later, Maria storms into the cathedral and talks face-to-face with Lord Raven, telling him he truly did his best for his childhood friend. Lord Raven answers right away, promising he'll do everything he can for her too, so she can smile again like before. Afterward, Maria prays in silence, begging Lord Raven to return fast from the expedition, her worry tightening every time she whispers his name in her head. Then boom, someone shouts, panicked and urgent, "Something's wrong." Maria whips around, eyes wide, and blurts, "What's going on?" The moment ends on her shocked, alarmed reaction to the emergency. Then a report hits Maria. Someone's finally uncovered that one of the saint's assistants has been caught in misconduct, and Maria immediately snaps, "What kind?" They finally nod and promise they'll break it down in even more detail. The aide spills the truth. The assistant didn't just scam the saint out of her compensation and activity money, she also pocketed Maria's own personal donations, and that betrayal is the kind that should never happen. Maria's not just getting answers, she realizes the assistant also ran her remittances and delivered the letters she'd trusted him with for her cyclo, and when the ornate coins and sealed notes turn up scattered everywhere, shock hits her like a punch. The truth smacks Maria like a punch. Cyclo never got a single cent or letter she'd sent. Then the trial flashbacks roar back, and someone demands to know what she means by those letters and remittances. Her voice snapped that she'd accused the church of lying, even though they were just praying Cyclo would finally own up to his guilt and face it with honesty. Mario remembers it like it was yesterday, right before Shakiro's trial. Her voice still echoes her name in his head. Back in the present, someone blurts out, "Is Lady Saint okay?" as Maria groans through the pain. The narrator drops the truth, and Mariah hates what she's finally forced to face. In another flashback, a stranger storms in and tells Mariah that her ex-fiancé has just been arrested for suspected serial rape, leaving her utterly stunned and totally lost. And he tells her to calm down, but Maria snaps that this has to be a huge mistake. There's no way Shakiro would ever do something like this. They say there's no doubt about it. Maria can't stop replaying how she truly believed in Shakiro and trusted him with everything, and then the informant leans in and asks, "So, have you been sending him money this whole time?" Turns out the assistant had been siphoning the cash for his own twisted cravings. Maria clapped her hand to her chest, and the shock of everything crashing down on her all at once. In that same memory, Lord Raven yanks Maria into his arms, squeezes her close, and whispers that her trust in Shakiro is still fine, because now he's right here with her. And he tells her they'll hit the court first thing tomorrow to uncover the truth. Maria gives a quiet, instant nod. Right now, Maria's curled up on the spot clutching a stuffed cat staring into space like, did Lady Raven really try to set up Cyclope? She fights to believe his kindness wasn't some cruel act, and deep in her head, Lord Raven's presence, standing there beside her, still won't fade. A few days roll by and the narrator says everyone is shouting their thanks for Lord Raven's brutal hard work on the frontier expedition. Lord Raven leans in and tells Mariah, "Once your training's done, we'll roll out together next time." Mariah gives a quiet, thankful nod. Right then someone shouts her name. She hears her old aide was skimming money, then storms straight to Lord Raven and calls him out, because even after that, he still claims everyone's Cyclo is handing out cash to outlaws like it's totally fine. Cyclone never got the money, and Maria hits him with a furious question. Why would he hand her that kind of testimony, and why would he lie that way? Lord Raven leans over Maria with a sneering grin, tells her she's only just figuring it out now, and calls her a fool to her face. Maria's eye snaps into a tight close-up. Inside her iris you can actually see the clock mechanism, while the real weight of his betrayal finally lands and crushes her heart. Lord Raven keeps talking, confessing that an officer basically ordered him to pin a crime on Cyclo Owen, something he never even did. Then he snaps that he couldn't get Maria either because of Cyclo. He rants that the public are total idiots too, swearing they'll swallow anything just because he's the Duke's heir and some so-called hero told them to. Meanwhile, Mario reels from what he just said, realizing this guy isn't a hero in the slightest. Maria snaps out of nowhere, yanks Lord Raven by the collar and screams that he's a total scumbag. Then they crash into each other in a brutal struggle as Raven taunts her, saying ruining people is just his game. He snarls for her to let him go, then shoots back, "Where do you think you're heading?" warning that if she makes a move, he'll expose her crimes. Maria glares at him from beneath her veil, tears spilling down her cheeks, and vows that she'll never forgive him. Lord Raven grabs her tight, then bursts into laughter because she still doesn't get it. He leans in and blurts out, "I love that holy saint face of yours." Maria reels in shock and disgust, barely able to process what she's seeing. Lord Raven clamps his hand on Maria's face and snarls that she's already an accomplice too. Then bam, a memory punches through Maria's mind, young Shakiro grinning wide, wishing her a happy birthday and handing her a gift, and suddenly his clock mechanism eye sparks into view, ripping her back to everything she's lost. In a flash of memory, adult Shakiro's face looks calm, but his vow hits like a punch as he swears he'll come for Maria. Right under it, her younger self, still crushed with grief, shouts her name and demands to know why. Right now, Maria sits alone, shaking with panic, because she knows she's the one who pushed that precious soul straight into hell. Maria gapes up at the sky, tears burning in her eyes, and it hits her. She's seen it before, the same Lord Raven, and he's every bit as cruel as that monster. Meanwhile, in the next moment, Lord Raven flashes a wicked grin at her. He lays down the law, tells her a real partner in crime has to act like one, checks she's got it, then snaps for her to do exactly what he says. Then a lone figure in a black dress stands in that ornate room, and the silence presses down so hard it feels alive. Under the clouds, she stared off into the distance, thinking, I should be totally fine with that guy, the one with the hero skill. The scene cuts to Shakiro and Maria tucked together outside, leaves drifting down like a quiet snowfall. Shakiro admits it feels weird, but he can't force himself to hate her, and deep down he already knows this is probably the last time they'll ever cross paths. And that's it. Mario locks eyes with him, voice shaking, and tells him that had to hurt like hell. But Shakiro tells him, since Mist looks so damn happy, I feel like I'm getting rewarded too, and just like that, he's happy right now. Maria shuts her eyes for a brief, calm moment, then snaps them open again like she's ready for what's next. Right as she's about to leave, Shakiro snaps out of nowhere and yells, asking if she's really been missed. Ms. Face beams a real, toothy grin across the panel, then tells Shakiro, if that's what you want, go ahead, I'll let you make me happy. And the kicker, she's sure she'll be drenched in happiness from him, her master. The story jumps to the street. Shakiro is practically glowing as she urges her to grab as many weapons as she wants and swing zero restraint, and Mist lights up right back, buzzing that they should go hunt for weapons together because this kind of happiness only shows up when trust is real. In the calm city near Salon Kitsune, Mist steps out in her brand new battle outfit, a breathtaking white dress with sharp black accents and fancy little details, grips an elegant staff, and then shoots Shakiro a nervous question. So how do I look? Someone nearby goes rigid with shock the second she shows up. Out on the street, strangers immediately start singing Mist's praises for her new adventure outfit, telling her that whatever she wears, she's still a top-tier adventurer and totally adorable. Shakiro strolls beside her and smiles back, saying it feels great to hear that. Then Shakiro leans in and quizzes Mist on how the staff she bought feels to use, and Mist lights up, saying she's pretty sure she can juggle both magic and staff techniques like a pro. Someone nearby gapes at them with eyes wide open, completely stunned. Later, Mist corners the Grand Couturier and asks point-blank if he ever used to idolize adventurers too. The craftsman nods like, yeah, that checks out, then points out with a grin that Shakiro looks genuinely happy. The Grand Couturier leans in and tells you his love for adventurers was born back in his childhood, and when he finally got his craftsman's skill, he threw his own dream of becoming an adventurer right out the window. Mist stays silent as memories slam him back to his younger days, when he devoured every book he could on legendary adventurers. After that, Shakiro and Mist stride through the city side by side, and Mist notices the craftsmen look kinda lonely. Then the Grand Couturier suddenly calls out to them. So he told them they had to go chase an epic adventure, for his sake, no doubt. Mist leans in and asks Shakiro, did you dream too? Shakiro shoots back that even if you've got the pro-level skills to give it your all, chasing a dream that never lands still feels brutally lonely, and Mist just nods, hit straight in the heart. Then Shakiro flashes a small smile and promises her, I'll tell you the moment it looks like my dream might actually come true. The story slams into the Adventurers Guild, and a guild worker greets them at once, asking what they can do for Lord Ciclo. Shakiro leans in and tells the staff member he wants to register Mist as an adventurer, and Mist stands right beside him, so nervous she could barely breathe. The guild staffer nods like they've got things under control, then shoves a registration form into their hands, fill in what's needed, and we'll get you in. Shakiro starts filling out the form, then right when he hits the skill section, he hesitates for a split second, then scribbles down the lie on the form. Her name reads Ms. Carmine, and her status is stamped as slave. Someone spots the skill entry at the guild and blurts, that's heretic level, and just like that, shock explodes across the whole place as everyone finally realizes what that Mist skill really is. The air turns razor-thin with tension as Lord Raven and a crew of armored figures crash onto the scene. Then this towering armored brute slams a question into the air, tell me straight, is it true your skill is really called cultists? Meanwhile, the other guild members start backing off fast, swearing they don't want to be anywhere near her, but Mist just stands there trembling, tears spilling into her eyes as the hostile backlash crushes her. Shakiro's face tightens into pure determination as he braces himself for whatever comes next. Lord Raven looms in full armor, and the second he steps into view, everyone feels it, power, pressure, and pure intimidation. Shakiro lunges straight at him, firing off questions, who are you, and what the hell do you want with Mist? The armored guy just nods to the crest on his chest and asks if Shakiro can't even see that. Shakiro's eyes squint hard as he sizes up the man in front of him. He admits Mist's skill is a cultist, then dares the armored brute to say what he really thinks, like this whole title he's flashing means absolutely nothing. The man gapes like he can't believe it, and Shakiro shrugs it off, saying he's never even heard of any authority that fancy crest is supposed to stand for. Then Shakiro snaps, saying this Lord Raven looks like a clueless country bumpkin who can't even get his name right. But Lord Raven doesn't even blink. He accepts the challenge on the spot and declares he'll step into that fight. He tells Shakiro to step outside so he can drill him on manners, straight up that classic "come on, let's take this outside" moment. Just as someone yells for them to hold on, Guildmaster Guan Edge barrels in out of nowhere and stomps down, declaring, "I'm the Guildmaster, so I'll take over and handle this mess myself." Guan Edge snaps at the country bumpkin to fall in line and says they'll settle it for real at the training grounds. Meanwhile, Shakiro leans in and says it sounds awesome, like he's already itching to throw down anywhere. The mysterious noble woman from earlier leans in, watching the whole show with a smirk like, sure, Shakiro's dressed like he's high rank, but that backwoods bumpkin, C rank at best. And she's already decided. Just let him make a fool of himself in front of every other adventurer. A voice from the crowd blurts out that the Holy Knight just returned from a brutal long expedition the other day, so yeah, it totally explains why Shakiro had no idea who he was. Then bam, the armored guy is revealed as Reinhardt the Instant Saint, clutching the job skill spear blessed by the church for a holy knight and rocking that sweet S-rank adventurer status. Meanwhile, in nearby towns, people start whispering, who is that guy really? Because the way he keeps challenging him screams one thing, some wannabe celebrity desperate to make a name for himself. But Shakiro just keeps it to himself, yeah, he's got faith. The three of them stride into the training arena as the crowd swarms around, watching from every side. The crowd starts screaming, begging Lord Reinhardt to stop talking and finally take that guy down, go for it. So whoever Shakiro really is, this Flash Saint is gonna end him in a blink, because Shakiro made a seriously reckless move. Lord Reinhardt snaps at the country bumpkin that he's running late, and Shakiro drops into an apologetic bow, admitting he's just a bumpkin who doesn't know the way, then begs for forgiveness, humble as ever. Lord Letharth storms in and flat-out declares Shakiro isn't even human. Then the rules hit, and they refuse to register that heretic as an adventurer. And the winner gets what they want. This match ends only when one side either taps out or is completely knocked out. Lord Letharth orders Shakiro to stay away from Mist forever, and Shakiro's eyes narrow as the threat hits. The moment the match kicks off, Lord Letharth explodes forward with a spear in hand, unleashing a brutal barrage of strikes while screaming as each hit lands. He thinks there's no way Shakiro can dodge my hit, and since it's a duel, he promises himself he'll keep it away from the vital spots. Then Reinhardt rockets forward and hammers everyone with a spear barrage so fast it's blinding, each hit tearing across the air in deadly streaks. Somehow, Shakiro slips past the whole brutal assault, his clock mechanisms flashing as he darts through. The battered fighter finally exhales in relief as Reinhardt crumples on the ground below Shakiro's counter hit with ruthless speed, too quick to track, and the shock on Reinhardt's face says it all as energy crackles around him. Then it hits him, everything that just happened slams into his mind, and right after that the announcement drops, it's over. Finishing blow smashes down, Shakiro's strike hurls Reinhardt flying backward like he got hit by a cannon. A bone-rattling shockwave thundered through the arena as the ground straight up exploded, annihilated by the sheer force of the attack. Reinhardt just sprawls there in battered, cracked armor, yet somehow the guys are still smiling wide even after they get wiped. Meanwhile, the crowd stands frozen in total disbelief, staring at the wild thing they just witnessed. Then the official announcement booms across the arena, Cyclo Owen, and the whole crowd goes wild, stunned and cheering like nothing else just happened. The crowd's losing it, people are yelling questions like, what just happened? Because they couldn't even see Shakiro move. Someone blurts out in total disbelief that he's insanely strong. Mist rushes at him, yelling, Master, and Shakiro just stands there smug, thinking he crushed it just like he promised. Down below, Guan Oyage blasts his words to the crowd, daring everyone to look. Cyclone Owen's strength is right there for all to see. Right near the guild master, someone blurts out that this is exactly what they'd been expecting. Then Guan Oyage keeps the spotlight rolling. He straight up declares that this very Cyclo Owen deserves recognition. He fires off a warning to the crowd, begging them, no more idiots, to mess with Shakiro's party members just because they think they've got some skill. And as the announcement keeps rolling, Shakiro and Mist slip away from the arena while everyone watches them go. Then the guildmaster booms that Shakiro is the very first adventurer in history to dive into the deepest hole and come back alive, SSS rank, no doubt about it. A real legend. Gathered adventurers freeze in stunned silence, staring at this revelation like it just shattered their world. The whole crowd explodes in shock. Someone yells that an SSS rank is downright unbelievable, and for a second they all swear it's nothing but a legend. Shakiro stands frozen beside Guanaj as the announcement hits, and the moment slips right past he's missed. Other adventurers burst into cheers, shouting that this was the birth of the strongest adventurer, Cyclo. The whole crowd erupts in cheers for hero Cyclo, roaring about how insanely cool he looks. Down below, the guild master snapped, asking if that old man baited Shansei just to make trouble, and Guanaj just shrugged. No one knows, but either way, it's a nightmare for a guild when church-backed adventurers start strutting around like they own the place. This gets snatched from the air and someone cuts in like, anyway. Then Shakiro snaps that the noise is way too brutal to handle and he declares he's done, while Reinhardt slips out of frame in the background. Shakiro explodes into motion, launching at an insane, neck-snapping speed. And just like that, some poor observer can't believe how fast he's moving, because by the time another guy turns around, he's already gone, out of sight. The story slides into a calmer spot with a killer view of the whole town below. Shakiro figures they've fought this hard to get this far, so they've got to be safe now. He shoots Mist an apology and admits her big adventure debut has to slide to tomorrow. Mist hesitates, then quickly assures him it's totally fine. The story flips to Ms. embarrassed, glaring as she tells him, if he's going to pull something like this, she wants him to warn her first, because he's still so close and it's absolutely mortifying. Shakiro nods and admits, yeah, my fault, but Mist won't let it go. She's breathless, heart-pounding, and she just needs a little time to get herself ready, even as Shakiro snaps back fast. No, it's not like that. Mist snaps back in surprise, then, out of nowhere, a voice calls to the two lovebirds off to the side. A mysterious woman with fancy hair ornaments and a fur-trimmed outfit leans over the garden wall and invites them for a chat. She stepped forward and said, I'm Harem Elementia, then made it crystal clear that the holy fighter Shakiro beat was teamed up with her, because she's an S-rank adventurer and he needed to know. Mist demands to know if Harem really took him down, then she just keeps staring as the duel rages on. Harem nods and says it's wild that Shakiro can match her speed at all. She shoots him a small smile, itching to figure out what this guy is after. Harem stands there in her full adventurer gear and Shakiro steps up, eyes locked on her, confirming, your name is. He rams the car to a stop and then he leans in and demands, why did you follow us? His voice turns stone cold as he warns that no matter what her goal is, consequences will follow. Then the panel slams into a blade close-up and Shakiro's grim, unblinking stare. Harem shouts for them to wait. Hold up, she insists she's not their enemy. Harem leans in and tells her she's here for just one reason and that's all. Shakiro tells her he'll decide if she's an enemy, demands to know why she tailed them, and Harem nods along like, yeah, got it, go on. Standing right in front of them, Harem declares, let me join your party. Shakiro's face twists with pure confusion. They demanded to know why and straight up reminded them that Harem was one of Shuntz's guy's friends. So Harem admitted, yeah, Reinhardt's that idiot's buddy, and that's exactly why they went after him. She tells him there was only one guy whose skill truly matched theirs, so they had no choice but to team up, and even though Reinhardt totally got under her skin, she still ended up forming a party with him anyway. Harem says Reinhardt's treatment of that young lady was so bad she instantly wiped all respect for him from her mind. Shakiro clocks it instantly. Harem doesn't look like he's lying at all. The scene whips back to Reinhardt screaming that he'll deny the heretic's registration as an adventurer, and he won't even acknowledge the girl as human after all he missed. Harem tells him she's got a special profession skill of her own, one she can't reveal to anyone, and that's exactly why she can't stand people who judge or discriminate just for having a certain skill. Harem tells Shakiro he absolutely wrecked them, and damn if it didn't feel unbelievably refreshing. But Harem quickly snaps that she didn't rush over just to say thanks. Shakiro says, that's nice, then tries to walk off, and Harem instantly gets all fired up, telling him to stop stalling and just spit it out, then leaning in like, so, do you actually want to know? She presses him about his goal and Harem blurts that he's head over heels for the way Shakiro thinks and for how strong he is. Then she insists they team up and form a party, linking it straight to her own big dream too. Shakiro calls it out. Mist still hasn't even shown up in the system as an official adventurer. He tells them to settle it the right way tomorrow, straight at the guild. Shakiro tells Harem he's betting on a solid answer, and she nods like she's ready to deliver. Troubling mist curls around Mist's face and Shakiro shoots, "What's wrong?" Ms. replays it in her head how that person called her by her actual name instead of hiding behind her heritage. And boom, morning hits and the next day arrives. Shakiro can't help but wonder, Harem doesn't look like a bad guy at all. Shakiro and Mist stride up to a place that screams guild or some serious official headquarters. Damas dips into a deep bow to Lord Cyclo and his crew, then blurts out a heartfelt apology, repeating how truly, deeply sorry she is. Damas tells them, "Go ahead, whatever punishment Shakiro chooses, I'll take it." Shakiro blurts that she's talking about yesterday, and behind her the crowd goes rigid with shock. Then they realize the heretics are her. Harem leans in and asks, "So, how's Mist holding up?" Mist tells Harem not to stress, she's totally fine. Then Harem jokes, "But that's what they said." Right then, Mist presses her hand to her chest and swears her master will keep her safe, and that's why she's okay. She sincerely thanks Harem for caring enough to step in. Suddenly, from up on the guild's top floor, someone yells down at Cyclo and Mist, offering to rent them a room so they can talk. Harem bursts up at the railing, grinning so hard she can barely contain it, and tells them she's been waiting for them. Inside the fancy, multi-level guild HQ, a guild member leans in and demands, "Were you one of Lord Harem's companions?" Then orders another staffer take them around. Shakiro and Mist stride through that mind-blowing space, and the other adventurers start whispering like they're scared of what they might see. Someone finally corners Harem and asks, "So, what kind of person are you really?" While everyone else stares in disbelief at how insane an SSS rank is, they're also wondering how the heck Harem is the one who actually has them thinking. Then Harem cuts in and drops a name, someone who once challenged the great sage of the royal capital, and everyone knows him as a genius. Harem goes, "That's the amazing adventurer, no doubt." Shakiro snaps to it when they say great sage, they're talking about Alice. His mind snaps back to the guild master's words, how the great sage himself branded his brother a hopeless incompetent. Shakiro can't help but dream that someday he and Alice will finally cross paths. Then Mist catches something off and blurts out, calling straight to her master. Shakiro can't help but wonder if you'll be able to keep your cool when that moment finally hits. Mist shoots Shakiro a worried glance and demands to know if he's truly okay. Shakiro blurts out an apology, then tells Misty she's completely fine. He needs to lock in on his talk with Harem right now. Shakiro strides up to the door, grips that ornate clockwork handle, and announces loud and clear, "I'm coming in." Inside the room, Harem laid out a full-on feast across the table, then smiled and urged them to dig in, because every bite was on her. Shakiro and Mist went utterly speechless, stunned by the outrageous hospitality. Shakiro cuts in and says, "We're not here to party," and Harem nods like, "Yep, I get it." Then they waste no time to get started. Even so, she tells them to loosen up first, and the narration makes it clear these mysterious adventurers are hiding secrets they can't afford to let out. The camera snaps to an overhead shot of the three packed into the private room, and Harem leans in, grilling them. "Do you know about Ailes and what her secret really is?" Then she explains she's talking about that far-off desert country, and Shakiro immediately nods, "Yep, that's it." Harem tells them she's from Elise and she's been adventuring here too, because a family custom demands it. Shakiro snaps, "So that's why you said it yesterday," and Harem launches into her plan, spilling the details fast. But then he gets sidetracked when Mist digs into the food and looks like she's loving every bite, so someone blurts out that Harem was being insanely secretive about it earlier, and they can't believe she remembered. Then Harem blurts out her real goal, she wants a child by the strongest man alive. That statement hit Shakiro and Mist like a bolt of lightning, leaving them both utterly stunned. Shakiro turns to him and snaps, "What do you think you're talking about?" But Harem's patience snaps at her cluelessness, and he bluntly tells her, right to her face, that she wants in on the party because she wants to make babies with him. Rage hits the air as he blurts out immediate protests, panicking like it's the end of the world. Harem makes it crystal clear she really wants to team up with him and then fires off the question, "So, what do you think?" Someone nearby shoots back, demanding a baby for a reason so cold and empty it makes the whole room feel loveless. But Shakiro nods to her logic, then promises, straight-faced, that he'll say the truth up front about something first. He straight up says he doesn't trust a soul except Mist, and the only way he'll team up with Harem is if it pays off for him. Harem tells them there are 3 huge reasons to have her in the party, starting with the fact that she's an adventurer with real battlefield experience. She flat out calls it, neither Shakiro nor Mist has real adventurer experience, and it shows. And then he offers to teach them every essential adventure skill he learned from a TZ. Right now, the second problem is party balance. Shakiro's stuck fighting on the front lines while constantly shielding Mist, and that's not a fair setup at all. Shakiro nods and says it's perfect, because both him and Mist have skills that shine in the rear guard, and what they're missing is a frontliner to pull the enemy's focus straight onto them. Shakiro leans in and demands to know what the third advantage is. Harem drops a bombshell. She's got a swordsman-style job skill, and if she steps into the party as a frontliner, everything's finally going to click. Shakiro finally admits it's not terrible, but he's still pointing at what's missing, the one decisive piece. Then Karim leans in and says the third reason isn't for the party at all, it's just there to cover up the mist. She leans in and tells him that other day's duel ripped Ms. Cultist's real skill wide open for everyone to see, and the guild master warned us, but his warning only reached a handful of people. Karim keeps talking, insisting that Mist is about to get slammed with hostility everywhere, and Shakiro snaps, why does that even matter? A heraldic shield of Heinberg fills the scene, hands reach for a crescent moon, and thanks to the church's ruthless skill selection, the citizens clamp down on heresy without mercy. Back at the restaurant, Karim clocks that Mist is a girl and tells Shakiro he can't hover around her forever. Mist even offers to stick with her everywhere, but Shakiro immediately grills Karim, asking if she's really a guard he can trust. Karim points him out as the first one who will be spotted, and then makes it clear she's counting on him as the guard. Karim speaks with fire in her voice, saying discrimination over someone's job skills has no place anywhere, and she vows to protect that promise too. Mist and Shakiro lock eyes on her the second she drops this declaration. Then Mist snaps out a call addressing Shakiro as master, and Shakiro hesitates, muttering that maybe it's fine to trust Karim. Then he checks with Mist, asking if it's really okay, and points out how she used to be terrified of people before. Mist admits she's a heretic, but that doesn't stop her. She still desperately wants to trust someone who can be kind to someone like her. And it's all because Shakiro cherishes her, so she can finally feel that in her bones. Shakiro figures if Mist says it's the truth, then I'll go with it, and the second Karim hears that, his eyes light up. He snaps, it's settled then. But Shakiro snaps himself back and admits he still doesn't trust Karim, so he's not just talking, he's testing her. With a colder edge in his voice, Shakiro dares Karim to show him her true strength, prove she's worthy of fighting at his side as a comrade. She's gonna judge if he's truly a comrade, if she can see how he handles himself against her, that's all she needs. But Shakiro fights back and insists, even if she orders him to beat her, there's no way he can because it's just impossible. Then Karim shoots her hand out and tells him she'll only accept a strength that matches an S rank. Karim steps in, barks for him to back off, and then they lock hands, like it's a deal sealed on the spot. The video snaps to a wild burst of chaos, stuff flying and shattering everywhere, then reveals Lord's manor looming nearby, right by that elegant, graceful brush. A terrifying face pops into view, and it smiles like it already knows your secrets. Inside the manor, Shakiro was hunched over the desk, grinding through work, and Mist suddenly asked if he wanted to take a break. Back at the manor, Shakiro hunched over the desk, hammering out blueprint after blueprint, while Karim stormed up and asked what he was building. Shakiro snapped back that he was laying plans for a magic tool, right after Karim reminded him about their mock battle with Callum tomorrow. Mist stares back with wide, curious eyes, and in a flashback young Shakiro drops that he was called a genius back when he was a kid, while young Mist fires back, thrilled to hear he's actually crafting a magic tool blueprint, and Shakiro smiles as he admits it feels fun to finally lose himself in something again while he sketches those mechanical drawings. Shakiro keeps talking about how he'll always be in love with mysterious, wonder-filled magic tools, and the panel flashes a huge, intricate sphere packed with gears and magic stones. He swears you can pull off feats like a real great sorcerer using nothing but gears or a handful of magic stones. Mist grins and says she honestly loves crafting magic tools. Shakiro finally spills the truth. His real dream was to craft first-rate magic tools. Even after he snagged the clockworker skill, his obsession with all things mechanical didn't shrink one bit, so he started thinking, what if I mash this skill together with magic tool crafting? The blueprint isn't some harmless plan, it's a weapon blueprint, and Shakiro's snapping questions to Mist, so you know what a gun is. She blurts out she has no clue what a gun is, so he leans in and explains it like magic, an enchanted tool that blasts explosive force to hurl a chunk of metal at insane speed. Even a rookie could sling out power on par with basic magic using guns, and dodging them was tough. But once elite fighters with real combat skills showed up, guns got ripped out of the game and people stopped using them for good. Then Shakiro snaps, "If it's me making it, everything changes." And right on cue, gears and metal pieces start materializing around him as Mist looks on, watching Shakiro ignite the creation of a clock. Magical circles and clockwork patterns blazed across the room, flooding everything with brilliant, crackling light. A gun bursts into existence with a jaw-dropping flare, an ornate masterpiece of engraved detail and precision craft, while behind it, shimmering geometric clock faces whirl until the final piece clicks into place. Mist just froze, staring at the finished weapon like it was a miracle, pure awe flooding her. Then Shakiro raises the finished gun high, calls it Mistletoe, and rips into how his timekeeper skill supercharged it into an anti-monster weapon. This orichalcum alloy can shoot regular bullets, but it doesn't stop there. It also fires magic rounds at bullet speeds no normal gun could ever dream of. He realizes it's so powerful it can even rival advanced magic. So yeah, it's got to blast through the monsters hiding in the deeper layers of those deep holes, and the panel shows the gun absolutely wrecking them with devastating force. Out of nowhere, Shakiro spots something off, snaps his head up, and yells for the Mist. Mist fires off, asking if Shakiro can really yank a magical tool out of thin air. Then Harem nods and goes, "Yep, that's exactly what happened." She says it was instant for him, but she's quick to add that he only pulls it off because the blueprint has to be nailed into his head. Mist's eyes blow wide with pure amazement, and she blurts out that he's way too amazing to be real. Then Mist booms that he's the strongest and wields power on par with a god, while Shakiro gets begged by someone not to flex in front of strangers, and Shakiro immediately agrees to dial it back. Meanwhile, Harem tells them to hit the hay and decides she'll squeeze in one last hard push on her work. Mist calls out to Shakiro, her voice shaky like she's afraid of what might happen next. Meanwhile, Harem strides off, asking Shakiro if she's got a dream too, then promises, "If it really looks like it'll happen, I'll tell you." Mist smiles and tells him his stories made her day, and then Harem leans in like, "So, can I tell you more sometime?" Shakiro grins and tells Mist, "Of course you can, just say the word and I'll spin you more stories anytime you want." Mist snaps her gaze up at him, all emotion on her face, her eyes mirroring everything like a mirror of the heart. She feels it all at that exact moment. Then Mist calls out a sweet good night, and Shakiro fires back his own, right as he lifts a drink and gulps it down. The story cuts to an exterior night view of the building, and a tree stands stark in silhouette against the fading evening sky. The next day hits and the adventurer shows up at the guild's training grounds. Harem can't believe it, Shakiro actually crafted a giant bear, and he's talking about the stuffed toy he made. Harem pokes Shakiro for not sleeping, calling him a kid bouncing with excitement for a field trip. Then Shakiro snaps, "Shut up." Harem snaps at him, warning that being sleep-deprived won't make her any gentler. Shakiro snaps at her, "Go on, come at me for real." Mock battle erupts and Harem darts into position with lightning speed and razor-sharp agility. She plants her feet in a combat stance, massive weapon and shield locked in place, and every move snaps out fluid and surgical despite the sheer weight. Shakiro raises his ornate gun, and snap, mystic Mistletoe magical clock circles whirl into existence around the barrel as he grins, announcing it's time to get started. The mock battle spikes into chaos as Harem rockets up and hammers Shakiro from the sky with a bone-crushing aerial strike. Her massive weapon slams down with explosive fury, blasting debris into the air while sprints forward at blinding speed, crushing the gap in an instant. Harem jabs at him with a cocky grin, basically daring him, mocking his weapon choice and grilling him over why he'd even use a gun in this day and age. But right before the brawl kicked off, Shakiro leaned in and laid out the whole game plan for Mist. He tweaks the mistletoe's power for this exercise, then straight up says an S-rank adventurer lives or dies on one thing: whether they can dodge a bullet. Shakiro leans in and tells Mist, "If things go south, you're the one I'm counting on to patch me up." Narration just tossed out one deadly question: which will hit first, a bullet or a blade? Meanwhile, Mist stays frozen with worry, silently begging Master Harem and Shakiro to somehow break free and make it out safe. The battle rips through the training grounds like a storm unleashed. Harem's instincts kicked in, and when he finally clocked it, Shakiro's skill blew straight past everything she thought was possible. She realizes the guys are reading her every move, her line of sight where she's headed, even which way her gun points. Then they dodge like they saw the future, and the fight keeps exploding as both fighters shove past their limits. Then Shakiro suddenly pulls a second pistol into existence and shrugs like it's no big deal. One more, that's not gonna be a problem. Harem's eyes blow wide with pure shock as she spots the twin guns. She starts protesting that he's using two at once, then gets shoved back hard, and Shakiro laughs in her face, taunting her like, "So what's wrong?" But Harem clocks it. If she keeps going like this, she's done for. She knows that if it were a normal gun, she could just barrel in the moment the ammo runs dry, but Cyclaw's weapon is built through a skill, so bullets don't run out. She hits a breaking point, no more hesitation, and commits to going all in, no turning back. Harem rockets ahead with her hulking shield, making a last-ditch, high-stakes power play. Shakiro snaps back in shock as a brutal push slams into him, and at the same time Mist blurts Harem's name, panic in her voice, watching the S-rank adventurer turn savage and go on the offensive. Harem snaps at Shakiro, screaming what he's aiming for and accusing him of losing his mind, while a hexagonal HUD lights up, showing the ammo count as Harem keeps blasting. Then Shakiro fires off a furious yell at her, "Come on," and keeps pounding her with both pistols blazing. Gunfire blasts through the training grounds, and Harem gets hurled backward. Harem lunges forward again, her massive shield held high like a battering ram. She decides to take the hit head-on, and Shakiro's eyes go wide as her sudden, savage defense kicks in. She charges straight at him, shield first. The shield bash slams home, and then the wreckage left behind starts to unfold. Shows Harem wrapped up in her fur-trimmed outfit, looking like pure elegance with a bite. She snaps that things didn't go the way she prayed they would, and the motion lines blast out like proof of how hard her attack slammed, before it totally failed. Then the announcement hits. This match is officially decided. Harem braces in her final spot, gripping her massive weapon, while Shakiro freezes with both guns locked on her, locked in a brutal standoff. After the match, Harem straight up admits that even with Shakiro pulling her punches, Shakiro still couldn't take the win, and Shakiro just grins, telling her it wasn't bad at all, it was even better than he ever expected. Someone asks what it means, and Shakiro nods. She confirms she passed. Shakiro's face lights up, and then he tells Harem, "From this point on, I'm counting on you, no exceptions." Harem shoots Shakiro a warm smile, extends her hand, and greets him properly like, "Nice to meet you." But then it hits her. She just realized she left something crucial behind. Harem leans in close and tells Cyclo he can fill her with his seed whenever he wants, and the moment he can't hold back, he'll just take her whenever he pleases. After everything Harem just said, Shakiro freezes in total shock while Harem bursts out laughing at Cyclo like, "You're so innocent." Then Mist rushes in, calling out, "Hey, what did Harem tell your master?" Harem just smirks and drops, "It's our secret." And Shakiro immediately jumps in, trying to push everything forward and urges them to register the party right now. At the Adventurers Guild office, a staff member slams a pen down and checks their party roster. Sir Cyclo Owen, Miss Mist Carmine, and Mr. Harem Elementius. That's the full three, then leans in and asks what they're calling their party. The three party members huddle side by side as clockwork gears churn behind them, and Shakiro slams out their party name, Wheel of Fate. Someone says the name again, sounding unsure, then the Wheel of Fate blurts out, "I love that name," and gratefully thanks him. She told him it felt like a party that was born the moment fate brought them together, and it all started because their master set everything in motion. Shakiro shuts down the next idea on the spot, and Harem fires back, swearing her sweet, Zuckian love nest party name was honestly pretty solid. Mist quietly wrestles with the word fate, like it's trying to shape his destiny. The scene kicks out of the guild building, and Shakiro slams the truth down first, "We need a plan." Harem fires back, "Okay, then what are we doing from here?" Mist nods like, "Yeah, that's the question we have to answer." Shakiro tells Mist to get her combat reps first, then they'll hunt the weaker monsters around Northfolia, and Mist and Harem light up like, "Yeah, we've got this," promising they'll give it everything. Then Harem throws out the idea, if it's just some quick leveling, they can wrap it up today and celebrate the moment they form their party, loud, proud, and with a bang. Mist snaps into panic and completely misreads him, grilling Cyclo about whether he means right away using her body. Shakiro shoots back fast, clearing up that's not what he was saying. Harem smiles and calmly says she'll join them for a meal, and then that's it. Tracking along beside them as they set off. Meanwhile, they close in on the walls of Northfolia and slip straight through the gate. Shakiro can't shake it. Every time he's gone through that gate before, he's been alone. But now everything's changed. Harem strides in and calls out to him. He's like, Mist is waiting too, so let's hurry and get going. Mist clocks Shakiro's deep look and asks if he's got a problem. Then Shakiro finally registers the truth. He's not alone anymore because he's got comrades now. The three of them march in sync through the courtyard, locked together like they're on a mission. Out of nowhere, a voice carried in from far off, demanding to know where their big brother was. Shakiro turns his back and strides down the street, disappearing into the distance. Then a girl in a striped outfit rockets straight at him, her twin tails whipping through the air, and Shakiro's face snaps with alarm as he realizes she's closing in fast. Her face pops into view, tears racing down her cheeks as she calls his name, and out on the cobblestone street, the two figures stand miles apart. Then she blurts out, "Is it really you, my big brother?" Shakiro can't even wrap her head around it. Why is she here at all? She screams for her big brother and charges ahead with pure desperation like the world could end any second. Then Shakiro shuts it down cold, saying he never wanted to see her again, not now, not ever. As she barrels toward him, he barks for her to stop and stay back. Then Shakiro pounces straight on her and snaps, "Why are you here, Alice?" demanding she give him a real answer. Alice tells them she got the truth out of someone. He'd been shipped to North Folia for a crime he never committed, and the whole thing was a rigged setup. She keeps going, and they even told her he was dead, just gone, no warning. But the second she realized her hopeless big brother was in trouble and needed saving, she rushed in, and she swears up and down she wasn't worried at all, playing it cool like she always does. Tears spill as she finally admits she couldn't believe it at first, she just couldn't accept it. Then she looks him in the eyes and tells him she's been waiting for him in that town this whole time, never giving up. Her voice wobbles as she blurts that she's just so relieved he's alive. Her big brother's really alive. Then tears spill over while Alice screams at him, emotions exploding all at once. She screams that if he's really such a useless, worthless brother, then he shouldn't have even died, right? Shakiro snaps back with a bitter apology for still being alive, his sarcasm dripping off every word. He whips around and snaps back that she shouldn't play dumb, hitting her with the question of whether she's really the one who went around calling him useless and worthless in the first place. Alice's face instantly flips to shock as she blurts out, "What do you mean?" Totally blindsided. All at once, Guanid's voice crashes into Shakiro's mind, ringing like it came straight from his sister, because she's said it again and again. Everyone among adventurers knows Alice Owen, the great sage, has an older brother who's basically useless. Shakiro can't shake it. No matter how hard he tries, Alice's words stay burned into his mind, and all that suffering comes back when adventurers brutalize him and toss him into the deep hole they left him to die in. And it hit him. He finally realized the truth about Alice. That final truth dropped on him like a crushing weight, like even his precious family had turned on him. Alice blurts out crying, "What are you even saying about Shakiro?" and swears she'd never do something like that because in her mind, it's all wrong. Shakiro's face contorts with disgust and blazing anger as he snaps at her, saying that even seeing her makes him feel sick to his stomach. He snaps at her, "Don't come one step closer," his voice cutting like a final warning. A tear rips free from Alice's eye, streaking down like it can't hold back anymore. Shakiro strides off with his back turned to Alice, and she crumples to the ground, sobbing and hiccuping as she demands to know how everything spiraled into this. She screams in pure panic as she slams onto the cobblestones, and the moment she hits, her whole world shatters, while Shakiro, Mist and Harem stand side by side, staring as the whole scene plays out, while Mist lowers her voice and calls out to Shakiro. Close-up panels slam into the screen, showing the emotional punch hitting both Harem and Shakiro's faces at once. Then Harem finally cuts in, telling Shakiro she has no clue how it all spiraled to this, but whatever choice he makes next, she'll still stand right beside him. The camera snaps up into an aerial view, sweeping over a courtyard, or maybe the heart of a state building. Alice gasps through the pain, saying she finally got to see him again, while Shakiro stays back at a distance as she demands to know how it all went this wrong. Then the video whips back 2 months earlier, cutting to a building exterior, where a close-up shows Alice clutching a pendant etched with a fancy A, her mind spiraling as she thinks about her big brother. The flashback rolls back 2 months, and Alice tightens her grip on that pendant with the fancy A design, thinking she just needs to see him one more time. Then the memory snaps even further back, young Alice laughing as Shakiro slips the birthday charm into her hands. He crafted that charm just for her. Alice stares at it, then blurts out, "Big brother." And Shakiro admits he pulled it off because she's always been the reckless type. Alice's mind keeps racing as she hacks her way through the wilderness, clinging to the memory of her big brother, always kind, always there, and the belief that she could do anything to protect him, while the scene cuts to her going head-to-head with towering, wolf-like monsters in a brutally savage brawl. After she smashes them all, she just stands there in her adventure gear, stunned and processing everything that just happened. Then the memory shifts again. Young Alice slips up behind Shakiro, wraps him in a warm hug, and whispers that she loves him. Her eyes burn with determination as emotion floods her voice, and she swears she'll give it everything she's got. In the present timeline, someone rushes over and congratulates Lady Alice for her very first subjugation, standing shoulder to shoulder with the dead, gigantic Arank monster that had everyone else completely stumped. But Alice shrugs it off like it's nothing, just like you'd expect from a true sage. She orders them to make sure exactly half the reward gets delivered straight to her big brother. Then one party member challenges Alice, asking if she's really sure about sending that much money because that's a fortune and she's the one who busted her tail to earn it. Alice tells everyone her big brother's got a special talent and it's completely useless. So yeah, she convinces herself if she doesn't bust her ass, they won't last long enough to survive. Meanwhile, the townspeople are buzzing with gossip, every word circling the same thing, that terrifying A-rank monster and how Alice's sage reputation just keeps skyrocketing. But the whispers only get nastier. Folks insist that if a guy has a skill yet still needs his sister to keep him afloat, he must be worthless, and they straight up brand Alice's brother as trash. Shakiro catches pieces of it, and Alice keeps waving off everyone's worries because her big brother's a total loser with a garbage skill. Apparently that means she has to grind, yet somehow she insists it's no big deal. Meanwhile, rumors about Cyclo's tore through the whole town, and folks started trashing him nonstop, comparing him to his sister and flat-out calling him incompetent. From above, the estate grounds stretch out like a chessboard, while Alice's mind spins as she worries about her big brother. She's standing there in her full adventurer gear, completely swallowed by guilt. She can't stop replaying the awful thing she did to her big brother, and now she's panicking because she knows she has to apologize, then somehow earn his forgiveness. She has zero clue what she's supposed to do next. Far off, Shakiro's small figure slips away into the distance, walking out as the moment pulls her farther and farther from you. Shakiro flicks his eyes to the side as Alice settles onto the edge of the. Then Harem creeps up behind her and demands, "So what are you doing about Cyclope, Alice?" Shakiro snaps at them to get moving, grinning as he says they'll link up for party coordination nearby, just like the plan. Harem tells her, "I see it, now move," and Alice answers, barely louder than a whisper. The story swings to a huge grassland beneath a heavy, cloudy sky, and Harem blares the news that Professor Callum's class for beginner adventurers is about to kick off. Harem tells Shakiro she can't wait to team up with him, and Shakiro just nods back, accepting it. Alice asks him if he caught anything else from the surroundings. Harem breaks into praise, cheering him for that perfect answer. Staring out over the grassland, Harem points out that the total lack of even normal animal trails means no big monsters are lurking out here, an info bomb all by itself, while someone else shrugs and says, "To us, it just looks like a plain old field." Out of nowhere, a little bunny pops up in the grass. Harem points it out, warning them not to ignore even tiny animals like this. Then he throws in a "however" and drags it out like a warning. Harem says they're good for either eating or baiting monsters, and Alice nods like she finally gets it. Then someone leans in and asks, "Wait, does that mean Harem also clocked that other thing too?" Right as Harem slams the switch on clockwork creation, Mistletoe comes crashing into existence. Colossal weapon unleashes a horrifying blast, ripping through the grassland like thunder. The moment the attack lands, it slams into the massive serpent creature closing in on them, ready to strike. And when Alice and Mist look up, pure shock rips across both their faces. Alice can't believe her eyes. Harem is playing boss like it's nothing, while Shakiro clocks it instantly. The creatures aren't just coming in, they're closing in to strike. Alice nods and says she's got it, then Harem snaps that the two of them should go track down some animals and take them down, while she holds watch. Alice admits it's convenient, but warns that skills are off this time, and she gets a quick, clear yes back. Out in the grassland training grounds, Harem snaps a warning to Alice, "Mess up and she'll be stuck with Professor Callum's extracurricular lessons," so Alice loses it and yells at her brother, raging and spitting out, "You bastard." Right then Shakiro spots something off, turns to Mist and demands, "What's wrong?" Mist brings up that earlier encounter and presses him. Was that person his younger sister? Shakiro finally admits it, sounding shaky as he starts spilling exactly what happened. Just before he ever met Mist, they pinned him with a fake crime, chained him as a criminal slave, and shipped him to North Folia for brutal forced labor. Mist says she believes him because she can swear, and that's how she keeps believing in him. Shakiro can't help but think if Mist believes in him this hard, then maybe hope isn't gone after all. Then Shakiro keeps talking about it. By the time he finally reaches North Folia, Alice is already a big-name adventurer, and she's been dragging him through the mud, calling him incompetent and a piece of shit to everyone. Those words came from a sage, and suddenly he crumbled. His name lost all weight, his humanity turned to dirt. They hauled him around like a slave, then kicked him aside the day they finally tossed him down. No mercy left in sight, treated worse than trash until he vanished into the dark throat of the deep hole. He straight up clears the air. Sure, other people did the deed, but it was those adventurers who yanked him in and physically tossed him in the end. Mist's face twists with shock at just how brutal that outcome was. Shakiro tells Mist that even if Alice's part was indirect, he still believes she's the one who shoved him into this. He still remembers plunging into that abyss, and now he's furious, asking why Alice would wreck their family like this, right? Then Shakiro finally admits it, so that's why he'd never want to see Alice again, not if he can help it. Mist goes still for a second, then leans in and asks if he really doesn't want to forgive them. But Mist won't let it go. He presses the question until the truth slips out. Does he mean he refuses to forgive Alice, or does he want to patch things up for real? Mist straight up says it's exactly what it sounds like, and Shakiro shoots back asking what she means, so she presses him, demanding to know which one he wants. Shakiro stands there lost in thought, trying to figure out what he truly wants from Alice, and what he's going to do about this mess before it spirals even more. Meanwhile, Shakiro gets tangled in his own head, spiraling so hard he can't even tell what he wants to do anymore. He rushes out an apology to Mist, admitting he doesn't have the answers yet, and when she reaches for him, her face crumples, tears spill as she takes in his confession. Mist speaks softly to him, telling him to slow down, and Shakiro chimes in, "Let's think it through and decide together from here." He drops his gaze and thinks hard, and you can still see the doubt weighing heavy on his face. Mist speaks to Shakiro like it matters, telling him to stop letting anger and sadness drive every choice because she learned that lesson from him, and he's just standing there, back turned, quietly taking it in. And Mist leans in and tells Shakiro this, whatever answer he chooses, she's staying right by his side. She tells him that's all she wanted to say, then her face crumples with raw emotion. Shakiro answers in a soft voice, quietly calling out her name. Meanwhile, Harem bursts in from the background and snaps, "Hurry up, Callum's waiting." Shakiro figures Mist finally gets why he needs her, then Mist's head snaps up and he senses a creature nearby, pointing it out like he's just spotted doom. Shakiro whispers to himself that this is exactly why he has to confirm it. The story snaps over to the forest, where Harem grabs everyone's attention and declares the next activity, solo exploration. Alice throws her hand up to volunteer and promises she'll give it everything, and Harem nods that they'll kick things off with Mist. Harem spots how fired up the Mist is, and Shakiro just gives a quiet, knowing nod back. But then Alice's whole vibe snaps, her eyes narrow like she's dialed in, deadly focused. With a sudden flare of energy, she yanks her weapon out and charges straight at Shakiro, coming in face first. Pressing for answers, he demanded to know what all of this was supposed to mean. Harem blurts out, "What's this supposed to mean?" and he calls Shakiro Master Cyclo like he's confronting him head-on. Harem tells Shakiro she's wanted to ask him again, what's he really up to, why did he come to them in the first place, and what's his angle? Shakiro shoots back that he already confessed he's fallen for Cyclo, and that he's ready to protect girls like Mist, and then Harem admits her gut tells her those words weren't lies either. But she keeps pushing, digging past the obvious, like, what's the real goal behind this party if he's forming it for a reason? She flashes her ornate weapon and demands he talk, daring him to be brave, because the second she wants, she'll pull the trigger. Shakiro clocks it immediately, that's the whole reason he brought her to the party. With her right in front of him, he doesn't have to worry about her scheming behind his back. Harem and his opponent lock eyes, and the tension crackles between them as Harem leans in and demands, "So you really don't trust me that much?" Shakiro says it straight, he won't trust anyone, and the only person he truly trusts is Mist. Harem fires back, saying not trusting people is just common sense, then drags him for acting all high and mighty like he's finally uncovered some big truth about the world. She tells you humans live by constantly judging the risk versus the reward, because distrust isn't some bug, it's built into them. But before that lesson even lands, he's already convinced himself he's the one and only special case. Shakiro tightens up at her words, and Karim keeps slamming her ruthless assessment straight into the moment. Shakiro's getting judged on the spot. She tells him he's spent his whole life living without ever learning how to doubt anyone, and then hits him with the brutal truth. He looks like some spoiled, empty-headed brat throwing a tantrum, and Shakiro just slumps there, crushed and defeated. He snaps at her to shut up, but his voice wobbles with no real bite, so Karim barrels forward, saying all he has to do is one thing: say no, period. The tension snaps like a wire, and Karim presses him for answers. He demands to know why he can't say a single word back. Then bam, dark flashback, we see Shakiro crushed by pain, his clock eye glaring as he clings to one brutal promise: revenge on everything in this world. He freezes in the present, staring at himself as that tiny mist figure shows below, still totally helpless as Karim's challenge hangs in the air. Karim keeps her gun locked steady and tells Shakiro this is all she has, the only way she knows how to survive. Then she snaps that it's exactly because he's such a brat, and that's why her expectations for him are sky high. Shakiro stared at her, totally stunned, like her words had blown her mind. But Karim won't stop talking. He slams Shakiro as a stupid, kind little brat who just stumbled into incredible power, and that's the whole reason there are things only someone like him could ever pull off. She says it straight, no games, this is exactly what she believes. Then Karim drops her ornate guns, and a calm smile spreads across her face as she looks straight at Shakiro. She tells him, if you hate it, then go ahead, kill me anytime you want. Still, she pushes him, make me a promise. Shakiro frowns, demanding to know what kind of promise she even means. Karim lays out her vision. She wants to smash this world that twists everyone's will and dreams with skills and build a place where people can chase their goals for real, without getting laughed at, while the panel cuts to flash glimpses of different lives, including the haunting scenes from Shakiro's past. Karim locks eyes with Shakiro, flashes a confident grin, and tells him straight up, if he can keep that promise, she won't mind if he kills her anytime. Karim flicks her gun aside with a slick flourish of clockwork imagery. And there they stood in the forest clearing, side by side, Karim in that bold, revealing outfit, Shakiro dressed in dark colors, while Shakiro snapped back that if she tried to pin a promise like that on him, it was nothing but a nuisance. Then Shakiro throws his arms up high above his head, stretching like he's about to kick off whatever comes next. Karim grins and gives his answer a warm nod. Meanwhile, the three of them stride together down the glowing forest path, moving in lockstep like they're one team. Shakiro drops the intel to Ms. Shi, and the second she hears it, pure joy explodes out of her. She's basically throwing a full-on celebration for her success. Then Mist and Karim stand side by side in the forest. Mist looks totally confused, but Karim wears a smug little smile like he already knows what's coming. Karim fires off a quiet thought that Shakiro is exactly the man she expected, and then, right in the background, someone spots it and starts worrying that it might be happening all over again. Someone cheers Shakiro, shouting that it's his turn next, and Karim glances down at Shakiro's feet, quietly giving his nod back. In a blink, his hands slam together with a sudden, fierce snap. And Mist spirals over what just went down, then it clicks. Mist was protecting her the whole time, and Karim clocked her through and through. Mist can't help but feel pathetic over the whole mess. She knows she just stumbled into this massive power and grabbed it by pure luck, and with that conflicted look on her face, she finally admits that Shakiro is probably right. So she decides to give him a little more faith, just to see if it'll work. The three party members push deeper into the forest side by side, refusing to split up. Mist tightens her fist and charges back in with fresh determination, and the three of them stand shoulder to shoulder as members of the Wheel of Fortune. Karim bursts in, saying the moment everyone's been waiting for is here, the final practical exercise of the day. Then she turns to Shakiro and tells him they'll hold the monsters off while Mist finishes the job. Mist nods like she gets it, then Karim fires back that this will lock in their teamwork and level up Mist in one shot, and Mist answers with a confident, solid yes. A hulking, boar-like monster crashes into the forest, and right away Karim spots it, then yells out that she's found the thing. She locks eyes on it and declares it the fiercest monster this forest has ever seen. Karim fires off, asking if the other two are ready, and Mist snaps back that she's in, while still admitting the monster's info she just heard. Shakiro snaps at them, demanding they clear out right now. She hurls herself straight at the giant boar, weapon held high like she's going for the kill. She yelled to Shakiro that she needed him, then her blade slammed down with brutal force and the beast staggered under the full hit. Shakiro tells Mist to hang in there and not give up. But Mist shoots back that he doesn't owe her a single explanation. Shakiro's Mistletoe and Karam's attacks are getting deliberately stalled, so Mist can line up the final, decisive blow. Suddenly a voice screams, "Everyone back up, get back now." A giant cross-shaped magic barrier explodes across the battlefield, and Mist rockets forward, declaring she's going in. Her strike detonates into a blazing geometric web of light and raw energy. The spell slams in with a devastating hit that shakes everything it touches. The boar bellows in agony as the attack rips straight through its body. Blood splattered across the forest floor as the creature swallowed the full impact of that missed strike. As the dust finally clears, the three party members huddle together. Karam leans in and asks, "Did we get the monster?" But Shakiro shakes his head, "No." Then Mist spots something off in the dark undergrowth. Its shadowy shift crawls closer, and in the blink of an eye, speed lines explode across the panel as whatever it is barrels straight toward them. Meanwhile, Shakiro throws a victory grin at Mist, telling her she leveled up, and that it's absolutely incredible. Karam stares at them and groans that she's about to puke from all this sugar. Mist blurts out that it's embarrassing, and Shakiro only laughs it off, telling Karam to quit being so dramatic. Karam's smile drops instantly, and her eyes sharpen as she spots something shifting in the bushes nearby. Shakiro barks at Karam to keep the momentum rolling, and Karam just shoots back with a deadpan, "Yeah, look at you getting all hyped out of nowhere." She can't help thinking, for now, I should keep my mouth shut about this. And the panel cuts to Karam, absolutely dazzling in full witch mode, elaborate hat and all, rocking the full costume like a spell just went off. Later, right at the Deep Hole's entrance, Shakiro demanded they double-check today's schedule. Shakiro leans in and tells Mist that with how strong she's gotten, she could probably reach the first boss. Harem insists she's got it, and Mist jumps in right after, backing her up. Then Shakiro jumps in, saying their coordination has to be confirmed, no doubt about it. Harem jokes that she'd much rather not get shot in the back by those sick lowlifes after all. Then he blurts it off with a laugh like, "Relax, she's just kidding." Harem lets out a heavy sigh and tells everyone to move, and right on cue, Mist and Shakiro both step up, confirming they're ready to go. The camera drops into the dungeon's massive interior, fading into crushing darkness, and someone says the first floor is crawling with skeletons, while another voice chimes in that skeleton monsters are right up ahead. And the story barrels on. This dungeon is teeming with filthy monsters, each one with a twisted appetite. He's aiming to take complete control of that deep hole, smash the dungeon's systems, and keep the monsters from getting anywhere near the citizens. That's exactly how it earned the nickname as the worst dungeon. Harem shouted at Ciclo, and still it slipped right past him. Meanwhile, skeleton monsters crawl up from the dungeon's depths, bones clattering as they close in, and Karim realizes they're here. She lets out a shaky breath, realizing this is finally the very first step. Harem tells Mist to take the finishing blow herself, and Mist fires back that she's fully ready. Then the whole fight erupts. Karim charges in and hammers the skeleton monsters with deadly strikes. Mist slams in with the follow-up strike, delivering a lethal finishing blow that obliterates the skeleton completely. Harem hammers another skeleton with a brutal finishing blow, and the moment her strike lands, its bones shatter and explode into pieces. She flashes a confident smile, leans toward Shakiro and reminds him, "I told you I wouldn't mess up," then praises him for that clean move. Then Mist unleashes her Holy Burst ability, and the air lights up with divine power. The holy light rips through a swarm of skeletons in one brutal sweep. The sacred energy detonates through them, and the undead instantly crumble, collapsing into dust. Someone yells that the target is finally down, but another voice snaps back, "Nope, not yet," because more skeletons crash and lie collapsed on the ground. Someone jerks a finger at the corner and says the next threat is lurking right around there. Shakiro's clock sense goes off and it warns him. About 20 skeletons are storming in from that direction, and the undead horde starts tightening the noose. Harem tells her, "Don't worry, I'll handle it this time, I'm putting it in your hands." But then adds that it won't help with restraining much, so Mistral fires back asking what they should do, and Harem blurts out, "What are you planning, Shakiro?" and the curiosity hits like a spark. Shakiro fires up his clockwork creation power, then tells them, "If you're checking our coordination, watch closely," and he flashes his hand to conjure an elaborate pocket watch mechanism. Someone blurts out, "Wait, what is that?" and immediately guesses it's a pocket watch, but another voice snaps back that the hands aren't moving. Then Shakiro braces himself, positions the device, and winds it up. Then he yanks the pin and leans in, telling her that the second it comes out, the hands will snap forward. Suddenly, the pocket watch blasts apart with a thunderous explosion that rips through everything. Mist and Karim just stand there gaping at the wreckage as Mist blurts out, "Who did this?" while Karim snaps back, calling him Master Cyclo. Shakiro tells them, "You see it for a reason. This thing is built to blow the second it hits zero." Karim slams the brakes on the weapon the second he sees it, ordering Shakiro that she can't use it while she's out front, no exceptions, because it's way too dangerous, and Shakiro shoots back, demanding to know why, especially since he poured his heart into that design. Karim bursts into laughter as Mist raves that the power was unreal, and Shakiro grumbles that he couldn't be prouder. Meanwhile, the fight rages on as they push deeper into the dungeon, smashing skeletons in brutal close-quarters brawls until the battle finally ends and the floor is strewn with the wreckage. Karim surveys the wreckage and grins, saying it looks perfect now. Then they're ready to push onward to the next floor, Mist, and she thanks her over and over for the save. And the whole party hammers up the dungeon stairs, charging toward the next. Mist spins in place, eyes wide with awe, realizing they've just hit a whole new level of progress. The party bursts into a huge underground cave chamber, and water keeps rushing through the whole place, while above them, the ceiling soars high and stalactites hang down like silent blades. Someone leans in and says this is where the real hole begins, where the monsters turn vicious and the ground gets mind-bendingly complex, while Mist just stands there, staring, utterly stunned that a cave this insane is hiding inside the dungeon. Then Karim snaps, "Watch your step, or one wrong move and you'll tumble into the abyss and be gone for good." Shakiro leaned in and promised, "Miss, if anything happens, I'll shield you with my life." But when they hit the dangerous terrain, Shakiro suddenly stops dead. Miss spots it instantly and fires, "What's wrong?" And Shakiro says it's even more important than that. They've been getting followed nonstop ever since they stepped onto the first floor. Misty can't shake the feeling it's a monster, but Karim just stays silent like he's hiding something. The party kicks off a heated talk about their stalker. Karim insists monsters don't cross their turf, so this has to be human, and she shoots back that this creep isn't a rookie either, slipping around with perfect distance like they're invisible. Harem adds that with Cyclo on watch, they can stop fearing surprise attacks. Then Mr. Grise and Shakiro tell them, "Leave it to me." While they're distracted, a shadowy stalker keeps watching from the dark, muttering about that girl like he knows exactly who she is. Harem whips her head around, spots the ground has shifted since her last climb, and mutters that this dungeon isn't just a place, it's a living thing. Harem then leans in and interrogates Shakiro, asking if he really climbed back up. Shakiro blurts out that everything went wild, then he gets booted straight into the abyss, dropping like a stone all the way down to the middle layers in one single fall. Harem blurts that she can't believe he's still breathing, while Shakiro shoots back that he only survived because pure luck saved him, and shows how the spiderwebs turned into a sticky net, snapping shut to trap him. Shakiro clocks it, yeah, it's way past time he'd been missing, and decides to surprise Karim with some brutal training. But then boom, a massive explosion erupts right beside them. Alice's voice screams, "Watch out, Big Brother's coming." The surprise attack detonates on Shakiro with an explosive blast, but Shakiro stays stone calm while the shockwave slams into him. Karim reels in total shock as the sudden assault hits him out of nowhere. Shakiro hisses Alice's name under his breath, and boom, Alice shows up in full witch gear, rocking that huge decorated hat, immediately babbling that it's just a coincidence to find her big brother here. The text label snaps on screen, calling her the Chaser, while flames roar behind her like a warning. Alice shoots her explanation fast. She only says she was in the right place at the right time, just passing by. And she's thrilled she could finally protect him, pushing back hard that Shakiro's completely wrong. Then she smirks and says, "Since you told me not to get close, I'm leaving now." Shakiro grabs her attention and snaps, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Karim orders them to keep training and turns to Shakiro to ask if she's good with it, yet Shakiro's face twists, furious, because she can't figure out what the hell Alice is up to. Dungeons sprawled ahead of them, and jagged cracks spiderwebbed through the stone walls like the place was breaking apart. Alice rockets forward, screams "Aqua Cutter," and swings into her attack, swearing she'll protect her big brother no matter what. A water-based strike tore through the air, screaming straight at the oncoming monsters. The Tight close-up snaps to Shakiro's eye, like the whole world just narrowed to that one piercing stare. Shakiro yells at Alice to stop, but she's already riding on top of some creature through the dungeon while Shakiro and Mist loom in the background. Alice gasps in shock, then blurts, "What a coincidence." Over and over, overjoyed, she's running into her big brother again. Shakiro snapped, "What do you think you're doing?" and she didn't stop. Alice flashes an innocent smile and fires back, "What do you mean?" Tiny panels flicker across Alice's face, her calm cracks, nerves take over, and she starts to speak, then suddenly stops mid-sentence. Defeated monsters sprawled across the ground as Shakiro stood right in the middle. Then he snapped that since Alice wiped them all out, this isn't training anymore. They're still in the thick of training for surprise attacks right now. Shakiro snaps at her that she's nothing but a nuisance and orders her to get out of the way and stop causing trouble. Alice choked back tears and admitted she only came to make things right with him. Alice stands there, shaking with emotion, apologizing over and over, begging him for forgiveness like she can't stop herself. She yells for Master, voice cracking with desperation as Shakiro drifts deeper into the dungeon, grumbling that she needs to finally give him a break. Close-up snap to Shakiro's face, first from the side, then right front and center. Then Harem stood in that dungeon, surrounded by flickering sparkles and wild light effects, and she muttered that Shakiro's little sister was taking all of this way harder than anyone expected. Alice plunges downward with total drama, then freezes in the dungeon with a shaky breath. Harem watches her worry and blurts out, "So, how's this going to end?" In the middle of that total chaos training battle, Shakiro snaps at Alice to shut up, loud enough to cut through everything. Alice just stands there, shattered, staring at the floor as the thought hits her like a punch. Her big brother really hates her now. She keeps asking herself how to make him forgive her, and how to bring back that smile he used to wear for her. Then Alice snaps, "That's right," and proves it. She peers over the massive abyss where Shakiro towers in the distance, and without hesitation decides she'll jump in too, so she can finally understand her big brother. Shakiro stood tall on the edge, balancing on top of the dark creature, while Alice stayed trapped below on the cliff. Alice takes it all in, makes a tiny shocked sound, and then her face snaps into a whole new expression. She raises her voice with a shaky breath, calling to her big brother. Suddenly, Shakiro's smiling face pops into view. He shouts Alice's name and beckons her, "Come here." Alice snaps her gaze up from the ground, blurts out, "I love you," then hurls herself off the cliff toward the abyss below. A colossal monster claw looms overhead, then she plunges downward and shouts to Shakiro that she'll give it everything she's got. Back in reality, the mischecks on Shakiro and A caught everyone off guard. He asks if he's okay, and Shakiro snaps back that they need to get back to training right now. Near the dungeon abyss's edge, the whole crew froze, then Harem shouted, calling out to Shakiro, asking if it's truly okay to just ditch his little sister like that. Shakiro makes it crystal clear he's not meddling at all, and he's definitely not telling Harem to patch things up with Alice or anything like that. Harem admits it'll be a disaster if Alice keeps interfering. Then the scene cuts to Alice plummeting through the air straight toward the abyss. Harem clocks the girl's breaking point instantly. She looks like she's one bad second away from snapping, and he has no idea what she'll do next. She asks, "Do we chase Alice down?" because she's got to still be cooking up something. Harem snapped that wasn't exactly what she meant, but he shrugged like it didn't matter. Then the video snaps into a wide shot, and the starry night sky explodes across the screen. Down the cliff, Alice's body skids and crashes, scraping against the stone as she tumbles lower. Suddenly, Shakiro snaps to it. He recognizes the clothes, and it's unmistakably Alice's, and shock hits his face as the truth clicks in. Someone screams for their master, right as Alice's dress and bow rocket through the air. A frantic voice bursts in, shouting Alice's name like it's an emergency. Then everything shifts right onto a quiet street outside that building where Shakiro and Alice stand shoulder to shoulder, clutching their shopping bags. Shakiro tells Alice straight up, "I can't make sense of you when you're falling apart like this." Alice sinks to the ground, tears pouring down her cheeks as she breaks and asks, "Why don't we have a dad?" She keeps insisting. People have been telling her that she and Shakiro aren't even real siblings. It feels weird knowing she has no father. Shakiro grips Alice's hands and shouts her name, calling out to her like it might bring her back. He tells her no matter what, she's still his precious little sister, and then a memory slams in, them as kids holding hands with their mom. Alice shot a tear-filled look up at Shakiro, and he answered her with a soft, gentle smile. Alice flashes a happy smile through her tears, like joy is fighting its way out. Meanwhile, Shakiro stares at the floor, trying to remember when he last felt something like this. A memory snaps them back as kids, strolling side by side, and then another flashback hits. Young Shakiro steps in and shields Alice when danger finally comes crashing down. He can't stop asking when everything slipped away from those feelings. Then Shakiro's voice rings in, promising Alice that no matter what comes, she'll always be his precious family, and the memory hits him hard. Alice smiling like warmth itself. Then the story snaps to the ravine. There's Alice standing on a broken wooden bridge lit up by some otherworldly glow when someone yells her name, and in her last breath her voice carries to her big brother, "I love you." Alice's body rockets through the air and drops straight into the abyss, her dress and silhouette vanishing as she plummets. Harem freezes in terror, panic pouring down her face, while someone screams Alice's name like it might drag her back. Shakiro snaps his clockwork creation to life, and this massive mechanical weapon just erupts into existence, all those gears and mechanisms locking together in perfect, intricate sync. He snatches the construct and rockets straight into action. Clockwork weapon rips through the air as he barrels forward. Racing ahead with unshakable fury, he tore through everything, leaving a trail of total wreckage behind him. Then Shakiro rockets in and catches Alice mid-fall. Bam! The two crash together in midair, pressed so close they feel the full jolt of the rescue. Alice gasped in total disbelief, staring up as she suddenly found herself safe in someone's arms. Alice blurts out why her big brother is even there, totally stunned by how he looks. Then Shakiro snaps, telling her to shut up or he'll make her bite her tongue. Alice's face twists with raw emotion as tears burst into her eyes, and Shakiro rushes in to carry her. He sprinted along the cliffside, then tore free, his little sister clutched tight in his arms. While Mist and Harem strain their voices, they shout for Master Cyclo from way out in the distance. Miss says she's just relieved they're both safe, and Shakiro jumps in, telling them not to stress, everything's fine. The whole crew huddles up in this painfully awkward second, every single person frozen, no one knows how to even handle what just exploded in front of them. Alice's face screams she's still wrecked emotionally, and then she stumbles into this burst of physical comedy, her chest bouncing as she reacts to whatever just hit her. Then Shakiro yanks Alice into his arms and snarls, "So why the hell did you do that?" Harem watches from the sidelines as the showdown explodes and the memory snaps back to Alice's fall down the ravine. Shakiro calls it a suicide mission. Alice says she figured if she went through the same nightmare Shakiro did, maybe he'd finally forgive her sins because she truly did something brutal to him. Guilt weighs on her face, and the moment tears begin to well up in her eyes, you can feel the pain spilling out. Alice jerks her gaze up at Shakiro, totally confused, and blurts out what he's talking about, while he clutches her close like a shield as shock rips across her face. Shakiro tells Alice, "I'll never forgive you," then admits it. He hates her enough to hurt, but not enough to want her dead. He won't let her slip away like that, because they're family and that means she has to fight. Alice's tears poured down her face as his voice cracked with raw, desperate urgency. Shakiro tells Alice to just wait for him, says that's all he needs, and when Alice cries and swears she'll work hard, she begs, will he come and get her? And if you ever decide to forgive her, if she's willing to wait, she'll. Shakiro nods and grins, saying he wants to jump in and do it too. Alice crumples into tears, shaking with relief, and blurts, "I'm so glad," again and again, like she can't stop it. Meanwhile, down below, Harem and Mist silently watch the sibling reconciliation unfold, eyes locked from afar. Harem just stands there watching the whole emotional explosion unfold, then warns them, "Being this defenseless while you're crying like that is pure danger." Meanwhile, Mist and Shakiro stay locked together as everything finally quiets down. Then someone dares to ask if Shakiro's really not ready to forgive, and right when that tension spikes, Alice calls his name and Harem just watches, knowing he's finally got his answer. Alice's cheeks are wet with tears as she pleads with her brother, telling him she should have talked to him properly from the start. Then Shakiro cuts in, saying she doesn't need to apologize at all. Alice keeps running up to him, calling him big brother, insisting without a doubt that he'd never ever try to set her up for real. She tells him they can go back to how things were if he wants, and Shakiro snaps, asking if she can just hang tight until he cools off a little. And Alice's face bursts into pure joy. She's promising she'll be there waiting. Suddenly, Alice's mind ignites, memories slam into her like a wave, replaying everything Shakiro endured. The mockery, the abuse, the pain that tore through him, and the truth hits her all at once. Then Alice suddenly smacks right into Shakiro and clamps onto him with everything she's got. Miss snaps in with worry, asking if he's okay. Alice looks straight up baffled, like she can't even believe she just did that, and she's asking herself why she acted that way. Harem watches everything unfold and can't stop thinking about what she needs to do next to fix this mess. They huddle on the ravine slope, and the tension in the air feels like it's about to snap. Harem stared at the chaos with a grim face, thinking, this has turned into a real headache to handle. Alice urgently calls out, demanding answers about what's wrong, while her big brother's missed calls to Shakiro hang in the air and worry floods her voice. Meanwhile, Shakiro's mind is spinning, scrambling to understand why those memories hit him all at once, clear, brutal, and alive, and he tightens his resolve, telling himself he has no reason to fear guys like that anymore. Then they step in and say, what Shakiro's living through isn't just pain, it's trauma. The scene snaps to Harem, Mist, and Alice standing shoulder to shoulder, worry plastered across their faces as they stare at him, while Harem clocks Shakiro's reaction and goes, this is the exact same trauma breakdown we've seen in every other adventurer who went through it. Someone asks, is there any asterisk cure, anything at all we can do for him? Mist admits there's only so much anyone can do because it all comes down to the heart. Some people stay trapped in that feeling forever, while others snap out of it purely by chance, and yeah, it's different for every single person. Alice thinks maybe if I stay by his side and help him adjust one tiny step at a time, he'll actually be okay. But someone shuts that down fast, saying that plan is a brutal mountain to climb. Mist warns that pushing him to get used to it could backfire hard, making his symptoms hit even worse. Then Harem leans in and tells Alice she's got only two choices, then he fires off the big question, which one will she pick? Alice pauses, weighs it all, and admits she'd rather keep things exactly as they are than accidentally make it worse. But then she steels herself and goes for the plan anyway, even if it could spiral out of control. Shakiro stands there, pure determination blazing across his face, and he tells everyone, yes, even Alice, that he's truly sorry. But he refuses to fold to something this utterly nonsensical. Meanwhile, Alice peeks from behind him, yelling for her big brother, and Shakiro snaps that he won't let things spiral. He's not just stopping the damage, he's determined to make it better. Harem nods and tells him, yep, that's exactly what I figured you'd say. And Miss finally speaks up and asks, can I toss out an idea? Shakiro admits that was his plan from the start, and Mist snaps back, so you really bought me just to tie me up with a slave contract, because he won't trust anyone else. For a split second she goes deep in thought, then drops a bold suggestion like it's the answer they've been waiting for. Telling them they should slap a slave contract on Alice too, Harem just freezes there and Mist keeps barreling on with her logic. Right then, Shakiro realizes she struck out on the idea, but he waves it off and tells her it's all good, she doesn't have to stress. Then someone calls out that turning his own sister into a slave is way too far. He shoots back with a fast apology and immediately flips to agree. Miss snaps her eyes wide with pure shock at the reply. Someone blurts out, way too excited, becoming a slave? That actually sounds great. And right as the whole party gathers in, another voice cuts in, claiming they've got the perfect opportunity, leaving everyone to stand together while the conversation explodes. Meanwhile, the narration snaps us back to everything that went down before they finally tore out of the royal capital. The scene snaps to the royal capital outside the Adventurers Guild building. And then, right in the middle of everything, someone gets yanked in and slammed to the ground like a warning. Inside the guild, Alice marched up to a desk and demanded they handle the remittance procedures again. Then the man looked up, called her by name, and told her she didn't have to do this anymore. The narrator calls him Guildmaster Regia Sandria, Alice's adoptive father, and he studies her with a hard, serious stare from behind his desk. Alice's eyebrows shoot up, total confusion, and she blurts, "What are you even talking about?" Regius leans in and tells her he's heard her brother got shipped to North Folia as a criminal slave. Alassim stunned. And Regius cuts in, saying, "No, wait, I guess I should put it this way at last." Alice snaps back that her brother would never pull something like that and calls it a flat-out lie, but Regius stays cool and reveals the truth. Shakiro is apparently the one behind a string of sexual assaults. Alice's face contorts with rage and pure frustration until someone calls her out and says she's been telling her brother he's incompetent, a total loser, all along. Alice snaps back that it's different, like that somehow changes everything. Regius leans in and tells her, "Hold up, there's something else I need to show you first." Then he points, motions her forward, and pushes her to go ahead and open it. Alice can't shake the thought, if it's really this simple, then people should just trust her big brother more. An ornate key sits there, gleaming like it's just waiting for someone to make a mistake. Regius snaps his fingers and confirms, that's it. Alice snatches the key, then shoots off a question, where's it even for? The camera swings out and boom, those massive double doors come into view, towering like a challenge. Alice and Regius are right in front of them when everything kicks off, and the dramatic reveal starts as they begin opening. Regius pushes Alice forward and tells her to crack it open, then reveals the truth. This ornate gate was a custom job he commissioned from the son of the Craftsman Guild's master. The moment the right side of the panel swings into view, there it is, a massive, jaw-dropping decorative entrance, bristling with intricate scrollwork and patterns that crawl all over the entire surface. Meanwhile, Alice wrestles with the mechanism, straining through multiple tries just to get it to budge. Then wham, a massive explosion erupts out of nowhere, blasting the whole area apart. When the dust finally clears, Regius is right there in front of Alice, gripping a mountain of cash in his hands. He leans in, asks if she's shocked, then drops the bombshell. This whole stash is the money he was supposed to send to her brother. Alice's face twists into total shock the moment the truth lands. Then Regius drops the truth. She hasn't been sending money to her brother at all. For 2 whole years, he's pocketed it, convinced it'd be smarter for her future than wasting it on some guy destined to turn criminal, and Alice's voice suddenly rings out inside her memories. She finally realizes she's been battling with zero backup the entire time. Brutal fight after brutal fight slashes across the screen as she tangles with massive, wolf-like monsters, without a single ally in sight. And she'd do anything for the big brother she loves more than life itself. In her memories, someone drops a grin and says they heard she wiped out an A-rank monster by herself, just like the sage was always expected to do. Alice shoots back that if she doesn't go solo, the reward gets sliced in half. Then the scene snaps to Alice all bundled up in winter gear for some brutal mission, and she clenches her teeth. Whatever it hurts, she'll still push through because her brother needs her. Back in the present, Regius just smirks at her, and that's when Alice finally clocks what kind of monster he really is. She snaps, so you went and ruined everything yourself. Suddenly, Alice hurls a brutal magic attack, Prominence Nova, and the spell detonates with catastrophic force, shaking the entire city. Someone yells, "Is that the Adventurers Guild?" while another voice panics, "No, this is the Demon King's attack." In the middle of all that chaos, people scatter while someone screams for ants and shouts to grab a healer fast. Because the guild master lies gravely injured, and the whole place is thrown into panic. And out of nowhere, a mysterious rider comes charging in on horseback. Then someone stumbles upon the scene in pure shock, realizing he's getting brutalized right there. Alice shot back with her reasoning, insisting that if she let him snag her like a criminal slave, the whole thing would finally be settled. Someone calls it confirmed, the deal is real, while Harem and Mist just stand there, locked in, watching the whole thing blow up in real time. Then Shakiro suddenly snaps at Alice, like he can't hold it in anymore. Alice snaps back at him for calling her an absolute moron, and then she demands to know why he's even acting like this. Then the standoff detonates. Alice rockets forward and slams Shakiro with explosive power, yelling that she busted her ass for him, only for him to turn around and ruin everything. Harem jumps in and calls it out. Sure, Alice is upset, but blowing Shakiro up is way too far. She should have stopped at a punch to the face max. Alice lunges in to speak up, but Shakiro cuts her off and demands why she's acting so cool, like she didn't do anything wrong. Harem steps in and nails it. What Alice did still counts as assault, and it's a straight-up crime. Harem keeps driving the point home. No matter what happened, Alice's reaction was way too much, and she should have stopped after one punch because the assault charge still holds strong, no excuses. Shakiro's frustration boils over as he realizes what's really going on. Then Alice brings up Shakiro's link to the Margrave, saying it's not bad for her big brother. Then someone waves a cyclocun at Shakiro and tells him, "You're all set now, you've got the Margrave handled." Harem clocks that Alice is pure trouble and decides he can't just leave her running wild. He's taking custody of her himself. Alice says they can just toss the paperwork aside and pretend it never happened, and Mist shoots back that they should use every tool they've got. Shakiro blurts, "We're going home," but the moment it leaves his mouth, you can tell this situation has gone straight downhill. Meanwhile, we cut straight to the Margraves' estate, towering right into view with their grand mansion looming over everything. Regia steps inside and lays out the whole nightmare. Alice is the one behind the royal capital's guild bombing, and she's also Shakiro's biological sister, so they decide to seize her and take her into custody as a criminal slave. Regius leans in and asks Shakiro whether he even understands what a lord like him thinks when an SS5 rank adventurer comes asking for a favor. He calls Shakiro Cyclokun and straight up asks if he's got what it takes to pull off the procedures. Shakiro grins and waves it off, not a problem at all. Then Regius breaks it down and admits he weighs every cost like it's life or death. Still, thanks to Shakiro, his head never stops spinning with wild new ideas, his worries never shut off, and somehow every single day turns into pure fun for him. Regius points out they're still a long way from the royal capital, and the truth is their connection to it is basically fading. Then he leans in and asks Shakiro, "Can I count on you for this?" Shakiro admits he might get a few glares from people, but he shrugs it off, and Regius thanks him right away, calling it a huge help. The story snaps to life at night, with the mansion standing dark and looming outside. Then it cuts inside to reveal someone sitting alone in a chair, still as stone. Back at the mansion, Miss slips up to Shakiro in her maid outfit. She asks if he has a second, and Shakiro waves her in, then they slip into the room and sit down together. Shakiro blurts what's wrong, and Miss finally admits she's got an apology she needs to make. Miss blurts out that she can actually cure him, and Shakiro just smirks, saying he already knew. His face twists as he clocks exactly where this conversation is headed. Then Shakiro blazes through the clues and asks straight up if it's restoration magic. Mist pauses for one beat, then nods, only for Mist to reveal the real catch. If she rebuilds him before his heart fully heals, then every memory from the moment they ditched the royal capital until right now could vanish for good. Even the moment they crossed paths hits like a flashback back to those ruins where he and she first ran into each other. Mist finally admits she never wanted him to forget her, like this whole confession was really just her own selfish need to be remembered. Mist completely crumbles in front of everyone, tears pouring down her face. She blurts out that she just couldn't force herself to say it earlier, then keeps apologizing again and again. Meanwhile, Shakiro just stares at her with that calm, knowing look like she already understands everything. Shakiro tells Mist she has nothing to apologize for, everything is exactly as they promised, and then he straight up thanks her. Mist gets choked up, barely able to get out his title. Then Shakiro leans in and swears he'll never forget her, because every memory they've made since they met feels priceless to him. The panel even throws in a montage of every moment they shared. They're practically nose to nose now, and Shakiro fires off a request, "Use your restoration magic on me." Suddenly, Mist snaps into it. His words weren't just words. She calls him out, saying he didn't order her at all. He begged her with tears in his eyes, yet she still smiled. Mist nods and he agrees. Mist and Shakiro lace their fingers together, hand in hand, and the air blooms with soft magical sparkles and a warm glow as Mist meets his eyes full of trust and gratitude, while Shakiro looks down at her like everything's going to be okay. Restoration magic is seconds from starting, and the magic energy surges hotter around their joined hands. A giant clock-like symbol blasts into existence, glowing like it's on fire the moment his spell kicks off. Then Miss flashes a grin and vows she'll repay his trust and kindness with the same. And boom, her restoration magic surges forward, roaring with raw power. Then the magic kicks in hard, eruption energy ripping the mist away as massive wing-like beams of pure light unfurl behind her, and the resurrection technique swallows both of them in blinding radiance until Shakiro stands frozen, staring down the spell at its absolute peak. Morning crashes into the mansion like a new chapter, and everything's about to change. Inside one of those massive grand rooms, Miss stands in her outfit, eyes brimming with emotion, while Shakiro keeps his back turned and Alice and Harem wait nearby. And Miss tells her big brother, "I'm going," and her voice shakes with nervous hope. Three women lock in with intense focus. Harem stands there, calm as ever. Alice's face twists with worry and Mist's eyes brim with tears. Meanwhile, Shakiro keeps his back to everyone and his white hair shows as a voice asks, "So, how do we look?" In the mansion bedroom, Alice leans into her big brother and demands to know what's going on. Ms. locks in on the truth. If her regeneration magic really worked, then everything should have snapped back to normal, and Harem softly calls him Master Cyclope. And everyone hangs on Shakiro's reaction, the tension snapping in the air as they brace themselves to see if the magic truly worked. Then Shakiro snaps his eyes open and flashes a gentle smile, telling everyone, "You're safe, everything's back to normal." The women finally breathe out in relief and he nods with a simple, undeniable yes. His white hair is back and his vision snaps fully back into place. Alice comes sprinting back and Shakiro greets her at the door with a warm, welcoming smile. With the reunion still buzzing in their chest, Miss breaks the tension by saying she's just relieved it all turned out fine. Then Harem clocks them both and remarks that these two troublemaking siblings are something else. Everyone finally exhales, relief crashing down like a wave. Later on, Alice bursts out with pure joy, saying she's honestly grateful for everything that happened. She bows and thanks Miss from the bottom of her heart, saying everything happened because Miss gave her the courage to finally try regeneration magic. Then the flashback hits, bursting with that brilliant magical light as Alice smiles, packed with real, glowing gratitude. Right in the middle of the spell, Shakiro suddenly sensed something deep and undeniable unfolding between them. He could feel Miss' soul and his own touch locking together, forming a bond that went way deeper than he ever expected. Shakiro freezes as the truth clicks in his head, staring off in disbelief, like, what if the thought in his mind is actually real? A shadowy silhouette slinks into his mind, and at the same time Mist panics, scrambling to shove away whatever she's been thinking. Then Alice finally speaks up. She makes it crystal clear she's not happy being a slave, not even close, but if her big brother is determined, she'll accept it. Shakiro cuts in, grabs the reins of the conversation, and tells Alice they've gotta slam the enslavement contract deal out right now. Alice shoots back that she's putting everything on him. If he takes her custody, she can live as a criminal slave that way. They hustle to the official spot, and when the attendant spots Lord Owen, you can tell it's been forever since they've seen each other. The moment the enslavement contract snaps into place, it blasts off with overwhelming, crushing power. Shakiro surges his magical energy, and the chains rip into existence, then explode into brilliant light as they shatter. Alice watches the whole ordeal play out, and it finally hits her. This is what a real slavery contract looks like, while the official confirms Shakiro's magical power is still absolutely unreal. A massive, clock-like magical symbol erupts into view and slams itself onto Alice, carving the final mark that locks the contract into place. Alice drops her gaze, heart tangled in conflict, because yep, she just realized she's really her big brother's slave now. The grand room glows under that ornate chandelier, but Shakiro slams the brakes on her thoughts and snaps, "No." Then he lays out his plan and tells her he's about to give her 2 orders. Alice shoots him a wide-eyed look, surprise and pure anticipation, because he's about to kick off his first announcement. Shakiro ruffles Alice's hair and tells her bluntly to get some common sense. Alice insists she's got plenty of common sense, but Shakiro shuts her down fast, saying only people who don't have it start running their mouths and detonating explosions. Alice's face twists with pure confusion, completely blindsided by that comeback. Shakiro keeps going, blurting out the second thing like it's the next bomb in the countdown. Alice is fuming in the background while he stands there totally calm in the doorway, and he fires off his second command, telling her to be honest with herself. Alice's face dominates the panel, glittering as the order's weight finally crashes in, and when it does, Shakiro locks eyes with her and declares this is his first and last command. Alice wrestles with the crushing weight of what just happened, like her emotions are dragging her down. Meanwhile, the crew regroups and Shakiro rushes over to apologize to Harem for leaving them hanging, then turns to thank both of them for sticking it out with patience. They stride through the grand hallway side by side, basking in warm smiles and telling Alice they're so happy the two of them finally made up. Then Alice snaps into the spotlight, blazing with emotion, saying getting treated like Shakiro's property is somehow a total win for her, and admits she loves him so fiercely she literally can't help it. Harem, Mist, and Shakiro huddle together in dead silence, their faces twisted with pure, awkward discomfort. Right then someone spots something shocking, and they can't hide their astonishment. Alice's eyes widen as the truth hits her hard. This has to be the punishment of the "be honest" command. An elegant woman studies the contract in front of her and presses so it can really mind control people, but an older man in a cap shuts her down instantly, saying that's not power it has, it's nothing but a delusion. Alice drops into an absurdly dramatic bow while Shakiro scrambles to calm her, and he ends up blurting out, awkwardly but honestly, that he likes her too. Then Alice fires up and shouts that when she said she loves him, she meant she wants to marry him. Right there, Shakiro snaps back, saying that's not what he meant at all, and Harem, Mist, and Shakiro all freeze in stunned shock at her marriage declaration. Alice remembers when she was little, Shakiro grabbed her hand and swore he'd marry her, but now he lays it out. Because they're blood-related, they can't be together, and he even starts doubting whether he ever said something like that in the first place. An official takes Alice and Shakiro by the hand, then lays out the noble law so clearly it's impossible to misunderstand. Even if they're blood siblings, once Lord Cyclope turns noble, a real marriage could actually happen. Alice's eyes flare with excitement as she confirms it. Under the noble law, even marriage is allowed. And that rule only hits nobles. An official even throws up a diagram to show how a brother and sister with different last names can still marry if they're counted as nobility. Shakiro shoots back immediately, insisting he's not promised to become one, but Alice rises with total confidence. If he conquers that deep hole, she tells him, he'll earn the noble title just from that alone, and she'll back him up every step of the way. Shakiro just gapes at her in pure disbelief and blurts out if she was adopted for that exact reason, and Alice stammers a denial, yet she can't quite make herself say it with total confidence. Then Alice finally blurts out, shaking with raw emotion, that at least half the reason she did it was because of that. In the background, somebody mutters that the Royal Capital's guildmaster is downright pitiful for being used like this, but Alice whips around and snaps back that Shakiro isn't the one to pity. Then Shakiro completely loses it and storms in, slamming into the conversation while yelling that this is exactly what he means when he says she needs to learn some common sense. Alice gets slammed by the training strike, and she finally realizes this is the price she pays for going against the whole common sense thing. Even with the pain twisting her expression, Alice can't stop. She blushes and says it feels exactly like her big brother's training, and honestly, it feels so good. Meanwhile, Shakiro just stands in the background, squirming in pure, deep discomfort with the whole thing. Harem watches the chaos unfold and blurts out that Cyclos went full throttle, even with his own little sister right there, while Miss stands nearby, staring ahead like her face forgot how to react. Reeling from what she just saw, she suddenly. The other three girls pile up on the attack, and when Alice and Harem finally spot them, all three scream at once. None of them will let anybody lay a hand on their master. The official just nods in approval, saying heroes really do love beauty. That's exactly what he figured Lord Cicro would prove. But Lord Cicro snaps back, claiming he doesn't love beauty at all. Later, in the quiet hush of the moment, Shakiro locks eyes with someone and realizes, somehow, they've gone utterly calm, like they're a whole different person than the one who used to be there. In a flashback panel, you see when Lord Owen first decided to buy a slave, he only wanted people whose moves could be locked in by a slavery spell. Someone muses that Shakiro's transformation has to be thanks to those girls, then another voice jumps in, fully backing it. Video cuts to the mansion's grounds, looming under a heavy gray sky. Then the scene whips to the royal capital, where a towering grand castle and cathedral blaze over the city like they own the skyline. Down in the streets below, Lord Bugen struts by in his police inspector uniform, and the townspeople snap their heads toward him like, "That's him, Lord Bugen, the inspector." Before you know it, whispers turn into full-on gushes. Sure, he's a noble, but he's ridiculously down-to-earth and downright charming. Lord Bugen keeps on patrolling the glittering city streets, face calm as ever, like nothing in the world can rattle him. But then Lord Bugen erupts in pure frustration, screaming that not a single decent woman is left anywhere around. He rants that he's already hunted every good woman in this town, acting like he's still stalking prey, because apparently that's the only thrill he has left. As he strolls through the streets with a woman from the citizens, he flat-out tells her the truth. A noble like him takes the job of an officer next to commoners because one title, officer, makes those idiots fall for him instantly, and the noble part only boosts their blind trust even more. The panel flashes from a woman's trembling, tear-soaked panic to a calm, relieved breath, while Lord Bugen can't stop replaying the thrill of seeing a woman's trust flip into pure despair. His shadow cuts across the wall as he spits that the Bajak bastards kicked him out, but truth is, that's exactly what he wanted, because now he's diving into a life of devouring commoners and living it up like a king. Lord Bugen can't stop thinking about that apothecary lady. She was the absolute finest. Then boredom hit hard and he ditched out, leaving the cleanup to the bandits. Alone, he pounds down the stone steps, trying to drag her name back from his memory, then brushes it off like it doesn't even matter. Suddenly, armored guards storm in and press spears right at Lord Bugen. They cut straight to him and ask, "So you're Bugen Bajak?" Then the lead guard steps in, voice booming, and declares they're locking him up for treason against the state. Lord Bugen's eyes go wide and sweat breaks out as the truth slams into him. Meanwhile, Lady Olivia stands there in an elegant, pearl-studded revealing dress, and when her attendant announces the arrangements are ready, she nods, calm as ice, telling them they've done an excellent job. She can't stop thinking about the people who pinned those crimes on Cyclo-Owen, and now she's ready to shout it. This is finally the moment when condemnation turns into judgment. Back to Lord Bujin, he gapes at the guards in total disbelief, then keeps firing off the same words. They're accusing them of treason against the state. His face twists in fury and confusion as he snaps back, insisting he's dealt with plenty of women, only for them all to be commoners. Then he blurts, "So what the hell is going on here?" The guard swings in hard, cracking Lord Bujin with a savage blow that whips him backward with brutal force. Another guard snaps orders for them to drag him off, and right then the officer demands Lord Bujin answer the question on the spot. Meanwhile, down on the street, the townsfolk start piling in, hungry for answers, until one guy shouts that Officer Bujin is getting arrested and swears it's a mistake, another yells that it's Officer Bujin himself, and a third spots the guards manhandling a citizen like it's nothing. The armored guards snap to attention in an instant, and one steps forward to call their superior captain. Then Lady Olivia storms onto the scene in her glittering armor and daring outfit, owning every eye in the crowd. People go silent in shock, and one townsperson blurts out, stunned, that the commanding officer is actually a woman. But Lady Olivia shuts that down. This arrest isn't a mistake at all. It's tied directly to the recent serial rape and abduction cases. The townspeople huddle in tense whispers. One person swears the culprit's name sounded like Owen, another insists the serial rapist might be a completely different person, and the rest can't even believe what they're hearing. Meanwhile, Lord Bujin's face twists with panic as his mind scrambles. He realizes he should have pinned every crime on the commoners, but he can't spot the one mistake he made, and he knows he has to escape this mess before it swallows him whole. Then Lord Bujin scrambles to get his head straight, yells that this has to be a terrible mistake, and declares that the serial rape culprit has already been punished and is gone from this world for good. But Lady Olivia demands to know exactly which noble Lord Bujin she's being called out for. Lord Bujin stammers that he only heard it from some big noble, like it came straight from the mouths of power. Lady Olivia snaps the name out, Lord Raven Crowheart. Lord Bujin breaks out in a sweat as Lady Olivia grills him, demanding to know how he could possibly know something like that. Lord Bujin blurts out in desperation that everybody knows the ducal house of the hero, claiming there's no way people in this country would ever dare to defy a title backed by an occupational skill. Whirled Lady Olivia's eyes. Then Lady Olivia lashes Lord Bujin with brutal chains, and he screams as the hit whips him off balance, before he crumples hard onto the ground. Lady Olivia looms over him and snaps, demanding how he dares stain the hero's name with that filthy mouth. Lord Bujin's face snaps into a wild, unhinged grin. Half swallowed by shadow, he snarled that Lady Olivia was worthless, then promised to beat her until she was nothing but a filthy rag. The whole crowd of townspeople leans in as the scene plays out, and in the foreground, two young men stare with worry again and again. Lord Bujin stands frozen in place, beads of sweat pouring down as the crowd's mood whips and turns around him. Townspeople start whispering and muttering right around him. Mid-argument, one citizen starts to wonder if he's really the culprit after all, until a young woman tears him apart and blasts him as total trash. Then the crowd's rage ignites in seconds. Someone screams for them to grab that bastard, and Lord Bujin snarls a curse under his breath as everything tumbles out of control. Suddenly, a mob surges onto Lord Bujin and hammers him, blow after brutal blow, and when he tries to talk, only scraps of words crawl out before the beating drowns him. While everything explodes over there, Lady Olivia's guards stay on the sidelines, glued to the chaos. One asks the captain, "Should we shut this down?" And another snaps back, "Nah, we already calmed the crowd once. They were acting up and we got control." Lady Olivia drinks in the battered sight of Lord Bujin and smiles, right on cue for a policeman. He's still standing there, somehow alive and lively after the beating. She snaps orders at her guards and they obey instantly, yanking Lord Bujin away and dragging him off like it's already decided. Lady Olivia leans over the battered Lord Bujin and snaps that he's finally the one worth interrogating. Then the story cuts to a young woman with wavy hair standing in what looks like a washroom, and when she finally speaks, she drops the bombshell that her younger sister was one of the victims in that case. She vows to force Lord Bujin to finally spill everything he's done. Lord Bujin's bruised face takes over the panel as her non-stop cursing keeps going. She's promising they'll pry the truth out of him, even if it leaves them broke and in rags. Meanwhile, the action snaps to the Heinberg Royal Palace. Outside in the streets, townsfolk are cheering at the top of their lungs, raving about the hero and the saint like it's the best news ever. In the grand throne room where Gothic arches shoot up like daggers, someone blurts that this sudden summons makes zero sense. Then another voice jumps in, saying His Majesty the King's whims are nothing but trouble. Arya stands there in their casual clothes, right beside Lord Raven. He answered softly like she was sure of it. Lord Raven shoots her a quick look and calls out just how dull her reaction is. Then a narration box hits you with the truth. Clock user was branded useless, tossed out of the Craftsman's Guild, yet deep in the dungeon, he finally awakens his real power. Arya admits things aren't so bad anymore, but she's slowly getting sick of the whole routine. A jarring flashback image hits. Maria's eyes are wild, and the caption screams that since that day, she's been nothing but Lord Raven's obedient puppet, pulled by his will. Meanwhile, an announcement booms through the palace hallway, and the whole place roars as they declare that hero Raven, the heir of the Crow Heart Duke's house, has finally arrived. Lord Raven stalks down the corridor, muttering under his breath about how the root of the problem is this: no one even bothered to thank him. An armored knight looms nearby as tension hangs in the air. Then someone blares the news: hero Raven and St. Maria have arrived. The story suddenly slams us into the massive throne room of the Kingdom of Heinberg, where towering columns loom like giants. Lord Raven and Maria stride through the palace hall while the reigning monarch waits ahead. The elderly king lounges on his throne, his ornate spiked crown glaring in the light. The king finally drops the truth. He didn't call them for small talk, he summoned them for this exact reason. Meanwhile, Lord Raven and Maria keep marching across the checkered palace floor, and as soon as the king finishes speaking, Lord Raven's reaction hits like a spark. The king kicks things off by telling them, "All right, get ready, because this is my grandmother's story." Lord Raven thought normally she'd tell me to lift my head right here. The king leans in and tells you the truth. His grandmother came from a far-off land after marrying, and back in her homeland she was gifted a gorgeous mechanical watch. It wasn't just fancy. The whole thing had a special design, and only one legendary craftsman could ever touch it. A flashback cuts in young, smiling womb Lord Raven while he pieces together what this means: a watch and the craftsman behind it. Then the king leans in and says he heard the clockmaker got kicked out of the Artisan Guild, and before anyone could blink, they shipped him to North Folia as the culprit in a string of serial rape cases, dragging him off to the frontier and sentencing him to exile as a criminal slave. Lord Raven's face snaps from calm to pure shock. The king drops the bombshell. Turns out the craftsman's name is *Cyclo Owen ***, and fires back at Lord Raven, asking if that name sounds familiar. Then, out of nowhere, Lord Raven snaps into the conversation. "Your Majesty," he tries to say, but the king snaps the words away, cutting him off fast, and demands, "Who gave you permission to lift your head?" The king calls out Raven's name, then tells Lord Raven he gets exactly why their nation can't risk burning bridges with the skill selection church. Lord Ravenfall goes still as the king explains the grim plan. This is war against the demon folk from the neighboring nation, the Lust Gold Empire, and then a dark image snaps in, a demonic fortress looming on the horizon. Then Lord Raven's blood turns cold when he realizes, horror hits, that the whole country already knows every secret thing he's done. The king snaps in confirmation. Right there is why they can't toss aside people with special skills like his, even if he's been savagely toying with commoners for laughs. The king says this time is different as the throne room opens up in front of them, huge, brutal, and impossible to ignore. The king stared down at Lord Raven, crown blazing and long white beard bristling like a warning, and declared that Raven had secretly pulled the strings, turning his bow against the royal family itself. In the lower panels, Lord Raven blurts, "Wait," and tries to muscle his way into the moment, but his voice shakes as he hesitates mid-sentence. But the king presses on, revealing that the young man Lord Raven killed wasn't just some random target. He was a skilled craftsman his grandmother adored, and we see Maria standing by a massive, ornate clock as her memory lights up. King's grandmother smiling in the background. Lord Raven's face twists with raw panic as he blares, "I'm a hero, I don't even remember doing that." But deep down, dread hits him hard. This is going to explode, and he's got to shut it down fast. The camera yanks back to reveal Lord Raven and Maria standing side by side in the throne room, and Lord Raven's like, "Where the hell did you two even hear about this?" Then it hits him in a flash. Maria must have squealed on him. In the middle of the room, someone lets out a thoughtful "hmm," like they're piecing everything together. Then the king leans in and promises Lord Raven a devastating story about what would have happened if he hadn't been the hero. The panel shows a battered man's torso, bruised and marked from brutal torture, the damage screaming what he went through. Another image shows that same man kneeling and bowing deep in the throne room before a terrifying armored figure. The king leans in and asks Lord Raven if he can spot the man, then drops Lord Raven's name like a warning and watches the room react.